Y'all, I'm so fucking nervous right now. Ah, fuck. Oh, God. I don't even want to switch screens. Oh, I'm so nervous right now. I'm so fucking nervous. Okay. Deep breaths. Breathe out. Alright, let's get the show on the road. Hello, everyone. Meowing. I mean, this is pretty early for Tiger right now, huh? Hi everybody! Welcome in. Oh my god. I'm sore. I'm tired. I I barely have slept. But it's okay. I barely slept, but it's fine. It's fine. The show must go on. If you're wondering about the jank setup, I made this in like 30 minutes in Canva, baby. So that thank God for Canva, because I would not be the streamer I am today without that program. Oh boy. Oh my god. Okay. I've been running around all day. I woke up. I was like, damn, we got a lot of shit to do. But I'm super excited. Hello, Sky. No, honestly though, bless Canva, because without Canva we wouldn't be here. But anywho, or people just joining, or people that just learned what's going on. I am hosting the AAPI collab today, the AAPI Vtuber Collab. Originally it was Hazumi's idea. And Hazumi had grouped up all the people and had a schedule planned and all of that, but because of unforeseen circumstances, I have taken over the event for her, and we'll be doing this over 2 days. Today is gonna be like kind of like a test run. It's gonna be a test and trial run and see like if there's things that I need to change for tomorrow. But because there was split availability between all the guests, there's a lot of them. If you use the exclamation point AAPI command to see all of the guests that are going to be here, there's a lot of them, and I want to make sure that all of them get a chance to speak if they're able to, of course. So we're gonna try our best. I hope you guys support every single one of these amazing AAPI VTubers. Oh my god, thank you so much for the raid, Azuruna. I hope I said that right. Welcome in, gamers. Thank you so much for the follow, Nightwalker. Azu is also one of the AAPI guests for today, so you guys will be seeing her speak on the panel, and I'm super duper excited. I hope you had a great stream. I super duper appreciate you sending your community to me. I'm super excited for this event. It's gonna be really good. I'm excited for everyone to be able to speak about super cool things. I'll definitely be going into detail about what this event is gonna entail in the next 30 minutes, so all the guests can prepare while we work this out. Let me do a quick shout out. Oh my god, I'm so sore. Note to self, do not exercise before you have to do a really big event, or you can't move your limbs. Oh Jesus. I went to the gym. I went to the gym when I shouldn't have. But I can't give up the gains, chat. I cannot give up the gains. What am I moving? I'm moving something. Oh, projector files. My bad. Hold on. I thought I was moving the chat. You see, oh god. Oh wait, what is going on? My fingers. Oh no. Yes. Oh my god. Wait. 1 pixel? It's just 1 pixel difference? What is the 1 pixel difference? Ah. Alright, we'll just cheat by making it bigger. And lock that file so I don't move it again. Oh my Jesus. What did you work on? I did arms. So my biceps are burning, baby. I am in pain. Let it be known. I've been typing. It hurts. Please stop chatting so hard. Say some women for the rest. That's crazy. That's crazy. You want to meet me in the gym? Meet me in the gym and I'll definitely spot you. But anyways, let's see. How do I explain this event? I technically only had I had only a day to prepare. I only had 24 hours to prepare for this event. So please bear with me. I'm gonna try my best to stay on topic. I have a bunch of notes in front of me, and yeah, I'm really excited for this event. I fell asleep while watching the process. I had a feeling. Yeah, I was working for hours yesterday. The guests know because I was just chilling. Well, anyways, so if you guys didn't know, May is AAPI month, which is a new thing. I didn't know this was a thing till just recently. We just got this. I know that it stands for Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, but I don't want to exclude other Asians that relate to the AAPI month, even if you're not American. This presentation I made that I also did within 24 hours. Just to forewarn, is all gonna be using most likely like US or American information, but if you still relate to the information, that's cool too. That's really all that matters. Today is going to be a really big representation of learning a lot of experiences from a bunch of AAPI VTubers, and I'm super duper excited. A lot of people have cool stories. I have my own stories, so I'm super excited to host this. And yeah, I think that's about it, honestly. I honestly I set up the what is it? I followed the original schedule that Hazumi put out, and I'm gonna read it out to you guys so you guys know what's going on. So 2 o'clock, which is right now, and be introducing the concept, what we will be discussing during the event, and then we have first generation AAPI, second and third generation AAPI, LGBTQ plus AAPI, mixed ethnicity AAPI, and then firstborn child, and then last but not least, other AAPI. And other would be like military, adoption, being raised in two countries, etc., etc. So we're gonna be doing a really big. We are gonna be talking about a lot of shit today. We're gonna be talking about so much shit. So buckle up. Hope you guys have a lot of fun. Redeems are off for the collab, so I don't get distracted. You will be able to do the hydrate, head pat, and stretch because I think I will probably need that. But there will be another redeem later on when we get to Q&A panels where chat is allowed to ask questions of their own in chat, and that should, I believe, highlight it for me to see during the session. So I'll be trying to do that. I'm early. I won't be on until second gen. Second gen is 3:30, so you should be good. Honestly, we're gonna see how this plays. Like I said, Saturday is definitely a trial by error day. We're gonna try our best to make this work out. But yeah, I don't know if I'm forgetting anything else. Let me check my notes. Check my notes. I think we should be good. Oh my god, Chetty! Yeah, so like a highlighted message. But it's really low, so you don't need a lot of points to use that. Yeah. Pray for me, chat. I might lose all of my hair after this event, so you guys might have to help me glue it back on my head. Just forewarning. Just forewarning, I might have to glue it all back onto my head, so... Oh my god, I'm in pain. Maybe, you know what, maybe I should, like, chug a Red Bull. What if I chugged a Red Bull? Well, do you think that'll help the nerves? You think that'll help the nerves? Hair loss runs in my genes? Alright, shit. Well... I haven't lost any hair yet, but that doesn't bode very well for me, it seems like, mentioning that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Oof. Oh, man. I guess we gotta get into wig crafting so we can make sure everyone has hair. It's the fact that people have taken my hair away from me on this model. Need energy? I don't know. I had food. I ate. I made sure to eat. We had eggs, hash brown, and a chicken fillet with some rice. That's such a weird concoction, but I needed the protein and the carbs. I'll get the Elmer's glue. Okay, you know what? I'll take Elmer's glue over Gorilla Glue, I guess. And I just dyed it red. This is true. I bet Tyga has hair like Fabio. You'd have to ask chat. I do think I have pretty nice hair. I'm surprised you're not bald because of Kite. Honestly, I'm surprised I'm not bald because of All in Invicta, not just Kite. I seldom start my day without a cup of coffee. Oh my god, you know, I've been trying to ease back on coffee. I really have. Um, I love coffee, okay? But I'm trying really hard not to drink so much of it. But it's so good. Oof, I love coffee. Hello, Hazumi. Hello, Hazumi. I love you too. We're gonna make this happen. We're just talking and chilling for now until the event starts. But yeah, I made this fucking PowerPoint. It felt like I was in school. I felt like I was a student again, chat. But I'm really happy with how the PowerPoint came out. I hope you guys like it. I hope it's big enough. I hope you guys can see it, because I stole this projector and then made it transparent through Canva and then cut out the inside so I could put the the presentation in it. Oh man, thank you for organizing, Hazumi. Indeed, Invicta 5-member group of bald men. That's crazy. That's crazy. Today alone, I've consumed 2 cups of coffee, a cola, and an energy drink out of nerd. Goddamn. How are you not pissing? If I drank that many liquids, I would be glued to the toilet. Definitely, 100%. The coffee would have cleaned out my tubes so fast. 2 cups? You are built different. Let me know, you are built different. I respect it though. I respect it. Damn, 2 cups of coffee. I already, like, my stomach already just, like, gurgled just thinking about that. But anyways, chat, do you guys have any questions before we start the event? Thank you so much for the follow, Kami-sama Hajime Mashite. Is that an anime? That's the anime with the guy. The one guy with the ears. I think. Mine did too. That's what I'm saying. The only thing I ate was bread and water. Bread and water? That sounds terrible, actually. You gotta get some food in you. I also drank 2 cups of coffee. How are your guys' innards doing alright? Jokes aside, you're gonna do well, Tega. You're gonna kill it. Don't be too critical of stuff. Oh, I'm crying. Try the iced coffee function on my Keurig. Actually, it's not bad. You know, I'm still debating on if I want a Keurig. Caffeine addiction and go burn. That's crazy. Tomoe. Oh yeah, he's like a fox dude, right? He's kind of built kind of skinny, and like has yellow eyes. And then the girl looks like your typical shoujo protag, right? Thank you for the follow, DJ Sulfurs. Welcome in. I have a question. How are Oliver and Maple? Miss Maple is sleeping. I had to brush Mr. Oliver earlier, and he was not happy. He was very angry at me. Silver-haired femboy. That, you know what? I guess that's like a really good way to explain him, huh? Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh my god, Ellie emote. I love Ellie. Ellie is one of my favorite breasties. I love her so much. It's funny because I'm watching the anime. Man, it's been years since I watched that anime. I'm not gonna lie. The only thing I had today was a glass of water. Guys! What are you doing? Your body needs energy. You must feed the host so you can continue about your days. I love Ellie. Ellie's my girl, man. But yeah, so alright, so I guess I started a little early because I got nervy. But it's okay. People are slowly trickling in, so it gives us time to just fuck around a little bit. You know, now that I've set up this kind of room collab thing, it kind of looks like I'm doing teacher roleplay. Alright, students, open up your textbooks to page 69. How do you live without caffeine? Honestly, I don't know. I actually have to take caffeine pills, so that's probably why I don't drink caffeine straight. There will be a quiz after this lesson. Refer to your Quizlets to study. If you don't get 100%, your ancestors will disown you. It's kind of crazy. I tried to put those two words together. It's like Family Tree Projects Day. I didn't study. Oh no. How do you live without caffeine? In sadness. My dog ate my homework. Alright, Nicholas, spit it out. Don't quiz me, I'm stupid. No one's stupid. Except me. I went to sleep at 5:30 playing character AI. Oh my god. I know that there's character AI of me online. And I think, I don't know. It makes me feel funny. I don't think they've taken my voice yet. But if they start taking my voice, then we're gonna start throwing hands. I don't really care whatever they do to the character at this point. I can't do shit about it. You know what I mean? But if they're gonna take my voice, man, I don't know. I think that's where I'm gonna have to draw the line. This is AAPI, not BAPI. This is what it's like to have Taiga as a professor. Maybe. Hello, Maria. Yeah, there is character AI of me. There's actually quite a few, and it's actually quite popular. I did not realize how popular my character AI was. I was like, okay, this is a lot more people than I was expecting. So, but what can you do? It's one of those things where it's like, I don't have the resources to fight it. Unless, like, you know, people are taking my like whole likeness, then obviously I'm gonna get pissy about it. But it's one of those things where it's like, it's whatever. It's whatever. You want the real thing? Just go to twitch.tv/TaigaChama. You know what I mean, Jellybean? Alright, let's go through some of the slides. We're gonna go through like the first few slides so you guys can get some idea of what we're gonna be talking about today. Let's see. Hopefully I did this right. It'll make you fall in love. Alright. So if you guys don't know, this stream is to celebrate Asian American Pacific Islander Month. Oh god, do you not see the cursor? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm like pointing at things and you guys don't see the cursor. Properties. It says capture cursor. No? Okay, alright, guess not. I tried. Anyways, so we will be celebrating Asian American Pacific Islander VTubers and talk about their experiences today. What is AAPI Month? AAPI stands for Asian American Pacific Islander. This month celebrates Asian Americans and their heritage. Because there are many Asians that are not American but still relate to this month, we will not exclude them from discussion. We'll be discussing with the forum of AAPI VTubers today and share our experiences as Asians with each other. Screen share instead of the app on the source. I'm capturing the window. Oh, we see my cursor now. Yippee! Okay, we're good. We're good. I fixed it. All right. How do we define different AAPI generations? So currently in this time period, there's a mixed opinion on how generations are defined. I didn't realize this until I actually did my own research. This brings in the to immigrate, born in college education argument. So like a good example is that let's say someone is second generation Asian, right? But they might have been the first one to achieve college education within their family, so they'd be first generation college graduate. It gets like there's a lot of nuances to it that I had no idea about until I started doing my own research. But to not confuse anyone in the audience, we're gonna just keep it to the three main branches of first, second, and third plus gen. So we'll be defining this based off the US Census, where it's first gen is born abroad and immigrated to as adult or child. For child, I think is like what do you call it? I think it's 1.5, but I don't care about the 0.5. We're just gonna put it as first. Second generation is born native, so you would have at least one immigrant parent and you were born on US soil. And then for third plus generation, you were born from native parents that were born on US soil, and you were also born on US soil. We will also redefine these in in the actual discussions because I made slides that like go a little bit deeper in depth. But this is basically just so you guys have an idea of what we'll be talking about. I think that we do have a few specific other session branches that go into detail of other stuff. But these will be the main three we'll be talking about because we all sort of fall into these genuinely, but some will like feel like they are leaned more towards a different thing, such like maybe they see themselves more as mixed AAPI instead of like first, second, or third, right? So this is the main thing we'll be talking about today. In chat, do you guys know if you're either first, second, or third generations? And this doesn't have to even apply to just like AAPI. This can apply to whatever ethnicity you are, right? Like if you're Italian and then came to America, you're first generation Italian, right? I didn't realize how deep it went. It was super interesting to do the research for it. Most of the research I did was through the US Census. I also checked the Canadian Immigration's website. So we do have a lot of second gens. It was actually super cool to see how many second gens that we have. Third gen, okay. I'm first gen. I was not born on American soil. I was I was boba brought over by airplane. I was brought over by airplane. So I am a first generation immigrant. 1, 2, and 3. First is born abroad, immigrated to as an adult or child. Second generation is born native, so you were born in Canada or America or whatever country you immigrated to, and you had at least one immigrant parent. So one parent has to be first gen, right? And then third gen is born from native parents that were born on American, Canadian, whatever soil, and you were also born on that soil. What's your nationality? I am Vietnamese. Well, let me rephrase that. I identify as Vietnamese the most, but I'm probably one of the biggest mutts on the planet. All right, my mom is Chinese, Vietnamese, Cambodian, French, and my dad is Chinese and Vietnamese and French. So that makes me Chinese, Vietnamese, Cambodian, French. But I really only identify as Vietnamese because I was raised mostly by my Vietnamese family, right? So I technically fall into the mixed category also. Trail mix, exactly. Not API, technically all Puerto Ricans are US citizens, but the ones from the island define themselves this way. So second gen US born Puerto Rican. That's interesting. I actually had no idea. I did not know about that. I think I'd be second gen, but it's complicated with Puerto Rico, like Liz said. Oh, trail mix on another level. That's what I'm saying. I have come back to knowledge. How many of your mix do you think exist in the world? Honestly, I don't know. I wonder if there's more of us. That'd be super cool if there was more of us. But it's because my grandma married my grandpa, and they were already like, you know, such a huge mix because of like the Vietnam War. They actually met because my grandpa was a part of the Vietnam War and he escaped to Cambodia and met my grandmother. So that's why my mix is so crazy, you know what I mean? And yeah, it's just super interesting to think about how like all of these people make these human connections and then you come out of it. Like I came out of that, you know what I mean? I think that's crazy. I think that's so crazy to me. But yeah. First gen, trail mix, boba brought over by airplane. And yeah, I'm still pretty fluent in Vietnamese. I did try to learn the other languages. I tried to learn Mandarin. I tried to learn Cantonese. I tried to learn French. And when I was younger, I definitely tried way more. And then I got older and was only surrounded by people that spoke Vietnamese. And I won't lie, I kind of lost it. I lost the touch of speaking those languages. I really hope I can get back into it. That'd be super awesome. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of old and ancient now. My brain don't work like that. So if you're young and can still soak up that kind of knowledge, please do. Duolingo Owl has been fucking banging on my window after I installed it and saw how much it wanted from me, and I uninstalled it expeditiously. So I guess that makes me third, but my family is a little mixed, but from what I at least know, my grandparents are from Mexico. The more you know. Yeah, this was definitely a point of discussion that was brought up last night before we prepare for the stream. And we were wondering how other people related to all these generations, right? Obviously, we're going to be focusing on AAPI because it is AAPI month and it's an AAPI event. But if you do relate to it in your own way, that's super cool. Can we turn the music down a little bit? Oh, I didn't even realize the music was still playing. Let me change to different music. My bad, gamer. I had no idea what's still on. I was zoning out. Alright, let's do it this. I think that should be okay. I think that should be good. Alright, cool. I thought I turned off the music. But you know what? Thanks for letting me know. Hello. Welcome in. We're about to start our AAPI event. We're going to start bringing in our first generations, whoever's available, very soon. I'm going to do that ping shortly, I think. Yeah, you know how, like, you tune out sound? I do that a lot. I definitely tuned that out and did not even realize. Anyways, I'm excited. Alright, so the first group we're going to bring in is first generation. I'm going to do the ping now, because ads are going to roll in about 2 minutes. And we have about, I'd say, 9 minutes until they have to show up. So, bro just thinks in real life has BGM. You know what? You know what? It's okay if I join y'all. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. Let's see how many people are available. I'm gonna actually... Can I? Should I just do it in general? I'll do it in general. Or I can make a quick... plus text live chat. Aha! All right, look at that. Okay, at first generation. If you are first gen, the floor will be open. Can I do math? About 7 minutes. Feel free to wait in the waiting room. Alright, okay. So first one we're gonna do is first gen. There's not as many of first gen, but there's a ton of second gen. So let's we're gonna try to get through this as much as we can. Alright, let's see. Blah 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 blah. Just in case it's just Azu at the moment. Hopefully we get 4 more to on the ping. I'll stand by it. For sure, for sure. It is a little early. So we're gonna play this by ear. What the hell is Nicholas doing? Oh my god, Maple. She's so cute, guys. Oh my god, she's so cute. I love her so much. Azu, I hope you did pee. I hope I hope you got to pee. Azu will be joining us for the first part. You did? Alright, cool. Cool. I peed before stream. I get it. I get it, gamer. I truly and wholeheartedly understand, okay? I get it. I get it. I get it. Thank you so much for the follow. Kite stand. Hey, yo. Okay. I'll do the biggest goober. I respect it. Alright, ads are gonna roll in like a few minutes. It only is like for 1:30. Once they're done, we'll start the first discussion. Just so you guys know. Make sure you have hydration and maybe snackies, but if you do snack, remember, Mike, honestly, if you snack, I don't mind, okay? I truly and wholeheartedly do not mind if you snack. I do not mind. Alrighty. Blah 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 blah. Let me open up my own Google Sheet to double check something. Alright. Osu, Azu, Gwyn, Hinamaru, Ice Boy, Lady, Ski Soaring. Okay, so I'm gonna do Saturday is gonna be actually no, you know what? I'm gonna do check mark and then let's see, check mark so that I can make sure who showed up. Wow. I have some Arizona green tea? That sounds great. Okay. Win. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's 5 other first gen API that aren't here. We'll see. I'll give it a little bit more time while the ads are still running. I have water. I also have water. 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 That's it, actually. I probably should have grabbed some snackies, but it's okay. I ate before it, so. Cheap and delicious. We love water. Oh, I think you were actually talking about Arizona green tea. My bad. My bad, gamer. I got water and butterscotch candies. I don't know if I've ever had a butterscotch candy. To be honest, I don't think I've ever had it. What are you going to do with all of that? I know. Sitting here with instant ramen and gyoza. You know what? I was looking at my frozen gyoza earlier. I was like, damn, I kind of want some, but that's okay. Alrighty, so we have 3 people right now, so I will slowly bring in the 3. I'm assuming they already have talking perms if I pull them in. Let me quickly double check that. If I pull them in, I have to give them the right to connect, I think. Right? No, the right to speak. Music to... So let me... You know what? We're gonna try that right now, actually. We're gonna try that right now. Alright, so I'm gonna be pulling first gen in. Alright, so 1, 2, 3.
Well, we got yoinked.
Okay, cool. Alright, I did it correctly. Lit. Good. I knew I had to make sure of fixing the permission before I threw you guys in here.
Okay.
Alright.
1 sec.
No, for sure. Let me resize you guys on the screen. Unless other people show up. It's all good.
Is it okay if I request for you to like add me again? Because I'm on my phone right now, so I wanted to switch to my PC. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. Just let me know when you're good.
Thank you so much.
For sure. Alright. Let me know when you are ready.
I'm ready.
Perfect.
Let's go.
All set.
Alright, we're repulling Hina.
Hey.
Let's go.
Alright, perfect. Let me switch the slide on the screen. Because I'm a prepared streamer. I'm totally prepared.
Totally.
Yeah, 100%.
Of course.
Totally.
You're so prepared.
Abby! Alrighty.
You're so fucking
Yeah.
prepared.
Okay,
Let's
we're here.
fucking go.
Got this. You
Oh
got
god,
this.
I really hope I got this shit.
Yes, you do.
Got
You
this.
got this. You
got
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 this.
this.
We believe.
Alrighty,
Mhm.
so today
We're here for emotional support.
Thank you. This is
Did
our
way better than
small
us.
group of first generation AAPI experiences today.
Of course.
I do have a little icebreaker for you guys before we start.
Ooh.
Okay.
Let me pull it up because I
Ooh.
already forgot my own icebreaker. So we're gonna have you guys introduce yourselves to chat. You're gonna do name, pronouns, ethnicity or what you identify as, what type of streamer are you, and then a useless fact or talent about yourself.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh.
All right, so let's
Uh-oh.
go with Azu because her name
Oh,
starts with
no.
A, which means that she's first.
Let's go!
Oh
Let's go!
Oh, okay. Hello, I am Azu. Wait, sorry, I forgot.
No,
Name?
it's okay. I got you. I'll walk you through it. All right. So your name?
Name? I'm Azu. I am a Swagapino. I am a sea dragon VTuber, the wettest sea dragon in the West.
Okay.
And putangina, I am what? What else?
Your pronouns?
Yeah, she, her.
Okay. And then useless fact or talent of yourself.
I can grab things with my grippers with my feet.
Oh, I can do that shit too. I
Like
grab shit with my toes all the time.
Dude, literally. Yeah, same.
And what's the point of feet if you can't use them?
Exactly. Multitasking.
No, I get it. I agree. I
Right?
wholeheartedly agree.
Hell yeah.
Thank you
Okay.
so much, Azu.
Of course.
All right, next will be Gwyn. The name, pronouns, ethnicity, or what you identify as. What type of streamer are you? And then a useless fact or talent of yourself. It doesn't have to be in that order. So
Bet. All right. I'm Gwyn. Hello. I use he, they pronouns, but I'm really okay with all. And then ethnicity, I am half Filipino, half American Indigenous. I was born in Central America and then immigrated over here to America.
okay.
Yeah, very, very fancy. I am primarily an FPS VTuber, but I stream variety, everything. Oh, I am low. Oh no.
Yeah, I put you at 200%, but you might have to increase your gain just a little bit.
This is a permanent issue with me.
Okay,
This always happens.
All right.
Oh, I
yeah.
have auto gain on. My fault.
All right, I think that's good now. You're at the correct level on my OBS.
All right,
That
let's
sounds-
go.
That sounds okay to me.
Yeah.
All right, bet.
If you
So
want to
once
start
again,
over,
really
you
quick-
can.
Huh?
You can start over if you want.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll speed run. I am Gwyn. He, they, the Filipino American Indigenous, the immigrated, fact. I don't have anything.
There's gotta be one thing.
I am panicking.
Useless fact or
Today
talent?
alone.
Uh-huh.
Today alone, I have had enough caffeine for a
Oh my
whole
God.
family for a whole month.
Well,
That is pretty wild. I'm
go.
not gonna deny.
Mood.
You are buzzing.
Girl,
mood.
Let's go.
you're doing good. You're doing good.
Yes, for sure.
Caffeine.
Alrighty. And last but of course not least, we have Hinamaru.
皆さんこんにちは、ひなまるです。北極星からのメッセンジャー。I am the North Star VTuber. And I'm sorry. Is it okay if you tell me the prompts again?
Of course, no worries. You already got your name, so you're good. So pronouns, ethnicity,
My pronouns.
what you identify as, and what type of streamer are you, and then a useless fact or talent of yourself.
Okay. Okay. My pronouns are she, her. I'm just, I'm just me. Actually, no, identify as a star. So
Okay.
I'm a star. Anyway.
I respect that. You know what? Oshino
I'm a
Ko type B.
I'm half Japanese. And I'm a voice actor. Yes, I'm a voice actor, and I voice act in Japanese and English. And I mainly stream on YouTube.
Mhm.
And I think I mainly stream games. I guess I don't know. I'm like experimenting right now. I'm in the process of experimenting, so it's kind of, all over the place. And a useless fact about me is, I can make animal noises like a toad.
Oh, can I get an example? I'm
Um,
excited. You can't just say that without an example. You gotta show the class now.
Like a
Do
toad,
it,
like
do
a toad.
it,
Wait,
Oh.
so there.
do it.
Oh wait, can you hear
Do
it?
it.
Sorry, what it?
That's so cute.
You know
You're
what?
so
That was pretty
perfect.
good. That was pretty good. I haven't seen a toad in 1,000 years, but you know what? If I had to find a toad, that's what I'd imagine to sound like. Thank you. Thank you. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you for indulging us. Did you guys enjoy that, chat? I think that was great.
Yeah.
That was so good.
That was amazing.
That was perfect.
Alrighty. Are you guys
Um,
ready for our discussions then?
Yes, sir.
Let's
Alright, lit.
go.
I guess I should introduce myself too. My chat knows who I am, but I know that for a lot of us, it's gonna be our first time meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My name is Tyga. I'm a kitty bartender, a member of Invicta, and I
Ooh.
identify as cat.
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 Meow
And
for
Yes.
us.
Vietnamese.
Meow for
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, cat.
Oh, you want me to meow?
Yes.
All right, hold
Yes.
on.
Whoa.
Oh fuck. Hold on. Now I'm nervous.
They put you on the spot.
What? What?
Wait, that's really
Ain't
good.
no way. Ain't no way. I need to see this in
Oh my God.
person. You meowing?
Yeah.
Ain't no
Hey,
way.
That's so good.
I thought you were gonna just be like meow.
Oh, no.
Right?
You know?
I was
No,
like, meow.
meow. Oh yeah, meow.
Like-
Meow.
meow.
Wow.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I talk to my cats all the time, so I just
Oh,
I
that's so
swear to God, I've like
adorable.
cursed out my cats by meowing by accident. I don't know. Like sometimes they look at me like I did something bad, but you know what? That's okay. All right. What else? What else? My pronouns are he, him. And a useless fun fact about me is that I've broken every single finger on my hands.
Huh?
Huh?
Every
Wh-
single
huh?
one.
What did you
Oh.
do?
Like at once or
Did you punch something real bad?
I punched someone real bad.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I also have
didn't mean it like that.
I also have metal kneecaps.
Ah.
Wow.
I know. So
These are some
I'm,
interesting
I'm
facts.
what? A little bit of a cyborg, just a little bit.
That's pretty
Let's
cool.
go.
Yeah,
That's
you know, it's
cool.
really funny because way back then, you know, like
So-
the metal detectors in airports.
Yeah, the metal detectors.
Yeah, they used to have to scan my
Yeah.
kneecaps all the time. It's gotten a lot better now.
Oh.
That's good.
Back then, they'd be like, "What are you
Interesting.
hiding?" Well, I have a metal kneecap,
I
sir. If
am
you
a
want to take off my
cyborg.
leg, I won't stop you. But alrighty, gamers, let's get this discussion on the road.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Let's go.
So,
Let's
first
go.
generation AAPI persons are defined by if they were born in a foreign country and immigrated to another country as an adult. For example, as earlier we stated, I was born in Vietnam and immigrated to the US at a young age with my mother. So that makes me first generation. If you guys wanted to explain why you guys consider yourselves first generation to the stream, that'd be super awesome.
Okay.
We can go in order.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
So, because we started with Azu earlier, we'll go with Azu again.
Okay. So I was born in the Philippines. And my mom left when I was 2.
Okay.
To America. And I only moved with my family until I was like 11
Mm-hmm.
to America. Kaka. And yeah.
Caw.
Let's go, America.
America.
All right. Next would be. Do you want me to say Asphodel or Gwyn, just to make sure?
I feel like Asphodel is more consistency.
All right. I'll call you Asphodel. I'll make sure to remember.
Alright, let's go. I consider myself first gen. I was born in Guatemala, to 2 parents, one Filipino, one indigenous, and was adopted by a mom living in America. So I ended up moving here when I was about a year old, and
Mhm.
only recently actually started getting like the permanent paperwork and stuff done.
Oh, I know what that's like. I know what that's like. It's a pain in the ass. Let
It's
it be
stressful.
known.
It's
It
so
is.
fun.
Ice, if
No,
you're
the
watching,
name
look
change.
away.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Anyways.
I promise I'm legal.
Ah, yeah, for real. Me too. Thumbs up, gamers. All right. Next, Hina.
Hi. I consider myself first gen because I was born and raised in Japan until 2011. after the earthquake. That's why I moved to America because it was not safe to
Mm.
stay in Japan anymore.
Mhm.
Because we live close to the radiation. It was still
Oh.
within the radiation circle, you know. And so at the time, everyone who was like half Japanese slash was able to leave the country left the country. So that's when I moved here. And I was already like half American anyway, so it wasn't like any problems. But yeah.
Super cool. Thank you so much for sharing,
Mm.
guys. All right, so we're gonna go into our discussion points. Me and a few others in the group actually came up with some really interesting questions for us to discuss today. We're gonna try
Ooh.
to go through these questions, and if you guys have like your own questions you want to talk about, we definitely can if we have time permits, and we can definitely open the floor to the chat too if they have any questions for us. Sound good?
Yes. Hi.
Mhm.
Alrighty, perfect. Now let me. The slide needs to move faster. Move faster. Okay, we're good. I gotta yell at it. And we're good. So let's go with the first question. We're gonna continue in the same order. It'll be Azu, Asphodel, and Hina.
Hi.
So there's no confusion when we're all talking. I do think Asphodel, your mic when you do talk does just lean back and gain just a little, so you might have to move it closer while you talk, just so keep that in mind. So check and hear your full story. Okay.
All right, got it.
Sounds good. All right, first question we have here. What are some hardships you had to overcome when immigrating with or without your family?
Um, some hardships was definitely meeting my mom for the first time
Mm-hmm.
when I was barely 11.
Mm.
I grew up without her. I didn't know what it's like to have a mom. And but it was nice. It was like bittersweet. At first I was very like detached, but now I think we have a really good relationship. Yeah. And I moved with my dad, my sister, and my brother. I have 5 siblings. I am the youngest of 6.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, my
Wow.
parents they were busy.
You know what? They were busy.
That's
God
crazy.
damn.
Busy.
Okay. All right.
So,
I see you. I see you.
Busy.
No, I really relate to that too because my dad was super absent in my life too because my mom moved over as a single mom.
Yeah.
And when he finally like showed up in my life again, it was like, man, fuck you.
It's
Go
awkward,
away.
right? It's weird. It's like an awkward situation. You're
No,
like,
for real. You
I don't
can't
know
just
what
say
to
I need to
feel.
call you dad, but like you haven't been in
Yeah.
my life. I know.
And then
it's difficult.
they act like, you're supposed to love them immediately when it takes time.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
Yeah, but I do love them. I
like-
love them. Yeah.
I kind of relate, but also like not in like a like I don't know what what I'm supposed to call you. I guess it was
Yeah.
kind of like because
Yeah.
my bio dad was absent from my life for like 14 years, so
Mm.
it was like it was because I wanted to meet him and know what it was like to meet him. You know, it
For
wasn't
sure,
like
for
an
sure.
obligation. So I guess I like relate, but like also not in the same way.
Mm-hmm.
That's a human experience for you. How about you, Asphodel? How do you interpret this question?
The hardships, for me, it's definitely primarily like getting used to having a new name and everything. Because when you're adopted, the adoptive parent gets to choose your name.
Oh,
So I
true.
went, so I went from
really?
having, so I went from having like a very name indicative of where I come from to having like a very, very generic like name like Gwyn, which is like, or like Gwendolyn. I don't know what the equivalent would be. Very like
names.
American sounding
Yeah.
name.
Mm-hmm.
So having to get used to that big of a change, and then like the parent forgetting that you grow up in a place that doesn't speak English
Yeah.
primarily.
Yeah.
So you don't grow up being taught that because you're so young.
Yeah.
So you end up. I was over a year old when I came. So if you look at like a 1-year-old sibling, you talk to them in English, they know what you say. But imagine now you start speaking them into another language. So all of a sudden, new language, new name, and that was very, very like jarring, I guess. So that's primarily my experience.
No, I totally get that because when I first came to America, my mom straight was like, "So are you gonna are you gonna get an American name? Absolutely not, ma'am. They're gonna figure it out. I don't give a fuck if they butcher my name. They're gonna say it. I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck."
Yeah, yeah, I
Exactly.
also get that too.
And it's unique. Like it's
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
cool,
I
cool,
also I think I went through so many like English names and I just didn't feel like any of them fit me. And I was like, you know
I
what?
relate to that.
Them motherfuckers are gonna figure it out. And you know what? Over the years,
Yeah.
they've started to pronounce my name correctly. Usually they don't, and it's actually really funny. They always mispronounce my name into a different name. So like a good example
the
is when I go
mispronouncing.
when I go to the doctor, okay, and I hear them pronounce it the other way, I look around the
Oh.
room to see if anyone else reacted. And if no one reacted, I know they're talking about me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, yeah.
That I
Yeah.
get.
For sure. I totally
Mm.
understand where you're coming from. But alright,
Yeah, I
Hina.
also. Oh, right. I was gonna say that as well. Like, well, I'll get into the first one. The biggest struggle that I had was because English is my second language. I had a really, really, really hard time learning English. And
Mhm.
the first thing that I remember when I came to America was that I got bullied because I couldn't speak English.
No.
You know.
Oh man, shaking
And-
hands and being bullied,
Fuck
dog.
bullies.
And I got like bullied really hard. I was only
No.
like 7 or something, but all the kids like didn't like me because I couldn't speak English, which is so stupid, by the way. Like what?
Yo,
you know?
kids are evil.
I know. I was
Kids
like,
are
what the
fucking
heck?
evil.
They are.
But that's I think not being able to speak the language and also not being able to understand the fact that they were bullying you, you know?
Oh yeah,
Because
for sure.
because it's like a foreign country and they're speaking to you in a language that you don't know and doing mean stuff, but you think it's normal because it's a new country, you don't know the stuff that's here
No, I
and like
so get
the
it.
language.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. I got bullied heavily and then I shot like
Mm.
6 feet and then I started beating up everyone.
Oh.
Don't follow my example,
Yo!
chat.
Possibly you broke all your
You
fingers,
boss,
right?
though.
Let's just say I made sure to wipe the floor with a lot of people.
Sheesh.
Let's go, but also.
Bullying is one of the biggest struggles that a lot of people face, and
Oh,
also
yeah.
Bullying?
learning English.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
agree. I agree.
Because like I was put into like special ELL classes up
Me
until
too.
like middle school.
God, fuck those classes, man.
I hate those classes. I hate
Ah.
those classes.
No, I feel you. I feel you for
Yeah.
real. That shit was rough. I hated it.
It was. And yeah, my name is I used to go by my first name.
Mhm.
And my first name is very, very unique. Like it's
Mm.
really
Is
and
it
it's
hard
also
to pronounce for like Americans?
it's not hard to pronounce, but it's spelled weirdly.
Ah, I
And
see. I see.
It's also like kind of a name that people use to like flirt with other people and like
Flirt?
call their
Oh.
like significant other and
Oh,
stuff, you know?
Got it.
Kind of like along the lines of like baby, babe, those
Yeah,
type of
yeah.
names. It's
Mhm.
not those, it's not any of those, but like it's like along those lines,
I
right?
get that. Yeah.
And
So
I
you were
always
bullied like
got
that.
made fun of because my name was
Man.
like that. And I'm like, bro,
I hate that.
it's just
It's
a
just a
name that's in
name.
a different language.
Yeah.
Please.
Like
leave me alone.
respect, please.
No, I
Yeah.
get it. I get it. Alrighty, my friends. Let's go on to the next question. The next question is: did you ever feel the need to return back to your home country?
Return?
Oh, yes, 100%.
Yes.
Yes. Why do you think, Hina?
Oh, me? My reason is mainly because of the fact that a lot of my interests is not really normal, considered normal in America, because like I really liked anime, cosplay, like J-pop and stuff.
Yes.
Mhm.
So
We're
I was like,
weebs.
I just don't fit in here.
I feel that. Oh my god, I hid
Yeah.
I hid it all my like childhood being a weeb
Right?
and gamer. I didn't even tell anybody.
And now it's
Mm.
normal.
Yeah, now it's
Yeah,
normal.
now
I'm
it's
like, what the
normal.
hell?
I was so
Mhm.
mad.
It's
They're
mainstream
like,
now.
yeah.
But
I
also
was
it's
like, what the
good.
fuck?
Yeah, it's totally good that we
now.
can
Yeah.
enjoy
Because
our
we get
interests
merch.
now.
We get merch
Yeah,
like
yeah.
We
everywhere.
get merch.
GameStop.
Let's go.
Target, bro. Target.
For
Yeah,
sure.
Target
Yeah.
has anime
Yeah.
stuff.
It's so weird
Less
now,
of an
man.
effort to find
It's
It's
stuff.
amazing.
weird.
I love
For
it.
sure, yeah. Do
Yeah.
you also share the same sentiment, Gwen, about returning back to your home
Yeah.
country?
I definitely wanted to go back.
Mm.
Primarily because like when I would talk to people and they'd be like, "Oh, you're Asian," and I'm like, "Yeah," and they'd be like,
Mm.
"Oh," and then start talking to me about things like I should know what it is. I'm like, "Oh,
Oh.
I missed out. I want to go back and like learn more."
Have you
Just
been
like
back?
Yeah.
never, no, because I gotta finish the immigration stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Because they're gonna be like, "Oh, you're back. You're back forever."
Yeah,
Oh
yeah, no,
no.
exactly.
No, no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, no.
Oh no.
Thoughts and prayers.
Definitely. Yeah,
Definitely,
you can.
definitely, though.
That's like your goal to go back after everything's
Yeah.
settled. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You definitely should like it.
For
It's a one
me.
experience.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I
No,
was done. I was done.
You're good.
For
Go ahead.
me, I really want to go back. First of all, I have a lot of family still there.
Oh yeah.
My sister, a bunch of nephews and nieces. Just my family's there, and also food. I fucking
Yeah,
love the
food.
food. I miss all the food, the street foods.
Mm-mm.
You know, and they don't have it here. The street foods
Yeah.
like taho and everything. I
Mm.
just miss it so much. That's probably
Mm.
primarily why, for family and food, because
Mm-mm.
Filipinos, we value a lot of like, we're very family based,
Mm.
hmm
our culture. So yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. I miss them so much.
No, I totally get
Yeah.
it. When I first came to America, there were like my mom would not bring us back. Like, you know, there
Why?
would always just be
It's too much
reasons.
money.
It's either too much money,
Oh.
or like
Yeah,
she
I
always
get
had to
that.
work, or school got in the way. And
Right,
I
right.
still like resent her for it because I
Aw.
missed out on so many things with my family because we
Mm.
couldn't fly back, and like the only time we were
Yeah.
able to fly back
Yeah.
was because
Mm.
of an actual family emergency, and I didn't even get to like
Mm.
enjoy seeing the country and my
No.
family
Yeah.
again.
Like I miss
I
the
really
Christmases during
The Christmases in the
yeah.
Philippines are crazy.
It goes hard.
Y'all put Santa out in September. I can't do that shit.
Fucking Mariah Carey at September.
Absolutely
I
not.
love
Y'all
the
be living
Christmas.
and breathing Christmas. I cannot with y'all.
Christmas karaoke, bro.
That's
Christmas karaoke.
I'm
that.
sick.
I would love
I'm
that.
sick. Me dying when Mariah Carey's one note starts playing. Yeah. In September, I have a lot of Filipino
Mm.
friends. They told me that they don't even take the Santa down. During like the summer, they just put like
Yeah.
a Hawaiian shirt on him.
Hawaiian shirt.
I was like,
That's
damn,
so
y'all are
funny.
wild.
Ain't no way. That's so funny.
Alrighty, next question. Did you
Mm.
have to give up any of your culture moving to America?
Oh. I was so lucky that I didn't. But because my mom was like very no, well my mom wasn't, but my grandma taught us a lot of Japanese traditions and stuff. So we
Mhm.
That's
kind of just
good.
carried it over.
Yeah,
And it
that's
was
so
like kind of
good.
normal. Mm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
For me, I would say Filipinos, they tend to have this thing where they idolize Western culture.
Yes.
And because of
Yeah.
this, when I first moved here, my parents were like, you should stop talking in Tagalog. We should stop and we should just like talk in English, right?
Really?
Yeah. But I'm still native. I could still talk in Tagalog. But because of that, I had this mentality of, oh, it's bad. It's bad to talk, to
Mm.
speak. And I tried my best to just talk in English. And even then, you know, like I would beg them. I'm like, I miss my shows. I miss my Filipino shows and shit. And they're like, no, it's too much money, first of all. And we don't need to speak Tagalog.
Damn.
I was like, what the fuck? yeah, but you know, I really value knowing
Mhm.
yeah, I value knowing the language still. So
Mm-mm.
I teach I try to teach my son. I have a son, he's 6 years old.
Oh,
I try to I try to teach him
That's really cute.
yeah.
That's so cute.
That's super
Thank
cute.
you.
Of course, of course. How about you, Asphodel?
Oh, for me, yeah, absolutely. Because I was adopted, so my
Mhm.
family is like Irish Chinese, and they when I came here, they were like they didn't know absolutely anything about Filipino culture. Like they didn't even really like understand that I was Filipino because they just assumed that from where I was adopted from, that was it. So
Oh,
I
okay.
was very much yeah. So it was only when I got like a little older and I saw the paperwork, I was like, wait, I'm
Mm.
huh?
Oh
can
yeah, that's a
teach
straight
you.
identity crisis for sure.
Yeah. Oh God,
Do you
yeah,
know
absolutely.
do you know
Mm.
the putang ina gago ka?
Not the putang na. I'm
That
trying
is
to
the
think.
first thing.
Mm.
I'm trying to think if this question relates to me because I know growing up there was definitely
Mm-mm.
times where I felt like I was embarrassed of my culture,
Mm-mm.
right? Because I grew up around a really big like I grew up in the South and then I moved to the
Oh,
Midwest
yeah.
and I moved all over America.
Oh,
So I lived in like
Mm.
that makes
Southeast,
sense.
West, Midwest. I lived
Oh
everywhere,
my god, I relate so much to that, dude.
right?
Yeah.
And I never was
Mhm.
like I never was around people that were like me. So I thought
Mm.
there was always something wrong with me. So I was always
Aw.
embarrassed of being Asian. I was also
Oh.
always the only Asian in the school. Like, like every single time I never failed, I
Oh.
was the one singular Asian dude.
Did you get
And
Yeah.
bullied because of that?
I think so. I also think because I didn't have a spine, and then I grew a spine, and then it was hell
That's
on
good.
earth.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, fuck
Um,
them bullies.
But for the most part, now that I am much older, I love my
Mm.
culture. I am so thankful for my culture because if I
Mm-mm.
didn't have it, I wouldn't have the bomb ass food that I get to eat all the goddamn time. So,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like what
banh
food?
mi, dude.
Oh,
we
Oh my
love
god, I
food.
love banh mi, bro.
I love the peanut sauce.
Yes, yes, I love the peanut sauce too.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Nut sauce.
Good
Yummy.
stuff.
Alrighty.
Is it okay if I add a little bit
Oh my god,
to
yeah, of
like
course.
culture? So I'm actually not just Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually quarter Korean too, but I can't really like identify as Korean
Mm-hmm.
because I never grew up with my Korean side. I only grew up with my Japanese side to the point that I didn't even know I was Korean until I was
Oh.
like 12-ish, and then my mom's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, you're not like half Japanese, half American." I'm like, "What?"
Oh yeah, by the
Yeah.
way.
By the way.
By the way.
Yeah,
By
this
the
is like, "By the way, you're Korean too." And I was like, "What? You never told me that?" It's just like,
Would
"No,
you
I
like
did
to
tell
go
you. You
back
just
or
forgot."
visit Korea?
Um, I've never been to Korea before.
Yeah.
I've been trying to learn like my Korean side, but
Mm.
it's really hard. And I guess it really sucks though because I don't look Japanese. Even though I'm like I identify as Japanese, I can literally only speak Japanese and know Japanese stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't look Japanese. So whenever I go to like the
Mm.
Korean stores, all the Korean aunties are coming up to me speaking Korean. And I'm like, I'm
I
sorry.
feel that. Oh
And
my
you
god.
know the look on their
I feel
faces when I
that.
tell them I'm sorry, I'm Japanese.
Oh god, they were probably
You know?
Oh my
scandalized.
god.
I'm just like,
Dude, I live in like a primarily a lot of Koreans and Hispanic area,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mhm.
and
Nazu?
uh,
Huh?
I didn't know if that was me or.
Oh, did,
Oh, I thought my Discord crashed.
oh no!
Oh, what?
Nazu, no! Uh-oh.
No!
Oh no!
Oh no!
It's okay. Okay, I'll drag her back in.
Uh.
Hello?
oopsies. I kicked my wire and yeah. But
Oh.
anyways, I forgot what I was saying.
No. You were talking about living in a community with a lot of
Oh, yeah.
Hispanics and Koreans.
So yeah, so they would talk to me. They were like, "Oh my God, what?" Or first they would talk to me in Korean, or talk to me in Spanish,
Okay.
because Filipinos, right? We look like
Yes.
we
Oh
could be
Yeah.
yeah.
right. So
Oh.
I'm kind of like racially ambiguous. Like, I think if you're Filipino, you know I'm Filipino, but then if you're
Yes.
not, you're like, you don't know
Mm.
what I am, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That I
But
relate to. Holy.
Yeah, same. No one ever thinks I'm Vietnamese.
Yeah.
Oh.
They look at me and they
Yeah.
think I'm everything but Vietnamese.
Right.
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Especially for like for Southeast Asians, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think it's because our features get so mixed together,
Yeah.
and it doesn't help that I'm also a mutt. So,
What do you mean by that?
I am Vietnamese, Cambodian, Chinese, and French.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I know
That's
it's a crazy mix. That's
wow.
Chat was calling me trail
So
mix a little bit
big.
ago.
Trail
so.
mix, that's crazy.
That's
No,
crazy.
Chat, what are you doing,
I
Chat?
know,
That's crazy.
I'm trail mix, but you know what?
But you know
I'd
what?
rather-
That's yummy.
I love checks. Okay, let it be known. I love me a
Let's go.
checks. Yeah, no, funny shit, for
I
real.
love trail mix.
Trail mix is good though, for real.
All right, next question. What was the biggest hurdle you faced education-wise?
Oh god.
Oh God.
Education wise,
Mm-hmm. Whatever
College-
experiences you can pull
damn.
from this.
probably like college, going like the whole process of college. I was very overwhelmed because it's different from the Philippines. Yeah, so in the Philippines it's like expected that you'll immediately go to college. But here it's more, it's different. It's like an option, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be mine.
For me, it's definitely being forgotten that I don't speak English at first.
Uh-huh.
So I was like thrown into school, like them believing I spoke English because they're like,
Oh.
"Oh, it's a baby. The baby is like gonna speak English." So I was called like stupid and like not very smart, and like because I didn't speak English.
No.
But my mom got me a babysitter when I was a baby that spoke Spanish and Tagalog, and like to this day, the only like person I've met in person that actually speaks the
Yeah.
languages. And my favorite story of me as a kid was like I was told that I was so quiet until one day we were at the park and I just full on start cursing in a foreign language.
Oh my God, that's
Like
so
telling her I
funny.
don't. And they were like, "You can talk," and I was like, "I don't speak English." So
Oh,
that's
man.
like the
Aw.
the
my
main
goodness.
education thing.
Mhm.
But then they
No.
realized and they stepped it up and they were like they overcompensated too much, which was fine.
That's actually so
Mhm.
funny. I have a really funny
Yeah.
story related to that too. But go ahead, Hina. Do you have anything for this?
Oh, my education background's actually pretty fucked up.
Mhm.
One of the reasons is because, I had to move to America, so I didn't know English, and I skipped first grade because we were moving back and forth, and so I only started school in second grade,
Mhm.
and I didn't know English, so like until fourth grade, I had to study English. So I wasn't until fourth grade until I started learning like actual stuff like math and stuff.
Mhm.
But not only that, but I had to move every single year
Oh
because of
God,
my
yeah.
guardian's job.
Mhm.
And so over time, my education kind of deteriorated because I wasn't able to keep up anymore. And yeah, I wasn't able to graduate high school
Oh man.
because of that.
Oh.
And yeah, I'm trying my best to try to go to college right now, but it's hard because it's hard for me to understand stuff that I was never really taught.
Well, hey, if you ever
Mm.
need help, I am a professor.
Thank you.
So if
Oh,
there's
really?
I am a
What?
professor.
Yo.
So
You're a professor?
I am.
Hey,
yes.
hook us up.
So if
Yo,
you
let's
ever
go.
need any help when it comes to math, sciences, and programming and stuff like that,
That's
I could
Oh.
definitely help
exactly
you
what I
with that.
struggled with the most.
Yeah, math is my specialty.
Wow.
Math, my
math.
fear.
Boy math. Boy math.
It's always so funny when people
Boy
find out I'm a
math.
professor.
Mm.
I don't think people expect it.
I wouldn't have expected, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
But I have a doctorate, so
Wow.
Wow.
I know.
My
Big brain.
friends that's like a lot younger than me
Mhm.
would like try to like teach me really basic math like addition and subtraction and
Mhm.
like multiplication, but I was trying to do division the other day and I couldn't, and it's so embarrassing that I can't because I really don't understand. I don't understand it. I don't know how I was able to even like go to high school for the time that I did. Like,
Well, I think
I
just
don't know how it
recently I
happened.
did do a math stream where I was teaching chat
Really?
math.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Whoa!
I
Oh my gosh!
definitely
I need to tune into your math streams, dude. I need to learn.
Yes.
I think when it comes to teaching any subject, all right?
Mm.
Here's the secret. The smartest people in the room, okay, are able to break down concepts into easy
Oh,
digestible
Yes.
things.
that's true.
And that's really who you have to aim for. Because if you're not able to break it down into something that's easy to understand, then you don't know enough about your field.
Mm.
And that's what I tell a
Right.
lot of my teachers, aides, and aspiring teachers. You have to understand that a lot of people learn in different ways. And if you're not able to have them digest it and also cater to the way that they learn, then they won't learn.
Mm.
Exactly.
Mm.
Maybe
I
it's
get
not
it.
a you thing, it's a teacher thing. Maybe your
Mhm.
teacher sucks.
Yeah.
For
That's
sure.
true.
A lot of
That is so
a lot of
true.
teachers just
Yeah.
You know,
like
because
regurgitate
like
information to you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or they read off of the
Also,
textbook and they don't try to teach, you know?
I remember one time. I think it was like freshman year. I moved schools, right? But not only that, the teacher was like, "Oh yeah, by the way, we're going to be learning everything backwards this year. So
Huh?
everything we're supposed to learn at the end of the year, we're gonna learn in the beginning of
Oh,
the
what
year."
the hell?
I was like, "Excuse me?
No, that's
I
crazy.
don't think that's how it works. I don't think that's how it works."
Yeah, I too don't think
no.
that's a really good way to teach it. But yeah, no, Taka brings up a good point in
Yeah.
chat. A lot of people dislike math until they get a good teacher. When you get a good teacher, you're
Mm.
like, okay, maybe I still don't like math, but it's not that bad.
Mm-mm-mm.
At least that's what all my students say. I have a pretty good rating on professor rating, so thumbs up.
Whoa! Good
let's go.
professor. Let's go.
I personally don't think I have like a biggest hurdle that I faced
Mm-mm-mm.
education wise, because sadly I ended up being too smart.
That's
but
not a bad thing.
but here's the thing.
That's
Let me
not-
explain why it kind of sucked.
Okay.
Because I've always had a really like my brain soaks up information, right?
Mm-mm-mm.
When I was in school, I had this terrible habit of just not doing anything because it was just too easy. I didn't really care about
I get that.
school because I
Yes.
just it bored me so much.
I get that. Okay,
Yeah.
What is the
sorry,
question?
for me, it's because like I have ADHD
Mhm.
and things seem to be so slow for me.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I have
I
ADHD
also-
too, but it definitely
Yeah.
was
Oh
like
my God, you told me it. I was like, do you
go.
perchance
it sounds like it,
chance-
right? Yeah, but it definitely
Yeah.
was a struggle when I was younger because, I could get all the marks and I just would never show up to school. My senior year in high school, I skipped 68 days.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
But I still
Dude,
graduated
same.
some a couple
Dude,
months. So it was
same.
okay.
I barely graduated. I was 50% missing from the whole school year.
That's crazy.
But
Yeah.
somehow I
still wonder
graduated.
how like people miss so much school, but they still were able to graduate.
Because
I was besties with
we
the
were-
That
principal.
happened.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
that
We were
happened
good
me, though.
students. We were good students until senior year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
100%.
my first year of high school, I just sped run like I think I had like 4 AP classes. I had to like convince because you're
Oh my
normally
goodness.
capped at 2 per semester.
Mhm.
But I basically was like to the principal, I was like, "Let me take more, please.
Oh my
I'll take it
God.
during
Goodness.
lunch."
Mm-hmm.
And then it actually ended up coming in handy because I was like, because I don't know, because literally the whole reason I was doing that is because I don't know if I'm gonna get like scholarships or something because of like not having any like family history, and so
Mhm.
it came in handy because I ended up missing the last 2.5 years of school,
Damn.
so I still graduated full credits because I just did so much
Nice.
AP.
No, I respect that. I respect that a lot.
Wow.
The grind. Let's go.
All right. Next
Mm-mm-mm.
question. Are you still fluent in your native language? We did touch a bit about this a little earlier, but I am still fluent because I make sure because I don't want to like lose
Can we hear
my
some
language.
sample?
So
Yeah,
I'm gonna
sample.
say this
Let's
right now
go.
for anyone that is Vietnamese, just to forewarn you guys. Okay, Vietnamese people tend to actually sound more rough or loud. I don't know
Same here.
why. I've never sounded like that. When I speak Vietnamese,
Ooh.
my voice gets softer. So I'm just gonna
Oh,
forewarn you.
cute.
It's opposite. All
I want to
right.
hear.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. Now I'm a little shy. Hold on. Wait, you know what?
You got this.
All right. Wait a second.
Dude, it's like when you meowed, you like meowed like.
Yeah, you
Okay.
You gotta do a test.
Say
meow
I'm a
in the mic.
cat in Vietnamese.
Hi.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Tên của anh và Tiger and mấy cái người này nói that anh và con mèo.
It does sound calm.
That's so smooth and like
That's-
soft.
Yeah,
Oh my
it sounds
god.
really. It sounds really nice.
Yeah.
Mm.
I love
Sounds
it.
really
I need to hear more.
Is Vietnamese ASMR a thing? It
Right? Right?
needs to be a thing.
You would do amazing.
You
Trời
would do so
ơi.
good. You would do so good.
Không có làm được đâu, không có làm được.
What does that mean?
Oh.
Thank
I
you.
can't do it. I can't do it.
Oh, you can't do it. You can't. Oh god. Oh my gosh. For me, I'm still very fluent.
Mhm.
Here's here's a little Filipino 101. If you wanna if you wanna say something to your crush, if you wanna confess to your crush, say this. Ang bango ng kilikili mo, gusto ko amoyin.
You're gonna have to type that down.
I was about to say, I was listening real hard. I was focusing in.
Ang bango ng kilikili mo.
Kilikili
Oh.
mo.
I only know Putang Ina.
Putang ina mo.
Yeah, Putang Ina
Putang ina
mo.
mo.
And I know
Say it with me.
Okay.
Putang
Putang
ina mo.
Ina mo.
Yes, say it now.
Putang
Everything.
ina mo.
Ina mo.
Putang ina mo. With like a lot of putang ina mo.
As Chan teaching us curse words.
Oh man, it's okay. Chat knows I always say "dome" all the time, even when I'm not paying attention. "Dome."
I'm
Trời đất
dying.
ơi, "dome." So
I only know, like,
it's like a vocal stem at that
mahal
point.
That's it.
Mahal
Yeah,
kita.
yeah,
It
yeah.
means
Mahal
I love
kita.
you.
Yeah, I know
Mahal
that one.
kita. Mahal kita.
Mahal kita.
Oh, you guys are so cute. I'm dying.
You can tell the nastiest shit. My bad, gamer. My bad.
Oh. Oh, no.
What does it mean, "dome"? It kind of means like "fuck you," and then there's like
Oh.
"dome mai," which is
Dome.
motherfucker.
Dome. Wait, say it again.
"Dome,"
Motherfucker.
"dome" or
Dome?
"dome mai."
Dome.
Memai.
Dome.
Dome mai.
Yeah, "dome mai."
Dome mai.
Oh my god. This is always what happens when you start teaching other people. It's always the nasty words first, and then maybe some nice words like hello or thank you.
Most of the time
Um,
when you learn a language from a friend, you just start off a conversation with hello and then immediately followed by either an insult or just exploitives. Or what's the word for it?
Mhm. Yep.
Expletives.
Yeah, I say "trời đất ơi" a lot, which is like I think like it doesn't translate like directly to "oh my god," but it's like the equivalent of "oh my god" because it means like
Oh.
sky.
Oh.
Trời đất ơi. It's just sky land, and then ơi.
Thailand.
Yeah. So it's basically like God.
Mm-mm-mm.
But yeah, you'll hear a
Oh,
lot
so
of
it's
enemies
like-
say "trời đất ơi, trời đất ơi, trời đất ơi" all the time. I say it too much. Yeah. Oh god, it's bad. But yeah,
Also,
that's
it's
really
kinda
funny.
like envious of other languages because Japanese low-key doesn't really have curse words.
Wait,
Oh,
really? What about
yeah.
kuso?
Like we
Shiba?
have like bad
Wait, that's
words.
Korean.
Oh,
But-
fuck.
Shibaseki.
My bad, Gamer.
It's okay. Hina is 1/4 Korean. It's okay.
That's true. That's true. Actually, you know, now that you mention it, I actually don't know any Japanese curse words off the top of my head.
Kosogaki. Wait.
Yeah,
Kokusu.
because it's like
That's
it's okay, wait, it's rude to say it, but it's not necessarily a curse
Yeah.
word, you know?
What about rude
Okay.
things
Yeah.
to say? Like,
What
low-key
about
just, like,
rude
it's-
things?
like what do you just
Honestly-
like scream at someone when they
Oh,
when
like,
they annoy
skine-
you?
Die.
ise.
Ah, isn't that like die?
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
if you
Oh,
say it
no.
in like or tamare or
Shinderu.
uruse or uruse is considered okay.
Urusei.
Oh, here's the thing about Japanese. It can be a normal thing to say,
Mm-hmm.
but in certain scenarios and the way that you can say it can mean something different. So for example,
Oh.
urusai or uruse means be quiet, right? But if you
Mhm.
But it's
yell at
rude.
someone, uruse, it means shut the fuck up.
Urusei.
Oh, so it's
Yeah.
more about context then, right?
Yeah, it's more about context. So
Context and
so-
inflection.
Yeah, and kuso is also, but that means like shit.
Yeah, you hear that in the animes all the time.
Yeah.
All the
Yeah,
bad
you
boys
hear
say it.
Yeah.
Kuso or damn it.
Yeah,
depends.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
cool. Mm-mm-mm.
Alrighty. So we're about to
Mm-mm-mm.
round this discussion up
Okay.
very soon.
Yeah,
Okay.
What are the final thoughts you guys have on the immigrant experience? Besides, like, we've already talked about so much. We've kind of just been shooting the shit for the
Yeah.
past little bit. But if there's anything
Yeah,
else
pretty
you
much.
guys have, if you wanted to mention that we didn't get to talk
Hmm.
about, this is definitely the time.
Immigrant
Oh.
experience.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
It would
Immigrant
be
experience.
current experience.
Could be the current, could be past, could be whatever you think fits that question.
I wish. Okay, here's what I have. I wish that Filipinos that are in America would be more proud of their
Mhm.
culture
Ooh,
and
that's a good
not be
one.
ashamed of of being Filipino, forgetting the language and not teaching their kids about
Mm-mm.
Tagalog or even their other dialects, because there's a lot of dialects in the Philippines.
Mhm.
So I do wish, that's my hope for the future. Filipinos like that have kids. I hope they share it more with their kids, the culture and everything.
I completely
Mm-mm-mm.
agree. We shouldn't let our cultures die.
Yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
it's up to us.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
That's really cute. You
I
know?
think
I know.
one of the things for me is that, to be honest, it's kind of hard for me to. I don't know if it's just the area that I live in or just in general, but I've never really met a lot of Japanese people, like
Mhm.
half Japanese people. And if I do, they're all very kind of mean to each other, like they're not nice
Oh.
to each other. And they're not like in a community way, It's
Mhm.
always like a rival, like I'm more Japanese than you,
Damn, okay.
Or like I don't know, maybe it's because I never really met Japanese people who were my age. They were always younger, so we got along. But if it was someone that was my age, then it would always kind of feel more like a competition, I guess.
That's
That
actually really
or
interesting.
they were very not connected with their Japanese background, so I couldn't like relate to them much because they wouldn't know how to
Mm.
speak Japanese. So I guess I just wish that they were just more nice to each other.
You know what? I get that. I think that we all, in general, besides like
Um,
being like AAPI, need to understand and like learn like a sense of community, because
That's true.
humans aren't
Yeah.
made to be alone.
That's true.
You know, like you can
Definitely.
choose to be alone, but feeling lonely is a totally different ballpark. You don't
Yeah.
want to be
Mhm.
lonely.
Mm-hmm.
Aw,
So
I feel that.
I
feel that
really
so hard.
feel that if you are able to connect with your community, your background, your culture, you really should.
Yeah.
You find little more things about yourself that you wouldn't have known,
Mm-mm.
or making connections with other people.
Yeah.
Anyways, do you have anything else you want to add, Asphodel?
Oh, I guess it's kind of the same thing. It's like I just wish people were more proud of their culture.
Mm-hmm.
Because I like there's where I live, there is absolutely zero places I can go that there's anyone Filipino in sight, there's anyone I could talk to or even ask for education.
Uh-huh.
So
Oh, no.
I
I'll
can
teach
only
you.
learn.
Ozzy will
I can
teach
only
you.
learn.
I give you all the food. I'll cook food for you, sinigang.
Oh, sinigang is so good.
Yeah. Oh, you tried it?
Oh, I eat a lot of Filipino food. I live near a lot of
Yes.
Filipinos, actually.
Ooh.
Adobo, lumpia, pancit. Oh,
Yep,
I'm so
yep.
hungry right now.
Sounds
It's lunchtime. I didn't eat yet. I'm so hungry.
It's
Oh.
okay. We're almost done, my friends.
Yeah.
All right.
I've only been. Oh, sorry.
No,
Okay.
keep going.
I've
Keep
only,
going.
I've only been on the internet like 3 years, I think. 4
Oh.
years maybe.
Oh, babu.
And before that, there was like 0 places for me to learn, and it was only because I found the internet that I'm able to like learn more
Oh.
and
I
like actually
see.
be educated. So I do wish that there was
Let's be
like more
friends.
resources. Yeah.
We can all
There's-
teach
I wish
each
that-
other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, study session. Let's go. Dude, wait, can I
Aw,
add
this is
on
so
to that?
cute.
Yeah, for
Dude,
sure.
not gonna lie,
Yeah.
I got kidnapped by my school's Filipino club.
I kidnapped
Oh.
you.
Happens all the time.
It was at like the school fairs, and they're like,
That's so funny.
I made eye contact with the Filipino teacher, and she's like, "You're coming with me."
You're honorary
I
Filipino.
was like, okay.
Like, every
That's cute.
that happens
That's so
every
funny.
community. I always end up like somehow in like Twitter circles where my entire timeline is just in Tagalog. I'm like, how did I end up here? Let's go.
They know. They know. They're stuffing you out.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, we're gonna go on to our final 10 minutes, which is gonna be the Q&A session. So we
Mm.
just
Oh,
added
cool.
a redeem in the redeem catalog, and it says comment on AAPI topics. It's only 5 Tobins, so if you've been watching the whole time, I'm sure you have 5 Tobins. But if you had any questions that you want
Tobins.
us to answer, or any topics you guys want us to discuss in the last 10 minutes related to first generation AAPI experiences, or just like whatever shit that we've been saying and shooting the shit for a little bit. So if there's anything you guys would like to see us talk about, feel free. You can also use exclamation point form if you wanted to share a personal story that I'll definitely check out a little later after the mods screen it. But you know, if there's any questions you want to talk about right now, this is the time to do it. Let's see. I got one question. Do you have any idols, people that influence yourself to be more integrated to your native culture? That's a good question.
Oh.
I
Okay,
personally
I-
don't have any.
Oh,
Really?
I don't. I can't think of any of them. But if you guys do, please feel free to answer the question.
Oh. You can go ahead.
I mentioned in the beginning that I was a voice actor.
Yeah.
I was going to mention earlier, when the question came up where it was like, do you wish you could go back to your country, home country? The main biggest reason I wanted to go back for a long time was so that I actually have opportunities as a voice actor, because you can't really audition if you're not in Japan, you
Oh,
know?
really?
And it really
Oh.
sucks.
Yep.
Yeah,
Even
because
though it's
I'm
online, like voice, that sucks.
yeah, even on online you can't. And so
Oh, man.
I look up to so many voice actors
Yeah.
around me and just idols and stuff that actually
Yes.
have opportunities that I wish that I had, because
Do you
I
have a
can't just
favorite voice actor?
move. No, my favorite voice actor,
Mm-hmm.
probably. I have a lot. That's a dangerous
Just-
question.
Oh, top one, top
Top
five.
one.
First one
Right
that
now
pops in your
it's
mind.
Aoi Yuki.
Ooh,
Oh, that's a good
Yeah.
choice.
That is
I
a good
love Aoi
choice.
Yuki.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For me, there's this girl group, Filipino girl group. They're called Bini. And they're kind of like, they do like P-pop, like Filipino pop.
P-pop.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
P-pop.
cute. That's cute.
Instead
That's
of
cute.
yeah,
So
it's so good, and it
Oh.
reconnected me to like the Filipino songs that are popular
Aw.
nowadays.
Mm.
Yeah. And I love singing. Oh, I think I forgot to say, I think I'm a V singer. I think I'm a V singer. And a variety streamer. So I really look up to music based.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, as a
Wow.
town, we need to do a song collab.
Yes,
dude.
please.
Yeah.
I can't sing, so don't. I ain't gonna be a part
Dude,
of
I
that.
bet
But
you
I'm
can.
You
nah.
can, but I'll support it.
I'm gonna be waving my light sticks for y'all.
It's okay. Me and Taiga will be in the crowd, like with the light sticks going.
Alrighty. Do you have any idols, Asphodel? I don't.
Yeah,
so-
absolutely.
Okay.
I like not counting like other VTubers and stuff I look up to that like
Hmm.
talk about their like heritage on stream. It was funny enough, my college roommate, when I first went to college, the first time he saw me, he looked at me and he was like, "Oh, you're Filipino," and I was like, "Yeah, how'd you know that?" And he basically was like sitting down
Oh.
and talking about culture and stuff, and it made me
Oh.
really want to get in touch. And
Yeah.
then we had like a falling out, and ever since I've been really wanting to like, because that was my only connection I've ever had. So it's like I want to go out now because of that, because it was nice having like that small connection. He bought me pandesal for the first time in my life. That's the only thing I've ever had,
It's bread.
and like pandan bread and all that
Oh,
stuff, and it was
I love
really
bread.
good.
Aw.
So
God,
funny
sounds
enough,
so
my role model
yummy.
is just like a normal college guy.
For sure. That's super sick.
Mm-mm.
Your microphone
Yeah.
is, I think, buzzing a little. I don't know if you knocked
Oh
something.
God, no!
Oh, I thought it was me. I thought it was my headset. I was
no
like, oh
worries.
shit.
I didn't want
my
to
headset's
interrupt
breaking.
Asphodel. So,
It's okay. You're okay. It wasn't
Don't worry,
as
don't
bad.
worry.
yeah, it wasn't too bad. So
it
I just
wasn't
wanted
too
to let
bad.
you know.
Yeah.
We still heard you
Oh.
okay. There's just a bit of buzzing.
Yes.
All right, so we got. Let's see. Believe in Sad said, honestly, for me, most of mine have actually been VTubers that have a lot of pride in their Asian backgrounds. A lot of my
Like
VTuber
who?
friends
Well,
have
for
helped me
sure.
take a lot more interest in my heritage, and I definitely count that. That's super awesome.
Oh,
I like that a lot.
that is
Yeah.
good.
We'll do. I think we got 2 more questions. One
mm.
question is, what is your favorite native dish? Oh, that's difficult.
Oh no, this is hard.
I'm a fatty. Okay, I eat
Same.
everything. Do I have a
I'm such a
favorite? That's
foodie.
hard. Damn, I don't
For
even know if I got an
Vietnamese
answer.
cuisine,
Yeah, I love Vietnamese food,
Dude.
man.
Vietnamese food is
I
so
love
good.
Right?
the spring
My
rolls.
mom is obsessed with
Fuck.
Vietnamese food, so like every
Mhm.
week we're getting food, like Vietnamese food.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I
I don't
love-
have one favorite. I'm so
I
sorry.
love the
I love
fresh spring
everything.
roll.
I love everything. I'm not a picky eater either. I eat anything.
Not this question. I'm so hungry.
I know. I was about to say, you
Um,
guys are making me so hungry
I
right
know.
Okay,
now.
okay, we'll move on. We have one more question.
For me, I really like kare kare. It's called kare kare.
I need to
Oh.
try that one.
Peanut. Yeah,
Hmm.
it has peanut. It's like a stew, but it's so fucking good.
Damn, if I have
Search
to
it
pick
up.
one.
Kare kare. K-A-R-E. Kare kare.
I really like bun kun.
Ooh.
Bun kun is really good.
Bangkok. My favorite is like
Bun kun.
Japanese
What
food
is
is so
that?
common. Everyone probably already knows it, but like chicken katsu.
Chicken katsu.
Oh,
Katsu
you love
ball.
us a chicken
I'm
katsu.
so hungry.
Yeah. But like, okay, since Japanese foods are so common, I have a recommendation for everyone. Try torisoboro.
What is
It's
that?
not that common.
What is
It's
that?
like it's ground chicken and like
Can you say it
little.
again?
Here I'll just type it in chat.
Oh yes,
but
please.
torisoboro. I feel like torisoboro is not that talked about.
Oh, I have no
As a
idea what that
Japanese
is.
dish, you should try it. You know, since Japanese dishes are so common, just try this one. Yeah.
For sure.
Torisoboro. I will-
Tori
Oh, here's
soboro.
mine. Got it.
Torisoboro.
Mine is. What?
Ooh, what's that? What's that?
It's like kind of like they make like this like little rice cake paper thing and they put meat
Those
inside.
spring rolls!
I love.
I love the
Wait,
spring
that's
rolls.
my favorite. Yeah, the spring
Yeah.
roll.
With
I didn't know that's what
peanut
it's called.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I want some. I want
Oh
some.
my god.
Love
I
that.
make my own at home.
Yummy. We love
It's
it.
so good.
All right, we got another
next
question
question.
by
Um,
Are Hibiki. Have you made any friends who are first generation and have they lasted?
Yes.
Oh yeah, 100%. I have a ton of friends that are first
Yes.
generation. Yeah, yeah.
My bestie in
Yes.
middle school. We've been besties for like years, more than 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she transferred here when we were in middle school, and I was like, "Oi, Filipino ka?" And I was like, "Oh, hey, you're Filipino." And then that's how our friendship started.
That's
That's
an
cute,
amazing
that's
friendship.
cute.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about mine.
Mm.
I never find out until like the question gets broached, right? They're like, "So were you born here or nah?" Nah. Oh, okay, you're like me. We start dabbing each
Yeah.
other up. You know what I mean?
No,
Let me see. We have another question.
honestly, I don't. I have a really hard time finding half Japanese friends
I
and
believe it.
also being friends with them. Like, you would think Japanese is common, but it's not. I don't know why. It's just not common.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know why I can't find any half Japanese people, but so far I have not
I
found
think it's
any.
harder to find unless you're like in a primarily like Japanese community.
Oh,
It's harder
definitely.
to find them in the wild, like a
It is hard to
Pokemon.
find them in
Yeah,
the wild. Like,
for
Mhm.
sure.
I have like these Japanese festivals around me, except
Oh yeah.
it's kind of far. It's like 40 minutes away, and I don't have, I can't drive 40 minutes just to like
Mm.
go to that
I'm
city
sorry.
every
I'm
time.
snacking. By the way, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so
You're
fucking
all
hungry.
good. You're all
I like
good.
snacking.
I'm so hungry.
Mm.
All right, our last question, so we can start wrapping up.
Yeah.
The last question is: do you have any favorite traditional clothes from your culture?
Yes.
I love my
Yes.
aoyais, man.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I love me a good
Oh.
aoyai.
Is it like? Does it have to be white? Or...
No, it doesn't have to be white. I have some that are
Oh.
black, white,
I wanna
red.
see. Have you taken pictures in it?
I have. I definitely could put them on and take pictures again.
Ooh.
But I really like how like there's like new modern takes on aoyais now. Like there was like like the really
Yes.
specific like formal ones, but like a lot of
Yeah.
the new generation is making it super cool and sick. And
Yes.
the issue is that I'm 6'2" and Vietnamese people are
6'2"?
are normally not
Oh my
6'2".
goodness!
So whenever I had to go get an aoyai, I
Oh.
had to get it specifically fitted for my height.
6'2". Here's
Damn.
ours is called basically it's a dress. It's called
Mhm.
Filipiniana,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll put it in the pictures, in the chat. It looks like that. It has like poofy sleeves,
I've seen
It's-
these before. These are cute.
Yeah.
These are cute.
and usually they have
Ooh.
like a hand fan with them. And for guys, it's called a barong. It's like a sheer quality. Yeah, it's really cute. They usually wear it for like weddings or special occasions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
like that.
I love learning about like traditional clothing, and
I know, right? Same
You know
here.
how, like,
Sure.
Japan is like kimono and stuff, but I actually have a favorite type of kimono, which is from the Taisho period, where
Oh.
people were transitioning from traditional kimonos into more modern kimonos. So my
Mm.
favorite type of kimono is the type where it's still a traditional kimono at the top, but it transitions into a skirt.
Oh, I've seen those.
Oh, those are
Yeah,
cute.
I
Those
love
are
these type of
cute.
kimonos.
I
They're
love
so
it.
pretty, dude. I
So
love
cute.
Taisho era
Let me
kimonos.
pop these onto the screen so you guys can see while we start wrapping up. Save Imi Ja Ya. Okay.
That's so cute.
Yeah, these are cute. So girly pop. I dig it.
So girly pop.
I know. I really want to wear one, but like they're so expensive.
Oh, I believe
Yeah.
it. Let me
Oh.
see.
Oh, I bet they are. Is there like a rental place in Japan? Sorry.
Yeah, in Japan there's lots of rental places, but in America,
Yeah. I bet
hate
like in like
American
a Tokyo, those little Tokyos or Japantown,
yeah.
they might have.
Yeah. Hey, look.
All
I'm
right.
eating spicy.
I'm saving the
so-
images right meow.
Meow.
Showing them to you guys.
Right meow.
I'm trying at
Right
least.
meow.
No, don't cuck me with WebMP. Okay,
Oh, shit.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it before I have to start swapping to
WebMP.
someone else. All right, let's see.
See, look at you. Going with the flow.
Okay,
Amazing.
so we have the first one, which is the Aoyai. You guys see on
Oh,
the
yeah.
screen. I just picked some generic one that had the men and the women.
Generic one.
But
Yeah,
the women
yeah.
always have the longer skirt dress
Oh, that's
thingies.
so pretty.
And then the guys have
I
the
love
shorter
it
one.
so
It is so pretty,
much.
though.
Yeah, and they have really cool designs.
I love the design.
really
It's so
nice.
pretty. Is that a dragon?
Yeah, those are dragons. I think she has a
I
phoenix.
I like
love
those ones.
the
They're so
phoenix.
cool.
So pretty.
And then we have, oh, why is the picture so tiny? we
The
have Hina's
Filipiniana.
kimono skirt.
Oh,
Oh yeah, the
kimono
Taisho
skirt.
era kimonos.
Yes.
Taisho.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so pretty.
And
It's like
then-
it's
I love the
Demon Slayer.
skirts.
It's
Oh
Taisho.
yeah, yeah.
Yes,
And
I
then
love the
we have
skirts.
the Filipino fit. Let's go.
The Filipino. Yo.
Filipino.
Good stuff.
Hey.
It's so pretty.
Hey, Swagapinos in chat. Hey,
Swagapinos.
Swagapinos. Look at
Alright,
the
guys.
fit.
We did go a little over time because we got distracted,
yes.
but it's
Yeah, we
okay.
did.
The
But
yappers did.
I thank you so much
Thank
for
you so
showing
much,
up for the
guys,
first
for having
generation.
us.
I hope you guys had a lot of fun.
We had so much fun.
Yeah.
And we made lots of new friends.
I hope you guys were
Yeah.
comfortable.
Yay.
That's what's
Oh,
really
sorry,
important to
sorry,
me.
Mike.
No
You're
worries,
back.
no worries.
You're
I hope
back.
that you figure out your mic situations. No sweat at all. I hope everyone had a
Yes,
really good
don't
time.
worry.
I
Thank
had
you
such
so
a
much for
good
showing
time.
up.
Thank you. Thank you,
so much.
Taiga, for
And-
hosting this last minute.
No,
And
for sure.
for Hazu for preparing
Hasu-san,
everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank
Alrighty.
you.
I
Bye bye.
I love y'all so much. Thank you so much for
Ah,
stopping by.
thank you
Bye, mahal kita.
Go
Bye,
get some
chat.
lunch, okay?
Bye, chat.
Yes, make sure you eat too.
You
Make
too.
sure
Sure.
Yes, I'm gonna eat.
Yes.
Ooh, I'm gonna
And
fucking
water.
eat.
And
Ooh.
water.
And water.
So-
Hydrate.
All right, bye guys.
Hydrate. Bye bye.
Bye bye. All right, gamers, that's our first gen selection. There's more first gen that you'll see tomorrow on Sunday. But we're gonna continue with the stream. Who is the pink angel? It is Asphodel. Asphodel Angel. If you do the !AAPI command, you can see all the guests that are showing up. Asphodel is actually the last tweet in the thread because I couldn't find their Twitter, but they are listed. So just look for Asphodel Angel and you're good. But yes, thank you so much. I'm glad you guys had such a good time. I really appreciated that you guys were really comfortable. I tried to make sure that everyone had a chance to speak. So I super am thankful that you guys are having such a good time. Now, for what I'm looking at, it seems like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 people. I thought there was another person, but I could be wrong. I thought there was 6 in here, but that's okay. All right, I'm gonna start bringing them in. Gonna start bringing in second gen. All right. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco. Alrighty. Whoa, what the heck was that? Was that the SpongeBob noise?
Yes.
Alright, let me make you guys a little bigger on the screen, because there's exactly 5 of you. Oh, I need to move the microphone in front of you guys too. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm a professional. I'm a professional. Wait, I'm covering yours head though. Maybe I'll move the microphone.
Mike
That'd
Wazowski.
probably be smart. Actually, hold on. Watch this, gamers. Okay, good. We're good. Use the microphone. All right. Okay, I'm excited to talk to all the second gens. Let me pull up the sheet so that I can mark who is here. So then there's no overlaps tomorrow.
I think there's a few more people coming too.
For
but-
sure. Okay, because we made this one really big, so
Yeah. I know. That's why I was like, oh my god, I'm hoping that more people come.
I'm not too worried. It gives us time to talk, so. Alright, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Okay, I thought I typed this alphabetically, but I didn't. Of course I didn't. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, good. Alrighty, gamers. So now we are on our second and third later on generation AAPI experiences. Luckily, we have 5 wonderful guests with us today. We're gonna go in order from left to right for introductions, and I also have a small icebreaker for everyone, so you guys can introduce yourselves to chat. So I'll start first, so that everyone knows how it runs. And then if you guys forget the icebreaker, just let me know. I'll walk you guys through it. All right. So the icebreaker is to introduce yourself, name, pronouns, ethnicity, or what you identify as. What type of streamer are you? And then a useless fact or talent of yourself. So, chat, I know you've been hearing me for the past like 2 hours, but I gotta repeat it every single time. My name's Tyga. I'm a kitty bartender, a member of Invicta, and my pronouns are he, him, cat. I identify as a cat. My ethnicity is Vietnamese and a bunch of other shit, as you guys called me trail mix earlier. I am a yapper streamer, if you guys couldn't tell the past 2 hours. A useless fact about myself. I have a PhD.
Oh,
Oh.
and what?
Computer science.
Nice.
I am sadly smart. Anyways, we'll start with Aruhibiki. You can go ahead.
Xin chào các bạn. Tên của em là ID Piki. You can call me iPiki. I am Vietnamese. I already said my name.
Mm-hmm. Pronouns.
My pronouns is she, they.
Okay.
A useless talent that I have is that I can roll my tongue and like twitch my nose and flare it out really big.
Wait, you can roll your tongue?
Yes, I can roll my tongue.
How do you do that? Wait, you gotta explain now. How are we rolling tongues?
Like I can fold it between each side, and then it looks like a burrito kind of.
Oh, I got it. The image is in my head now. I got you. All right, we got another Vietnamese homie with us right here. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Next we have Hazumi.
Hi, I'm Hazumi. My pronouns are she, her. I am half Japanese and then, like Taiga, a trail mix of everything else.
Trail mix, let's go.
The Asian in me is Japanese.
Okay.
And what else? I'm a Lioness Knight VTuber.
Mm-hmm.
And a useless fact about me is that I have a bachelor's degree.
Yes, go. We love education, baby. Proud of you, kiddo.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Dad.
Of course, my child. No worries. All right. Next, we got Nopi Tolpe. If I said that correctly. If I didn't, please feel free to shoot me on site, or you can tell me how to say it correctly too. That's cool too.
You said it correctly.
Perfect. Let me just increase your volume just a tad. If you can
Okay.
speak one more time.
Hello?
Oh, I have you at 200%. You might have to increase your gain just a little bit.
Okay, 1 second.
Hazumi's useless fact is that she's a cock tweeter. Oh my lord.
Oh my goodness gracious.
That's your
so
mod.
True.
That's your
That is my
mod.
Crazy, Dayo.
How's this?
I think it's okay. Does everyone else here Nope okay? Chat, you
I
guys.
can raise it a little bit more if you need me to.
Hmm.
I feel
I
like it's
hear Nopi just fine, actually.
yeah. I think it's better now.
All right. I think we're good.
Okay.
So go ahead. You can introduce yourself.
Okay, I'll do my usual introduction. Do you believe in magic? 테라메다라学園英語教師のノピティルペです. Hello everyone, I'm Nopi Tilpe from Teramedara Gakuen. I am a English teacher and witch. I'm from a Japanese VTuber agency called Teramedara Gakuen. I mostly usually stream in Japanese, teaching English to my viewers, but I also speak in English as well. I identify as she, her. I am Japanese American. And a useless fact about me is that I can shoot air from my eyes.
You can shoot
What?
air out of your eyes?
What?
I had to think about that. For a
How do you do that?
So I hold my nose. And
Okay.
then, I don't know. Maybe you guys can hear. I'll try.
Okay. Whoa, oh my god.
Oh.
Oh,
What?
Coming from your eyes?
you
Coming out of my eyes.
you
What?
are an
How do you-
enigma.
How do you find that out?
It's
medical
kind of
explanation
like
for
when you
this.
can blow air out of your ears. When I was doing that, it started coming out of my eyes too.
Wait, the
Wow,
ears.
that's
Do you
actually
want
so
the medical
cool.
explanation for that, or
So if you can do it with your ears, you can technically do it with your eyes too, apparently. So if you
I'm
wanna
afraid
try.
of you, but like in awe, like not like afraid in fear, but I'm just like so amazed. Like you upped your coolness to like 1,000.
Religiously afraid.
That was cool as fuck. I think you will have to increase just a tad. I was looking at my
Okay,
OBS
I will
levels.
increase. Okay, I can definitely do that. Okay, how's that?
Perfect. That's
I hope I'm not
perfect.
too loud.
You're
Okay.
good. You're good. Alrighty. Next but not least, Orenda.
Hi, my name is Orenda, or Ori for short. I'm a moon celestial VTuber guarding your dreams as you sleep. Um, my pronouns are she, her, and are we talking about like what we stream, right?
Yeah.
I'm a variety streamer, so
Okay.
I mean, I'm certified yapper. I as of late have been streaming a lot of Zelda. But I do
Ooh,
whatever.
okay. And then useless fact.
Useless fact. I think I have a superpower.
Okay.
Not really. I just think I have really good ears. I'm very good at recognizing music patterns made by certain composers, like know that this song is their song without knowing it's by them. And recognizing like vocal patterns really well. So I know like a voice actor. If I were to watch like some show, I could tell you this voice is by someone that I know from another show.
Do you have
most of the
perfect
time.
pitch by any chance?
What does that mean?
So perfect pitch is where you're able to pick out the sounds and the specific notes. So if you have really good hearing like that, usually you're able to have perfect pitch. So you can, if you wanted to like recreate a song, it's really easy for you because you know which notes are playing.
I don't know the notes per se, but I do know like it's something I did when I was in music. I like would try to make my own cover of a song via piano. So I would just hit the keys until it sounded right, if that makes sense. But I don't know the note off the top. Like I know the notes, obviously, like I know how to read music, but I don't know like if you gave me a note, I wouldn't know if it's like A or B or something like that.
I think it's time we gotta level up your superpower. That's the next level we gotta reach.
Okay.
That's
I got
super
you.
sick though. That's sick. I like that. Alrighty, next we have Saikin.
Yo.
Okay,
that's
cool.
me.
Cool, I said it right. Alright, lit. Alright, go ahead.
Alright,
Icebreaker.
What's up? My name is Saikin MD. I'm a doctor, VTuber, and internal medicine doctor in real life. My pronouns are he, him. My ethnicity, my dad is Korean. My mom is Taiwanese. But I did live in New Jersey my entire life.
Oh,
so
okay, Jersey boy, I see
that
you.
kind of explains my my character as I am.
Okay.
What'd you ask?
What type of streamer are you?
I don't know, a little bit of everything. I would say variety.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of just do whatever comes to me in the moment. Obviously, with my IRL job, it's kind of difficult to maintain all these things. But
No, for sure.
I do a little bit of medical education. I do a bit of studying. I do a bit of NSFW G posing in Final Fantasy.
Ah, you're one of those.
The works.
Okay.
I see you. Okay, all right, you little freak. What's the useless fact?
Oh, was that not useless enough already? All right.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of people are little G posers. I know what you are.
What is my useless fact? My useless fact is that I speak and / have studied at least 8 different languages, and neither of the
Wow.
ones that I'm confident in are the ones of my heritage.
That's, you know what? At least you're trying. I respect that. Alrighty. Last but not least, we have Yoru.
Hello, my name is Mochizuki Yoru. I'm an English VTuber, reborn form of the constellation Ophiuchus. I'm a variety streamer, I guess. I draw, sing, play whatever random games. I have a league addiction.
Like most. Useless fact?
Oh shit. I can do a really good impression of Stitch from Lilo and Stitch.
Well, if you say that, you have to do it.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
Ohana means family. That means someone gets left behind or forgotten.
That's so good.
That was actually really good.
You know
Where are you
what?
from again?
Wait, what?
I don't know who asked that. Who asked that?
I was just wondering where he was
Oh,
from.
yeah. Well, did you say your ethnicity, Yoru?
Oh shoot, I forgot. Sorry. I
It's
am
okay.
I am Korean.
Okay. That's funny. I think we all just got distracted by the Stitch. Just completely just
Korean
my
Stitch.
brain just exited. Alrighty.
Enough though.
So that is everyone we have currently. We might have some other second generations showing up. Second generations actually had a huge number of people. So if we do see more of them, if we don't see them today, we'll see them tomorrow because we're doing the same schedule tomorrow. And then I'm gonna be drinking a lot on Monday. Maybe take an edible. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But anyways, let's start introducing our second generations and then the discussion topics that we're gonna talk about today. Alrighty, the screen. So, second generation AAPI persons are defined as being birthed and raised on native, I'm gonna say just US as example, soil by at least one immigrant parent. So this is assuming their one immigrant parent is first generation that we touched on earlier. So these guys would be considered second generation. There's definitely a few variations to what second generation could mean, but this is just the base description that we're going to go with going forward. So chat and no one else gets confused. Sounds good?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. So I worked very hard on these questions with a lot of help last night with audio and Adi and anyone that was just chilling in the voice chat with me last night. I super duper appreciate it. I'm really excited to delve into these topics because they're super interesting, because I personally didn't really experience these discussion topics because I'm first generation, right? I think that we definitely have like slight overlaps depending on the specific things, but like these specific questions are definitely targeted for second generation, because when I tried to answer them myself while they were getting written, I couldn't even answer them because I didn't understand that experience. So it's going to be super duper interesting to hear what you guys have to say. What we're going to do, we're going to try to go in order to keep consistency and so everyone has time to talk. Definitely if there's like points where you want to like add in and stuff, feel free to. But let's try not to talk over each other. Sound good?
Cool.
Yep.
Alrighty. So our first question we have today is, did you feel the need to separate yourself from your parents? And we'll start with Ari.
I felt like I did need to because growing up, they were really dysfunctional. I honestly believe that they shouldn't have stayed married, and it wasn't even just the traditional values of how things were. It was because they were very religious
Ooh.
and were very much like helicopter parents on me. My mom, like, true story, she blew up my phone 36 times because she didn't get a hold of me because I was out with my friends.
You know, that's so relatable. My mom was crazy, batshit crazy too, so I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. Yeah, no, that's a little, that hits close to home. My mom's crazy. My dad's crazy. It's okay. I cut them off. It's all good. I'm being chilling. I'm okay with it. How about you, Hasumi?
Yeah, I mean, I guess like I only have one first generation parent, but I definitely had to separate myself. Like I actually left home when I was like 18, like at the first chance that I could. And like it was definitely a struggle, like trying to like live off of bills and stuff. But I was like outweighing like, do I want to struggle with money or do I want to struggle mentally? So
That's so
I was
real.
like, I think it's better if I separate myself.
No, I get it. I get it. I think I felt the same way when I finally left home because I was sick of my parents' shit. I was like, you know, I might as well be sick of my own shit. I don't want to be sick of my own
Right.
shit with my parents on top of that, you know? How about you, Nopi?
I didn't feel the need to, but I was kind of forced to when I went to college because my father got a new job at a different state. So my
Mhm.
entire family had to move out of state while I stayed in the place I applied for college. So,
Oh.
and then I feel afterwards I realized that I kind of needed it because my mom is very she worries about everything. She's she really like loves me and my brother, so it was kind of like a struggle for her, so it was kind of easy for me to separate myself from my parents, but I think my mom still has trouble doing that, so I think it was good that I had the chance to kind of separate physically from them.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think like when you have the chance to separate, you get to have the opportunity to grow in as your own person without like,
Mm-hmm.
the weight of your parents on top of that. No, that I
Yeah.
totally understand how you feel. 100%. All right, next, Arenda.
I mean, my story is kind of similar to Hazumi.
Mhm.
I also like grew up with, and I failed to say this earlier, but I'm South Asian,
Mhm.
specifically Bengali from Bangladesh. So, well, my parents are from Bangladesh. I was born here, but um, so the stereotypes of like is Indian South Asian parents is kind of was very real with me. Um, so it was very much me being scared, like because a lot of things, there's like arranged marriages, right?
Ooh.
And that was something I was very, very like terrified of getting into.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
because legally, like, cause and I was hoping my parents would never figure it out. Like at 17, I was still like as a minor, I was still like they could legally take me out of the states and get me married over there, right?
Oh my
Not
Oh my
god.
here in
god.
the states, and that was a very common thing. Like my only like hope was like they wouldn't figure that out. Wait till I was 18 and move out, which is like exactly what I did. Um, and it's been great. Like I like being independent. It's awesome knowing that I'm like so selfish. What the self sufficient? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Yo, English is like not my first language, and it will never will be. And it's okay, but
Yeah,
it's like
no,
the
I
only
say that
language I
shit all
know
the
at this
time. I
rate.
get it. I get it. I be saying dumb shit all the time because I'm like, English? Well, what is English?
English sucks. That's what
Oh,
it is.
nah, for real, for real. And
Um,
all truth in those words.
yeah. So it was definitely like a I must leave kind of thing for sure. So
Hmm. That's definitely, I've never thought of something like that, but that is actually so real. Now that you like explain it, it's like, damn, I never thought about it that way. So that's super
yeah.
cool. Thank you for sharing.
Mhm.
All right, next is Saiken.
I guess for me, I think I'm the only child here, but
Okay.
I guess my experiences were kind of shaped under the fact that I guess I did feel like I had to stay at home the whole time. I mean,
Hmm.
I my whole life I kind of followed by the rules. I didn't really have a wild, high school, college experience. If anything, my parents tried to get me out of the house early. Um,
Oh.
we're a little better off than most people. I went to a boarding school, I went to a private university, I went to medical school, I became a doctor. Like I've kind of done everything that they've asked me to do,
Hmm.
but I still enjoy who I am and the things that I get to do because of my job. But uniquely as part of my experience, I mean, I really have kind of learned a lot about myself, kind of realizing that I'm not just an outlet for my parents' dreams and there are things that I want to do and unique things that I want to accomplish. Regardless, the relationship that I currently have with my parents is all right. I will say I don't feel as close to my parents as some other of my friends do, but I
Hmm.
certainly don't have a tumultuous relationship with my parents that some of my other friends, in their late 20s, early 30s, moving out of the house and setting out by themselves certainly do have.
No, yeah, no, I totally get that. And it's really interesting you bring that up because I've realized because I didn't really grow up around a lot of Asians, right? Almost all of my friends had really good relationships with their parents.
Right?
And I
Like
was
the
just like, am I the weird
concept,
one?
I'm just like, what?
That's so true.
The thing
uh,
like having a group chat with your family, like I did not
yeah.
understand that
It's calling
until
their
like maybe
parents by
5
the
years
first
ago.
name.
Oh,
I would get
absolutely not.
skinned.
I would get my ass beat.
Yeah, no, it's so interesting to see, and I think like a lot of just Asians in general share that sentiment because a lot of Asian parents struggle with affection and showing that to their
Mm-hmm.
children.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
Exactly. You see the vision, right? You see the vision. Yeah. So I totally understand where you're coming from. It's so interesting because like even like to this day, I don't think I could ever be friends with my parents.
Right,
But then I'm
exactly.
like best friends with my best friend's mom.
Right?
Oh
know?
my
So
god.
not because I love moms or anything, but that was besides the point. Anyways, how about you, Yoru?
So for me, what is it? I tried to, but then unfortunately, like I just had a lot of health issues come up, so I was like, okay, well, gotta go back.
Mhm.
But definitely, it's kind of like I related to like what Hazumi said, I think, where it was like, do I deal with the financial bullshit or the emotional bullshit? And it's kind of like, in between that sense right now. Um, I think what's interesting is both my parents had very different upbringings themselves, where my mother had a very non-traditional Korean upbringing where both her parents were like just like extremely open with their like love and care and stuff.
Dang.
Especially her father, which is like not a common thing I think in many Asian cultures in terms of fathers being like fully like
Yeah.
being like, I love you and like saying that all the time, right?
For
Mhm.
sure.
Um and then my father had a very opposite experience where both his parents were like he had a very dysfunctional family, um alcoholic father and a mom who would just like wasn't very present. He had to be like the breadwinner for his family when they first immigrated here and stuff. Because of that like polarizing experiences they both have, they approach parenting very differently. Where my mother is overwhelmingly, affectionate to the point of smothering, and then my father is incredibly distant and doesn't know how to like emotionally process things at all. So
Mhm.
it's very much a thing where I think with a combination of culture and their like unique upbringings, it's kind of like I care about them, but it's yeah, I I gotta keep a distance to keep myself healthy as well, I think.
We gotta quote High School Musical. You gotta go your own way.
Exactly.
Gabriella Union. Or whatever her fucking last name. I don't know. I think that's actually an actress, but you get the idea. No,
Yeah.
I totally get that. I think that it's really good. I'm really happy to hear that a good chunk of you guys have found your own way, just as like adults, and separating from your parents. I think like in Asian culture, we are like kind of like distilled in our brains that, you know, we're supposed to stay and take care of our family, right? We have to pay back everything that they did for us. Well, sometimes they kind of didn't do shit. So it's really hard for us as just like, children of immigrants to kind of like psychoanalyze the fact that, we're supposed to give back when your parents didn't do the same for you, right? So it's really awesome to hear that you guys have carved paths for yourselves now as adults and are growing into yourselves and just I think that's really cool. It makes me really happy as someone that's the oldest sibling out of four. I'm always really happy to see people grow. That's probably why I became a professor.
So I know we're only on like the second question, but can I ask like a corollary to what we just discussed?
Yeah, of course, feel free.
So, we're saying, yeah, we all kind of figured it out. We're finding our own footing in life, separate from our parents. Do you guys think that that is a uniquely Asian American thing?
No.
Because I'll be honest, I was completely removed from like, the Asian idea of like, you move back home, you take care of your entire family, you get married to your spouse and bring your spouse into your ancestral family home and all these things. And like, I really learned it, I guess, in Crazy Rich Asians. When
Good
Michelle Yeoh
movie.
tells her that like you have done everything to make your life the best it can given your circumstances, and you will always pursue what you are passionate about, and that's why you're an American.
Yep.
And I was like, damn, is that a bad thing? Like,
it's crazy, right? Because they paint it in a way that it's a bad thing, but I don't think this is a uniquely Asian experience. I think it's a uniquely person of color experience. Anyone that's like related to immigrants, comes from a family of immigrants that were like native born to America, understand that, and like like the formal or traditional ways that their immigrant families still are. I have a lot of friends that are from Africa or from like Hispanic countries, and it's the same way. You always come back to your family. You don't leave until you get married. Bring them back. So I think a lot of other people in chat could probably agree to that too. Even if they don't identify or aren't Asian, they probably, if they are a person of color, they probably have been on the same lines of having to deal with something like that.
do y'all
feel like
personally feel like you might do that? I don't think I will, nor do I think my parents really expect me to. But
Yeah.
is that something that you feel like anybody, like they might? I don't know.
What were you thinking, Hazumi?
Oh no, I was just gonna say like the interesting part is that like how you kind of like reference like the Crazy Rich Asians stuff, and that's kind of like a very like, I guess, first generation or like not even first generation American type of thing. Because my mom, like, I feel like she kind of went against these ideals also, and I think that's why like she kind of doesn't expect me to do that. Like, I was going to talk about it more later, but like the whole like financial side of things, which I guess I'll just discuss later. That's kind of what she expects me to do, and like taking care of her. But like otherwise, like I think because she left home when she was like 20 and like left literally all of her family behind in Japan and came to America alone, and like never really went back to take care of anyone, never really like left to like show my dad or whatever kind of thing. I think that's why like she doesn't like expect it as much from me either. So yeah, so I think it's kind of interesting.
I definitely have a question that I will add on for the financial one. I'm gonna type out for myself, but I'm gonna ask the next question for you guys, and we can walk through them again. What struggles in school did you deal with? Parents that are immigrants. Ari, you can go first. If you had any, if you didn't, you can totally pass too.
I feel like when I first started off in school, my parents only taught me Vietnamese. So when I first started preschool, I couldn't speak a lick of English at all. So the office called my parents, and they were like, "Hey, we need to talk to you." And they sat down and talked to the administrators and were like, "You need to take your daughter home. She cannot continue school because she doesn't know any English." So I had to take a pause for a little bit. And of course, like later on in the years, I would have struggles with like homework and stuff, especially with some literature, and they were unable to help me with those things. My mom, she didn't go to school at all while she was in Vietnam, so she couldn't help me with some of my academic stuff. So I had to figure a lot of it out on my own. But my dad did as much as he could to help me, though, because he came to the U.S. when he was like 10 years old, so he knew a lot more than I did. Which like was really, really nice. And they hired a tutor for both me and my younger brother, so that helped a lot with school for us.
That's super cool to know. I definitely felt the same way, because even when it came to school, I had to do everything myself. My mom was already struggling, trying to find jobs to take care of just me, because my siblings are second generation. I'm the only first generation in my family. So it was really difficult juggling learning how America worked with my mom, who didn't know a lick of English and was only teaching me Vietnamese. But funny enough, when she came to Vietnam, she brought over like this whole like stack of disc of Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, Pink Panther, a bunch of like random American shows, and I would watch this shit religiously. And I like would watch it to the point that I could quote every single video, and that was the main way I learned English. So it's definitely really interesting, the ways that we have to adjust and learn, with having parents that still haven't fully integrated into the American culture when we were growing up. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
wanted to add, what was really interesting about you mentioning that your mom brought home Looney Tunes is that my relatives over from Vietnam, they would travel over here and bring home Vietnamese DVDs of like Power Rangers and
Oh shit.
anime and Korean dramas that were dubbed in Vietnamese for us to watch, and like some Hong Kong dramas as well. So that's how I learned Vietnamese and like stayed to it, like even up until now.
That's awesome. Alrighty. Next, we got Hazumi Mimi.
Yeah, I feel like going through school, I think things didn't get hard until I was in high school. Like, I wouldn't say that I was a smart kid, but like I didn't really study to do like well on tests. But then when it came to high school, I went to a charter high school, so it was a lot more rigorous. And like, I won't even lie, my high school was harder than college.
Yeah.
Like college was like way easier. I was like, wow, damn, who would have thought? But while I was in school, like my mom started just getting very like upset with me. And I don't know if that's because I was like the oldest child as well. So I was kind of like the guinea pig and I had to like lead by example. And so like if I did bad at all, like I would be like berated and like call like all these like bad things, like, oh, like you're like a disappointment, you're like a failure. And I was like, damn. And so like when I had applied to like schools and colleges, I ended up like not getting into like any of the big colleges that I applied to because my luck also 2000 wait, never mind. I don't want to say what year it was, but
You're good.
my
You're good.
year they actually had kind of like a scandal where a lot of the UCs purposely didn't accept as many students. So I was like, damn, that sucks. And so like when I like found out that I got like all these rejections, like I was actually like too scared to go home. And I remember like my mom opening the door and I was just like crying and I was like, I didn't get in anywhere, like and all that stuff. So it was definitely traumatizing. Like the whole school aspect of like growing up, I would say.
No, damn, that's wild. That is wild. For sure, for sure.
Yeah, it's okay. I have a bachelor's now.
Yippee!
Yippee!
All right. We love educated queens. All right. Next, go ahead, Nopi.
I don't. So my parents were really. They did a lot for me where they tried to learn about the whole American education system by, of course, researching on their own or like making friends that have kids so they can talk to them and learn from them.
Mhm.
But from other than that, I guess my first language was Japanese. So up until like elementary school, early elementary school, I couldn't speak English very well and I couldn't make friends and I would
Oh.
be all alone. So I would take like a pet little turtle toy and like play with that by myself. But as I learned English, I started making friends and um I guess another thing is that at home, my parents would only watch like Japanese shows, and because of that, I would only be interested in Japanese anime and movies and stuff. So I didn't know anything about American pop culture. So it was kind of difficult making friends because of that, because I couldn't relate to them at all. Um, so I guess that's another thing. Um, one other thing I can think of is my parents couldn't really help me with English stuff from starting like high school maybe. Um, Up until middle school, they tried to help me as much, even though the Japanese English education is really bad. They really tried their best. There was one memory where I can remember is they were trying to help me edit one of my English essays, and me and my parents got into a huge argument over like one grammar rule. I don't remember what it was, but they like forced me to go to my English teacher the next day to ask who was right, and it was like the most embarrassing thing ever because I was right.
Oh no.
Damn.
Oh my god.
But yeah, like funny stories like that I have memories of. So, but overall, I think um I did have some small struggles, but I think I was able to overcome them with me and my parents. So, yeah.
Oh, that's sick. That's sick. That's good. That's actually so funny, though. That is really funny.
Yeah, they were so convinced. I guess things updated or something, but
Mhm.
yeah. It felt really good to hear my English teacher tell me that I was right.
I respect that. Alrighty. Next person, Orinda.
Um, what struggles in school?
Mhm.
So I'm like drawing a blank because honestly, a lot of my past I kind of don't remember. I'll be
Mhm.
honest.
That's okay.
Um, um, I know like for sure being like the oldest of four. It's like how everyone was saying like you're the example, you're the role model. Um, and a lot of times I were expected to like get high grades, all that stuff. And none of it was ever like appreciated, despite doing good. You know what I mean?
Oh,
That's
okay.
probably what really hurt the most. It was like I am doing good. I am like being the best I can be. Despite like because with how religious they were as well. I was in school every day of the week. And afternoons.
Oh my god.
Or evenings. So regular public school, right? And then in the evenings they would take us to Kumon. I don't know if you know
Oh
what that is.
no.
Yes, Kumon.
Ah,
Yeah.
Kumon.
They took us to Kumon, and then on the weekends we had religious school. I grew up Muslim. I'm not at the moment or ever will be, but I went to church school, but that was like so like I'm learning English curriculum, right? I'm learning the American stuff, and then I'm learning Kumon stuff, which wasn't really learning because I will say I was
It's just grinding.
yeah. And
Spot the Kumon kids.
I was very book smart, I would say. I never really studied, especially because I didn't need to with the Kumon. I don't know. I never needed to study for anything, and I just kind of was it wasn't that I was smart. Let me say that. I just knew how to play around the system, I guess. Like I knew what to memorize, what was going to be on the test. And then as soon as the test was over, I didn't really retain it. That's how I approached weekend school with us learning Arabic, and it was literally just memorize this thing, recite it for me, so that we know that you know it, and then never bring it up again. That's so my entire like education system was memorize, forget, rinse, repeat. And a lot of times, like with Kumon, I was like the second teacher at home for my 3 other siblings. They wanted me instead of despite the adults enrolling us, it wouldn't be them making sure like checking off the homework, making sure the answers were correct. It would be me. It would be me being the second teacher on top of grading my own self because my mom couldn't be bothered. Though I will say like she was like working her like both my parents worked really hard. So I get it. It's just none of it was ever appreciated. It was very much like it's expected of you, and if you don't, you're in trouble. And like there was, and I think I learned that fairly early. When I was like in 3rd grade, because I remember it was here in Tennessee. There was our like state test called TCAP, Tennessee. I don't know, TCAP, right? State test yearly happens, and we were doing like some pep rally, and they were telling us to submit an essay, I guess, and I won first place. So I got home with like all this cool like school swag, like I don't know, just backpacks, frisbees, pencils, journals, right? And like a prize and like a certificate, right? And that's like the biggest thing. My parents want something to brag about, right? So I'm like, okay, here's a certificate. Like here's a thing. Like you can frame it or whatever. You can, talk to your gossip girls about this, right? And I'm like telling my mom, and I really like this is like a core memory, I guess, that I wish I could forget, but it's not like horrible. It's just like I went to her, tried to tell her about it, really excited, and she immediately like kind of like she pushes me away. It's like, stop talking to me, go do your homework.
Jeez.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, all right. So like never again. It's never appreciated.
No, I get that. My mom never appreciated shit either, so I just kind of gave up. And then, like, as I got older, then, like, she wanted to give affection, and I was like, ma'am, you are too sorry, too late.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They'll always come back, like, going, oh, I wish I could have been the soft mom, or I wish I could have been.
Oh my god, that's so
and it's
true.
Like, you could have been.
You could have, but you didn't.
Exactly.
Oh my god. The amount of times my mom would be like, why don't you love me? Well, I don't think you want to open that can of worms, ma'am.
Exactly.
Like, you dug that grave yourself, miss ma'am. Let's be fucking for real right now. But no, I understand completely having to, be the parent, and like having to give myself affection because I wasn't gonna get it from my mom or my dad.
I'm always sending those like memes to my sister where it's like, I think it's like on Instagram Reels. It'll be like who like the parent asks. It's like a script, right? It's like who's your favorite parent, your mom or your dad? And then it's asking the little sister, and the little sister looks at the big sister and is like, that's my favorite parent. And I'm like,
Yep.
that's me.
Aw.
That's me.
Yeah, my siblings send that kind of shit to me all the time. They're like,
Mhm.
"You're the parent," you know. Like I forged the signatures on their papers.
The checks. These school lunch money checks is always me signing it. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I forged my mother's signature for everything.
Mhm.
I know. I get it. I get it, Miss Girl. I get it. Alrighty. Syken, do you have anything for this one?
I guess for me, it's always kind of in the weight of expectations. For context, both my parents they're pretty educated. They met in the States in their 20s for grad school for their MBAs. So, I mean, even if they didn't speak perfect English back then, I mean, they were very obviously both capable people. And going into corporate America, you know, in the late 80s, early 90s, before they had me, I think it was both very instilled in them that, you know, they're not going to get a seat at the table like everyone else is.
Mm-hmm.
And you need, as a minority in this country, you need to work twice as hard for half the praise.
Mhm.
And with both of my parents kind of in that mindset, yeah, growing up like that is not the happiest thing. um, yeah, like Hazumi, you know, elementary school, middle school, you kind of just fly by, right? Like, how do you not get an A in elementary
Yeah.
school, you know, stuff like that. But, you know, you start to specialize. For me, it was more in STEM. And then my parents, like, couldn't help me anymore, but they were also just more removed from the experience. They were like, why is this so difficult for you, right? You used to never be this stupid before.
Oh my god, my mom told me
God.
the same thing.
And I'm like,
Oh,
this
emotional
this is
damage.
fucking hard, right? Like, and that's the thing. My parents didn't want me to become a doctor. Like, unironically, they thought I was not academically gifted enough to like make it to med school.
Goddamn.
And they were just like,
Huh.
why don't you just, you know, intern for your dad, you know, like take economics, get a business degree, like work for us, like we'll take care of you. And I understood where they were coming from, but just like, damn, like if you don't, to them, if you can't keep up with the work twice as hard to get half the praise thing, like you just don't deserve to make it. So for me, I'm 29. I am literally a doctor. They still fucking helicopter parent me on a lot of things I do. In med school, when I told them that, you know, I was thinking like adolescent medicine was a very important topic to me, which is kind of an intersection of pediatrics and psychiatry,
Mhm.
specifically geared towards, you know, a very vulnerable population of 12 to 17-year-old patients, which I think
Mhm.
is a very important thing. You know, immediately my parents were like, hell nah, how much money does that make, right? Like, is that a sustainable career? Do you know anybody who does this? Exactly the stuff like that. I've been golfing with a cardiologist lately. Why don't you be a cardiologist? It sounds like he has a good quality of life. Like, no shit, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I feel like I can never really escape it, you know? It's no matter what, I'm always kind of still beholden to these expectations that they've set from the very beginning.
Yep.
That was too real. Oh man,
For
that
real.
hit like a truck.
Yeah.
The emotional damage. I'm on the floor. God, no, I feel that for you. You know what? I'd hire you as my doctor. Take care of
Aw.
me, buddy. I got a lot of issues.
I think we all got issues.
For sure. Alrighty. How about you, Yoru?
I feel like this ties a little bit into some of the other questions,
Mm-hmm.
but what is it? Growing up in the area I grew up in, I was like at like I guess like in elementary school, right? I was one of maybe like four other like Korean kids in the entire school. And also classic Korean thing of, you know, we have like four last names. So everybody thought, you know, I was related to X and Y, Z and stuff, and you know, you bring lunch from home and it's like, ew, that's stinky and gross, right? Um, and my parents kind of had to. I definitely like looking back. I do understand that they wanted me to like, you know, stay connected with cultural stuff, right? But also worrying about at the same time, oh, my kid's gonna get like bullied for like, you know, for bringing freaking kimbap to school, right? Um, and I think a big turning point. This is gonna age me a bit. Was when Psy when Gangnam Style dropped.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's when, at least like where I lived, right, with like how small of a Asian population there was, is when people learned, oh, there's Asians besides Chinese and Japanese. That's crazy.
Oh
Um,
my god.
and then from there, it became like a much more different experience of like, what is it? Almost like a fetishization kind of thing, in a sense.
Mm.
Yeah, because like making your own kimchi is trendy. Like now,
Yeah.
like young white children whose parents probably like bullied us for bringing these foods to school, like
Mhm.
listen to K-pop and like watch them on like mainstream American TV.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like,
Yup.
damn.
Like I go, like my mom and I go out, like go somewhere to go shopping, and then some, like I remember I was in middle school, and then some girl was like, "Oh my gosh, you look just like Jungkook," and I'm just, we have different bone
Oh
structure.
my
I'm
God.
sick. I'm sick.
Um, but yeah, and then I think also a thing, like a lot of like, I think this has been like, mentioned multiple times, but it's like, this like the pressure on like doing well in school, I think, is definitely a thing a lot of Asian parents put on their kids, because they sacrificed a lot to immigrate, and they had like rough times in America, so they want to make sure their kids are well prepared. But that also leads to lots of like harshness, I think. When I
Mhm.
was up until like middle school, I think my mom would spank me if I didn't get 100 on any assignments.
Mhm.
So it was like I get 100 or I get my ass beat.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Damn.
Which I thought was normal for so long, until like, and I would be like, I would hear kids like be like, "Oh man, I got a C on this test," and I'm like, he's gonna die.
He's gonna die.
I legitimately
Damn,
thought his
that's the death
life
note
was in
right there.
danger.
Goddamn.
But yeah, I think just like the pressure on school and stuff. But I do think that my parents kind of learned to grow. Like I think my parents have grown as their children have, in terms of accepting that, you don't need to get 100 on everything, right? And that, what is it? How do I word this? Like chill, I guess. um, like it ain't that serious, buddy, kind of thing. Um, where they start to realize that, you know, learning a skill and like learning to find like something you want to do and being good at that is, important, is like more important than being perfect at every single subject in school. Um, yeah. Also, my mom fought with like the freaking PTA so many times.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Oh yeah.
She did the helicopter mom thing.
One of those.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy. We won't smack your ass unless you want us to. Alright. Anyways, next question. Did you have to deal with financial struggles growing up, and how did that affect you? And as another tangent, do your parents still send money back to your family in their home country? And I mentioned that specifically because that was actually like a really tumultuous thing for me, where I always felt like my family was fucking fuck ass broke, but my mom would kept saying that, because she's in America, that obviously she's living a better life, and she'd like send like half the paycheck back to Vietnam.
Oh wow.
And our family in Vietnam would be living better than us, and those bitches would not work because they would like live off of our dollar. It's like, dude, I'm not sending money back. You guys can work yourselves. But I feel like that's definitely something that could be touched upon if other people have experienced something like that. I don't know if that's a first or second generation thing, but that was definitely something I was like, damn, I need my mom to stop. She never did. But I got out of there, so we're good. I will never send money back to my family. I made it very clear to them, too. I was like, do not expect handouts from me, man. I'm already struggling here, okay? It is so much easier where you're at. You can get a job. But anyways, go ahead, Adi.
I'm pretty sure, like all of us, who are probably like living in America, have been through like the recession in 2008, and that hit my family
yeah.
hit like it was. We were struggling so hard during that time, and I remember, like my parents still like they would budget. We had like a small Asian supermarket where they would get like food on discounts and stuff. Like my mom my aunties, they were all on top of getting discounts in order to save money, which was really nice. My grandma told me a story that I don't remember, and it made me realize that like I want to appreciate my parents a lot more because they did try their best. Because I remember they talked about their financial struggles to my grandma, and she said she offered to buy a swing set for me because they were saying that, oh, like, Beaky really wants it, like, really bad, but we can't afford it. So my grandma bought a swing set for me, and she told me that, like, you should, like, thank your parents and stuff. So I didn't realize the situation was that bad, but they were also still sending money back to our family, and it didn't make sense to me that they did that, though. Like, I was also a part of that whole ordeal of sending money back and donating to orphanages as well, even though we were financially struggling.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, because a lot of them will, like, you know, like, our family back home would just assume that, well, if you're in America, then you're obviously rich, right? So they
So
would
wrong.
That's so wrong, I know. But, you know, they would, you know, be too afraid of, like, the shame and the disappointment for people to find out that it's not true and that we are struggling here too. And I think that's, like, a really big thing my mom suffered from. Like, she couldn't deal with, like, the shame of, like, if they like knew and found out that, like, she truly was struggling and not living it up in America, because then at that point it's like, what's the point? Why'd you come here? Why'd you waste all that money and time to come to America?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I thought that was my timer. I was like, oh shit, I muted my timer. But
Sorry about that.
anyways, go ahead, Azmi.
Yeah, I guess for us, like, I mean, well, I guess not the funny part, but when I was a lot younger, I feel like my family was not like well off, but we weren't struggling at all. However, you know, like I already mentioned, like when the recession hit, I feel like that's when things just went completely downhill, and we started like struggling a lot, and you know, a lot of things just continued to happen, and then like my parents got a divorce, thankfully so. And then it was kind of just like my mom raising my sister and I, and it was rough because it was just her, you know. But then a lot of other things happened where my mom like fell into this like MLM pyramid scheme when I was a senior in high school. And from then things went even more downhill where I guess now, like as I was getting older, have had to start being what felt like the head of the household, where I mean, unfortunately now I'm unemployed, but when I was employed, like I was kind of the one who had to pay all the bills. My sister has to pay all of my mom's bills as well, and it just kind of became like a very weird struggle that I never had expected to, you know, like do. Like I was completely fine, like if, you know, I had to send my mom some money or like help her out a little bit, like that's completely fine. But I was getting calls saying like, can you give me like $1,000 like every like few weeks? And I was like, this is like not okay. And she would start using the excuse of, and you mentioned this earlier, where she would say like, oh, you know, like I put a roof over your head, I paid for all of your things growing up, like I paid for this, I paid for that. And I was like, I didn't ask to be born. I was like, that's your fault. Like if you have a kid, like you need to know that that's your responsibility. Because once I turned 18, like she was helping a little bit with, in terms of like, just because like I didn't know how to adult, like car insurance, things like that. I didn't know things like that. And I was like a dependent still, because I was like under her insurance. However, like when I turned, I think I was like early 20s, was when I literally took everything by myself. And so I was like, you can't hold anything over me anymore. So unfortunately things are still happening now where like and unfortunately my sister is now kind of like the victim of that, because I'm like not working or trying to find a job. And so she's kind of like relying on my sister for all this money. And now she's like moved into her house and just like kind of mooching off of us. And I feel like horrible for my sister. And so I always try to help out my sister here and there. Like, even if I'm like struggling, like, yeah, I just feel so bad, like that we've kind of become what my mom should be. And like kind of like that parental head of household figure has kind of fallen onto us now. So it's definitely like something I never expected growing up that this would happen, because my mom was a very like independent person too. And so to kind of like fall into this pyramid scheme and begin to rely on her kids and become so like disillusioned that like I don't know. It's definitely become like a huge like impact in our family.
Yeah, I'm sure with your relationship too. When it all boils down to
Yeah.
your guys' relationships like that.
Oh, absolutely.
I get it.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Nopi, how about you?
I was very fortunate enough to not experience or like our family didn't struggle. We weren't like well off, but we didn't have to worry about stuff. Especially since my dad came to the US as I don't know what it's called, but he was still working at the Japanese company. He was like sent over to the US. So like I don't know what it's called in English, but
A transfer?
I think so. Maybe that's what
Something
it's
like
called.
that. I get the idea.
So like yeah, so like he could be called back to Japan anytime. So employees like that are paid a little bit better, at least in Japanese standards.
Remote work.
Oh, maybe that, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's that one.
So yeah, we had the support of his company, but then he quit that company, but we were still okay, but it's not like our family ever splurged on anything. My mom would still only get things on sale and stuff. So, but other than that, I think we were very fortunate enough to not have to worry about financial stuff.
That's sick, honestly. Having financial stability, a dream. All right,
So
how about you?
true.
How about you, Arenda?
I mean, it's kind of, I'm not really sure what to believe with our financial situation. I will say, like, I think early on, for sure, we were, like, struggling. Like, when we would get supplies for school, my mom only went on tax-free day. And we got, like, she understandably was like, I have 3 kids sending to school, I cannot get a bunch of new stuff, things like that. There was always this like, and it's something like if I were to have kids now, I will never do this. What she did was like always telling the kid, we are broke. We do not have the money to spend like this. We do not all of this because it just makes me feel like you can't ask for anything ever. And I don't want to like make my future children, if I have any, I don't really want any, but
understandable.
But I just don't want a little person, being affected by me and my life decisions to the point where they start like stopping themselves from being themselves, I guess. That was a roundabout way of saying that. But early on it was like that for sure. Like my dad was working 2 jobs. He worked at Walmart and some other company. And like it was definitely like they were hardworking, right? And you could tell that there was uh a distinct lifestyle. Like my mom would freeze. She would get like food, batch make them and freeze them, and we'd have like 3 different freezers downstairs, full of food that she would just pull out from like a year ago, maybe, which is still good to eat. Don't get me wrong. But she would do that. Like we always ate home as opposed to eating out because it was more expensive. Which I am grateful for sure. I actually am glad because imagine eating McDonald's like every day. No. But then it took a tide really weird because while all that was happening, my parents were sending money back home for sure. My parents were also immigrating people over.
Oh God, yeah.
We were the house. We were the immigration house.
Oh God.
I grew up with my privacy, my sense of safety just being always poked and prodded at. Because there's always like some family member in the big living room that would like, I remember when they first came over, they were trying to be helpful. I get it, right? They were trying to be like helpful and incorporate into the family. But why are you at my bedroom when that I've locked, trying to like jangle the doorknob at 5 a.m.
Oh my
trying to
God.
get me up for school when I don't need to be up till like 7? Who told you this? And it was very like such a sharp, like jolting feeling. Like just I cannot be in peace in my own house, and that's something like I wish my parents gave a fuck about, honestly. And like not only that, it was like there was also older cousins that were men, and that I'm a short person, so I get very easily intimidated by like taller people and people who I feel like could have some kind of like physical power over me. Because I'm a little baby, okay? And it was just like how are you doing all these things, but you can't even like I can't ask for a candy or an ice cream bar. Like an ice cream shop will come around and we'd be like, oh my god, can we go like, get ice cream? And I'm like, just like no. But you can send money back. Just and also like back to I'm sorry, I don't know how to say her name, but Irie, I think. She was saying about the recession. Even amongst the recession, it's the same thing how you were saying earlier as well. They would rather suffer financial whatever to keep the facade, to keep the front that we are okay, that we're living a better life. And so they would always send money back. They would always like start immigrating people. And on top of that, they were also pursuing their own business. Like my dad, the very stereotypical South Asian thing, and got a gas station and got a restaurant. And when they first acquired these things, definitely understandable. Like, we were financially like, okay, calm down, right? But they were still doing the other things on top of that. They were still immigrating. They were still sending money back home, despite taking out these humongous loans on these things. And it just like felt like, what are we? Truthfully, like you're not being honest somewhere, and it just kind of like broke that like trust in knowing how to like believing them, I guess, in general. Like just anything and ever, like anything they would say, it's just kind of like, are you really being truthful or are you just delusional? I don't know. So I couldn't tell you really like if we were financially struggling or not because of these things they were doing on top of it.
I think like overall, I think like your whole story definitely relates to just financial struggle. Not like saying like you could see it, but you could feel it, with like your surroundings and like the people that you had to deal with, using your house and your personal sense of safety. Like you didn't have your own safe space, because they were trying to make money flow from every single corner. So I totally see where you're coming from. So I definitely think that your story relates to the question in its own perfect way. Alrighty. How about you, Saiken?
Yeah, I think from what I've said so far that yeah, I probably don't really need to answer this question.
If you don't, that's okay.
Yeah,
Unless you wanted to add anything, that's cool too.
No, I mean just respectfully keeping my mouth shut.
No worries. How about you, Yoru?
Okay, with like the sending money to like extended family and stuff, I don't know like anything about my extended family in Korea because my parents kept me connected to Korean culture, but they also very much wanted their kids to be American. So I didn't like learn any Hangul like growing up really, other than just like some basic reading and stuff. Um, so like when it comes to like our financial status growing up, I know like when I was like super young, like fresh out of the oven,
Fresh out
we
the oven.
straight from the vine. We moved for my dad's job, and I remember like looking back, there were definitely signs that we were like definitely like struggling because I remember like paper plates and plastic utensils and stuff, and like managing water use and stuff. As I grew up though, like my dad was definitely like his job got better, I think, but we still were like super frugal. Um, so like never wasting any food. It's like I would get told stories about my grandmother. It'd be like, your grandmother lived through the Korean War and would have to eat dead horses, and it's like, okay, damn.
Oh my god.
Like I definitely did have like a better situation compared to like some other kids, but the area I grew up in, there was like a big like there was lots of variety in like family incomes. So like I also would be like fully like bamboozled that some kids would like just get gifts like outside of like birthdays and holidays and stuff. That was like a crazy concept to me. Um and like or like allowance where it's like, what do you mean your parents pay you to exist? Like that's crazy.
Allowance. What's allowance, man?
I'm like my allowance is being allowed to live. Like
Exactly. Nah, for real. Oh god.
Yeah, and I was just like lectured a lot about money in general growing up. Like I think because of like that period of time when like they were like a lot less stable. Um, like my dad would I think my dad like had like the first time he talked to me about money, I was like in the third grade. And he was like talking about filing your taxes. And I'm like, I don't understand 90% of the words you're saying. Um, but they very much like wanted to instill that like, money is like, an important thing, and it's like you want to make sure you can support yourself. And it's like I definitely still have like habits. I don't know if they're bad habits, but like just habits from like that frugal upbringing. Like I can't mentally grasp like treating yourself, because it's like, what if that one croissant I get ends up being the difference between me being able to like afford rent,
It's very
um
real though.
Yeah, I did see like an opposite side of that where my uncle, he had a really good job like in New York, some sort of Wall Street stuff or whatever. So like we would visit, and it was like a big shock when like my cousins had like an entire basin as their playroom, which was crazy. Um, and yeah, I think I don't. It's just I saw like how growing up like more well off also affected their behaviors as well. So it's like I definitely think that, like, my parents had, like, financial struggles when I was growing up, but I don't think it affected me necessarily in the worst of ways, because I think I am able to save money better as a result.
Hmm.
I see that. No, I totally see that. 100%. I definitely am a way more frugal person because of how I was raised financially. So it actually, yeah, like how you mentioned earlier, it is so hard for me to treat myself, man. Like I never like in my head, I just feel like I never deserve anything. Or like if I waste the money, like why am I doing that? Like I don't need it, but I want it. Oh god.
Yeah, and want isn't a need.
Exactly. And I actually just recently bought one thing for myself over like, I don't know, the past like 6 months. And it was like instant serotonin, and I was like, "Damn, I see why people do this shit now."
Mm-hmm.
I
Like,
see it.
I'm terrified to spend money, honestly,
Mm-hmm.
because like, kind of having all my parents' support my whole life, and now that okay, like I'm almost 30, like I should really start doing these things myself.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm.
like I'm just like, oh my god, like can I do this? Do I need to be saving more? Can this go towards my loans, or can this go towards my car, or can this go like towards me? Can I buy this game next month? Like I'm trying to like do these things for the first time by myself, and like I feel like their gazes are on the back of my head like whenever I do something.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, like Prospect said, I always had to justify every purchase so much growing up that I know do like months of research of buying any little thing. I do the exact same shit because what I do is that I'll put something into a wish list. I'll let it rot there for like 3 months, and if I like I keep thinking about it for days, that means okay, maybe I'll buy it. But then if I forget about it, that means I don't need it. That's what I would like continually do to myself. And it's so funny, like I think like half the things I have now are just gifts because people know like I do not buy shit for myself. Cause I just feel so horrendously bad about spending money. But I'm trying to get better about it. Like if I really like something and it'll make me happy and it doesn't like hurt any of my finances, and I'll buy that donut. I'll buy that milkshake or something like that. Right now I'm thinking about food. I'm hungry. I'm about to order something. But let's keep going. The next two questions, I should have put them together. I don't know why I didn't, but these wrap together. The questions are: did you ever feel like you didn't fit with either of your cultures, whether it be like your heritage culture and your host culture? So, let's say me as Vietnamese and then American. And did you ever feel like you were developing your own unique version of your culture with how, like, growing up, you had to look into your own culture because you're not getting it from your parents because they wanted to keep instilling, like, America into you so they would fit in more? So you didn't forget your heritage, if that makes sense?
Mhm.
We'll start with Ari.
I wanted to continue, like, to be a part of my culture for as much as I could. Growing up, I was enrolled into like a Catholic school, so a lot of the kids were Caucasian, very few person of color in those schools at all. So oftentimes I was like, I felt like it was kind of hard to fit in, and I felt like because of how I was constantly being made fun of, I wanted to integrate American culture more, but I like still valued it at home. Like I just tried to be as secretive as possible as I was in school because like like if I showed even a little bit of my cultural background in front of them, there was just always something to be poked fun of. So the way that I kept it was like I would never say no if my mom wanted to buy traditional clothes for me. I would constantly ask my relatives for stories from back home and learning new words. I was just active, and fortunately, I lived in an area where there were a lot of Vietnamese people, so I got to attend Vietnamese classes to
Oh, okay.
to continue learning Vietnamese and writing in it and reading. So that was I was very fortunate for that, and I know that a lot of people like have lived in areas where not able to because it's so there's so little of our own culture there, you know.
100%. All right, how about you, Hazumi? Me.
I feel like growing up was very interesting because like I'm half Japanese, but then I'm also like I have like Latin blood, like Hispanic Latin blood, like Hispanic Spanish like Latin blood, and then also like the white side of me and like all that stuff. So like growing up, I was kind of just a very big identity crisis, I would say. And so like despite like me growing up and like the one struggle that I did go through is that like my mom, since she was very much like not very integrated into like America, like really, really wanted to like learn English and all that stuff. So she didn't like speaking Japanese at home, which is why I grew up not liking speaking it because I was very unconfident. Like I'll understand it, but I just don't like saying it back. And like I went to Japanese school, I was put in like other like Japanese things to kind of like get a taste of both. But even so, like in my Japanese school or in like this Japanese, it was like this like Japanese Buddhist camp that I went to when I was a kid. Like I was always seen as like an outsider, despite like being like still being Japanese and being technically more like I guess in tune with the culture than a lot of like the people that were at like this camp, for example. Like they were, a lot of them were like third, fourth generation, so like they spoke no Japanese, knew no Japanese, and like yet I was less Japanese than them just because I was simply less in like ethnicity wise, like I was only half. So that sucked. And then like the like people of like Spanish descent were like, well, you're too Asian, you know, to be like Hispanic. And then the white side was like, you're too everything else to be white. So I was like, damn, like I don't fit in anywhere. I wouldn't say I developed like my own uniqueness, but I just kind of like went with it. Like I think for me, my sister, funny enough, like looks more Asian to me, but is very more in tune with like the Spanish side of our heritage. But for me, like I would say more Hispanic to most people, but I resonate more with our Japanese side. So it's very interesting. Like the way we grew up was very different. And so I don't know. Yeah, I think I could just sum up my childhood growing up as a giant identity crisis. And I think even now, like I still like culturally, I would say like, of course, I'm both American and I would say like I understand like a lot of like the culture in Japan growing up. Like my mom like still like had me do some of like the traditional things, but it didn't like help how I felt being outcast. And like even if I knew more like how to speak more Japanese than other people, like even if I was or because I wasn't full Japanese, I was like not considered Japanese. So it was just it was very difficult growing up. And even now I still kind of feel that a little bit, but less so, I would say.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because with the mixed ethnicity thing, no, I feel that. That's definitely something that I could totally see someone struggling with. When it came to me, like, even though like I'm literally trail mix, most of my family identifies, I feel like, as Vietnamese. And all of them live in Vietnam, even if they're Cambodian, French, or Chinese, Vietnamese. They still all speak Vietnamese. So I feel like I never really had to deal with something like that. So it's really interesting to see that type of experience from your perspective.
Yeah.
Alrighty. How about you, Nobi? Do you relate to this question at all?
Yes, it's hard to explain it in words because I haven't had much of an opportunity to talk about it, but when when I'm in the US, I feel more Japanese, but then when I go to Japan, I feel more American.
Ooh.
So I feel
Oh.
like I never fit in. um I guess when I'm at home with my family, I only speak Japanese, and then when I go outside, I speak English. And then when I was a student, I would go to Japanese school every Saturday, and that place was a little bit different too because there was like a group of people that would only speak English even though they're at a Japanese school, and then there was another group where they're all from Japan and only staying in the US for a couple of years. Um and it was kind of hard to find my group of friends there too. Um so I guess even though I'm not like a mixed ethnicity, and I hope I'm not offending anyone who is a mixed ethnicity, but I kind of feel like that sometimes because I really don't know where I fit in wherever I go.
Mm.
And even my parents, I feel comfortable like talking to them all the time, but there's I can't relate with them 100% because even though they live in the States, they don't really think in an American way, I guess. They're much more Japanese. They're still more Japanese even though they've been living here for a much longer time now. And I like both cultures, but it's really hard to I don't know, like to say decide or to choose. I really can't choose. Um it really depends on the situation, and sometimes I agree with both. So, yeah, I think I'm still kind of struggling that way.
Okay. No, that's totally fair. I didn't really grow up around Asians. I grew up with everyone but Asians. I was like always the one Asian kid in school. I was that one token Asian kid. So it was definitely really hard for me to integrate with other Vietnamese people, I think, growing up because I didn't understand like their humor. Like I would be able to speak the language, right? But I wouldn't understand like, like the little slang or like the things that they would do because I was an outsider to them, you know?
Mhm.
And I tried so hard because I really really wanted to find a sense of community within my culture and like just as being an American because I'm very thankful that growing up I made really good friends that took me in even though we were so different. But I always like had that feeling inside of me where I just like why can't I also make the same connection with the people of my own culture and ethnicity, right? Like why do they think I'm such an outsider? So that was definitely something that I had to deal with when I was trying to navigate, becoming an American, but then also wanting to still stay to my roots. Yeah, I think that's probably my 2 cents on that. How about you, Arenda?
Um. Yeah, I definitely struggled for sure. Kind of like what Nopi was saying. I do feel like an outsider in both cultures, American and Bangladeshi. Um, I like like any kid, you want to like fit into school, you want to like be liked and have friends, right? So I did everything I could to be liked, including like even degrading my own culture for a cheap joke or for some stupid laughs. Um, like, and I'm like currently kind of unlearning that, where saying like every gas station is owned by a South Asian person or every South Asian person um is XYZ, something like that. Um, I definitely catered to like the general public in America to just be liked because that's a normal human thing. Um, but then at home, um, but it was like kind of weird because like I also wanted to like be seen for what I am as well. Like during school picture days, it was my moment. It was my glam day. I would go in there wearing like my most heaviest glass beaded dress ever, like from back home, right? Or back my parents' home. I would show up with like Mindy on my hand and like all this jewelry, like as if I was on my holiday, like that we would celebrate. Because I wanted to like stand out. I wanted to be seen, like any, I don't know. And at the same time, like I would definitely get those stares. I've always said this, but as a joke, but like softball girls were my nemesis.
And why is that?
They are so cliquey and rude, dude.
I got you.
They are. They
I
have.
get what you mean.
They do not reserve their judgment, like at all. They think they're sly, but they're not. And they would like, say things like, "Oh, she looks like this," or "She smells like coconut oil today." Oh my gosh, which is so funny. It's so funny that people like would bully me for that, and then now it's like such a healthy like hair trend. It's like, this is your hair care now. Please use all the coconut oil in your hair, and like I don't know, and it's like being pioneered by people that would or probably have, for all I know, and maybe not. Like I'm just assuming, but judge people. And like at the same time, I can't be like, well, they were kids, probably, right? They didn't know any better, and I want to assume like they grew out of it. They're adults now. They're better. But it still leaves like a sour taste in my mouth. Like the things I was bullied for is the things that are now like being promoted. Like how I don't remember who, but someone had mentioned like making kimchi now was like trendy, right? Things like that. Or, like putting in like a turmeric face mask is trendy. And it's so funny when they get yellow face. It's like, wow. It's not for your skin tone, but okay. Um things like that. But then back at home, so like my mom would speak Bangla to me, but I would respond in English. And I think I wish I had honestly learned the language more. I understand it more than I can speak it now. And there was a Bangladeshi community in the area, but we were like a county away from it. So I didn't grow up with any other South Asians whatsoever in school. I was the only South Asian. There was definitely like a good diverse, like there was I know Cambodian people, I know Vietnamese people, Laotian people. I don't know as much about like East Asian, to be honest. I do like Southeast Asian there was a lot of for sure. But I tried to like fit in with the Asians as best as I could because I thought like, oh, I'm also Asian. Why not like maybe we can find some kind of like similarity and like bond. Didn't really work out that way. It was very much they understandably like were together and had because their culture is not my culture. Ultimately, and they had more similarities than I would ever have with them, other than the fact that I also liked like anime and manga and whatever. And it felt kind of like alienating just because like being the only South Asian growing up, no one understood anything. And if I were to bring my own food, while I liked people asking questions, it was always like there was always a second like, oh, I probably wouldn't eat that either though. But and like going back to the society here, the Bangladesh society here, I guess technically I fit in, like I'm full Bengali. But and I look the part, I can act the part. I just don't like them. They're
At least
So
you're honest
valid.
about it.
they're not great people. Nice to your face, not nice behind it. You know? Very toxic. But so I would never try to fit in with them. And being the only one of my age. Like there was no other girl my age. Well, no, there was one, but she was an oddball. Like she was very, and we were kids, so like nothing. Like as an adult, I will not say like she is that now, but she was very like, oh, I'm a food critic, and I'm like, okay, and she would just judge everyone's food, and it was just weird, but yeah, I was the only like girl my age. The other ones, they were dudes, and they're very big on keeping girls and boys separate. So, like, I mean, like, if you go into a function, the women were in the smaller room, while the men were in the bigger room playing cards or something, while the women were all stuffed in one room, and the kids were just running around. So I didn't really fit in any. None of that.
I get it. No worries. I understand. Yeah. That is rough. I didn't realize they were mean.
Yeah,
It is what it
it's
is,
a lot of
right?
hate on same people.
I think there's also like a lot of internalized racism that I think like any person of color has experienced too. I feel like I've felt that a lot, even as a Vietnamese person. So,
Yeah.
alrighty. How about you, Saiken?
So I think prefacing this with what I think like kind of the quote unquote traditional second generation experience always is you know, the second generation kid grows up resenting, you know, their position. They don't want to be Asian, they want to fit in. And then, you know, going off to college or whatever, they get a broader worldview and they realize that connecting with their parents is something that they always wanted to do. And the parents are kind of like the font that lets them channel, you know, their homeland, their culture, and kind of helps them reconnect with that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess in my case, just because where I'm coming from, my dad is Korean, my mom is Taiwanese, and they're both first generation. They lived there most of their life until coming over here in their 20s for school. Growing up in our predominantly white town, I guess I was the only half, not like trail mix half, but from two distinct Asian cultures that also really didn't make me fit in anywhere. I grew up speaking English at home. My dad didn't speak Chinese. My mom didn't speak Korean. They met each other in English, dated in English, had me in English, raised me speaking English at home. They don't have accents. I didn't really, you know, have trouble understanding English growing up. But as I grew up, you know, and got excited about going to college and, you know, meeting more diverse people and having a more diverse friend group, those quote unquote like kind of safe spaces where a lot of people really kind of celebrate and reclaim their cultures, I was almost just like kind of ostracized from them just because like I really had nothing coming from. I mean, Yoru, you were talking about Korean people. Like, I have one of those big four last names, right? But and everybody expects me to speak or act a certain way, and I just don't. But going back to try to ask these things of my parents, they were like, "No, why would we have taught you any of those things?" Kind of like I said earlier, like they were the ones who actively suppressed their own Asianness in order to really make it in corporate America. And I always thought it was kind of sad that they had to suppress those things about their cultures in order to succeed to the point where they are not willing or they never tried to really teach me any of these things other than instilling the value of get an A plus or get your ass beat. Like I feel like my parents could have been the ones to connect me to my culture, but since they were the ones that themselves were suppressing that, they never gave themselves the opportunity, and I never got the opportunity. Therefore, I think it's sad. I do have like some members of the extended family on my mom and dad's side living in America right now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I know we're still living in our little white corner of New Jersey. Predominantly, my mom's friends are white. My dad's been in a country club for the past 5 years, so his friends are definitely white.
Damn, country club.
And
Yeah,
they
the golf
just
thing you mentioned earlier.
yeah, they just really haven't given themselves the chance to. And especially when we go back to Asia, my dad, we go to Korea. My dad will speak Korean with his family. My mom just kind of sits there with me and we're on our phones and just talking to each other. We go to Taiwan. My mom is talking to her family in Chinese and my dad and I are just sitting there on our phones. And that's kind of how it's been for the past 29 years. And with no indication to change things and with me not really speaking either of those things, it's always just kind of been, I guess this is how things are and this is how they want things to be. And I kind of do accept that. So growing up culture blind, but with your parents actively being the ones giving you the culture blindness, I think was just something that a lot of my friends have not experienced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah, like I'm processing that. That's a lot. Like I'm so surprised. Honestly,
I had a patient on the night team that was admitted to our hospital. the night team gave it to me because they were like, "Oh, Dr. Saiken, you speak Korean, right? This guy only speaks Korean." And I was like,
Oh.
"Bro, I don't speak Korean." And they were like, "Oh shit. Well, you can use the translator's number. You can call this one." And yeah, thankfully the patient's son spoke English, and then I was just
Yeah.
able to communicate through him. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, like, do I have that expectation where I am supposed to know this language because my name is a certain way and people have certain expectations of me? But it's not something that was ever encouraged, nor was I made to feel guilty for. But it's almost like I've internalized this own guilt within myself.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I think, you know, being on the East Coast, training in the South, speaking these languages was not really a thing. I'd imagine if I was, you know, in California or something, yeah, probably. You would expect somebody with my name to be able to communicate with a certain subset of patients, and kind of like how you'd expect providers to have a leg up if they're able to speak Spanish to older Spanish-speaking patients,
Mm-hmm.
or if you can speak Vietnamese to a certain subset of patients. I've never been able to do these things, and it's kind of dang. Yeah.
Do you feel that it's too late for you to learn the languages now?
It's not that it's too late for me. I can kind of understand Chinese. I can get
Mhm.
by in Taiwan by myself, like pointing to things and, you know, directions. Korea is a little harder for me. But again, like I have studied like Italian, Latin, Greek, Finnish. Like I understand how easy it could be for me to possibly learn these languages. And it's not like I'm ignorant, like that I don't want to learn these things, like I don't want to participate in the culture,
Of course.
right? Like, of course, we all listen to K-pop, like we watch like survival shows and stuff.
For sure, yeah.
But it's just, I don't know, there are other things in my life that I'm trying to prioritize now, and when they're not the ones, like nobody's making me feel bad for it. I think I'm the only one that makes myself feel bad for it. But I
Mhm.
discuss these things with my parents, and they're like, "Yeah, why would you?" And then I'm just like, "Oh, I guess when you put it like that, why would I?"
That's really interesting because my
And then
mom.
for me, I feel like if I picked one, I would also have to do the other. And that's just a lot of work.
Yeah, I feel like you'd have to do both. But yeah, no, my mom was like really adamant that we knew Vietnamese because she never wanted to speak English. Like she like knew enough, like, you know, to like get by in America, but at home always Vietnamese. And it was so fucking tough because my siblings don't know. I mean, like they understand enough Vietnamese to get by, right? I don't know. I can't speak it back. And the only one that was fluent was me, and I would try so hard to like teach them, but like, you know, they wouldn't retain it. And it got to the point where I was like, why am I teaching my siblings Vietnamese? Why is my mom not doing it, right?
Yeah.
And as we would get older, it's gotten to the point where it's like they barely know a lick of Vietnamese. At least like at this point, like they know how to cook Vietnamese food because I made sure they knew how to cook it.
That's good.
But I remember, oh god, I remember when my mom said, you know, I just like don't understand why like you guys don't speak Vietnamese at home. Like you need to speak Vietnamese. You're Vietnamese, like, and you know they'd be like, well, you raised us as Americans. You didn't teach us, you know. And then she'd like go off on them and be like, well, why should I have to teach you? Like you could like figure it out yourself, blah blah blah. And I would like yell at her. I was like, I don't think you understand. Okay, one. Even if they tried to learn Vietnamese online, because we're Southern Vietnamese, the dialect that's taught online is Northern. So half the shit that they be trying to learn, they can't learn because they don't recognize it because it's not what you use for us, right? Because we were raised as Southern Vietnamese. I'm half Northern, half Southern, so I can understand both dialects. My siblings can't. And it's like one of those things where it's like, it feels like they just like expected us to like know. And when I was younger, I actually was like force fed like Vietnamese videos. Like I was locked in an office and like had to watch Paris by Night on repeat.
God damn.
What?
Yeah, I was locked after school. I would come home from school. My grandpa would lock me in his study because it locked from the outside. And I would continually have to watch all these Paris by Night, Sung Mai, like all of these like videos of just like people speaking Vietnamese. And I'd have to sit there for at least 2 hours before I got fed.
That's insane.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So that's why I'm so fluent. But like I couldn't imagine subjecting my siblings to that torture either, you know?
Yeah.
I'm glad that at least like they know enough to get by. I hope that they will in the future try to learn a little more. But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like I really love my culture, and even though that was so fucking hellish to go through, I'm really thankful that I am fluent now. Like I feel like if I wasn't put into like the torture room every day for like 10 years, I wouldn't be as fluent as I am now, right? And I feel like it'd be so much harder for me now at this age to try to learn. Lord knows I'm trying to learn Spanish on Duolingo, and this app keeps telling me I'm fucking stupid. So, but yeah, no. I every time I tell people about that, they're like, "How are you alive?" I was like, "Man, I don't know." It's crazy too, because like I think about like those videos, and I looked up the ages of like the actors and actresses, and now they're like all grown with like children, but I had to watch that as a child, suffering every day to make sure I
Yeah.
could repeat what the videos were saying back too. So yeah,
That's insane.
thumbs up. How are you,
Damn.
Yoru? Are you
Um,
okay? Are your guts okay?
Yeah, well, I'll between segments, I'll go.
Oh, are you
Um,
sure? Like if you
yeah,
really
yeah,
need to
yeah, no,
go, like
no, I'm chilling.
okay,
Um,
yeah. How do you relate to this question?
so what is it? I relate a lot with what Saiken was saying, kind of like what is it? I've definitely had times at work where like in like different jobs I've had where like a Korean customer will come in and then, I'll be told like, "Oh, can you go like, translate?" And I'm like, "That's crazy." You see the thing is and kind of in a sense like that kind of guilt. And I kind in a sense like I kind of like in a weird way I grieve the time that I could have like, because when you're young, you more easily absorb languages, and it's like I really wish that my parents would have taught me as a kid, but they wanted us to be like American kids.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and like, but at the same time, I didn't grow up with like any American media really. So I was like hella disconnected from like American peers because I wasn't taught Korean growing up and stuff. I didn't fit in with any first or second gen Korean kids who like were raised learning Korean and like were in Korean communities. Maybe it's just like this is a thing with like the where I lived, but the Koreans I grew up around were like super clicky and like they idolized the motherland, and hating on American stuff was like their personalities, and I didn't
Ooh.
get it because I was like, no, I love Korean food too, but also burgers kind of fuck, right?
Burgers do fuck.
And like, so I didn't get that. And like, I can't communicate much with my grandmother. A lot of it is kind of like me trying to parse together the couple words I can like hear and understand, but
Mm-hmm.
like, and then kind of give me like a ne, ani, uh, what? A lot of that. And my parents would like take us to a Korean church when we were young, and I was zoned the fuck out the entire time because the sermons were in Korean, and I'm just hearing just like Yesunim, and I'm like, what the fuck is he saying? Um,
What the fuck is he saying, dog?
yeah, I'm like, what Pokemon is that? And then yeah, on the American side, I was like super disconnected from American culture and media. Anything I wasn't exposed to in school, didn't know about. I thought Beyonce was dead until like 6th grade.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
Like I thought she was like Michael Jackson.
wow. She
Like that's
is luckily thriving, I think.
yeah, that's how disconnected I was.
Mm-hmm.
Like in a fair sense, just with me in general, first 14 years of my life, I just read books and played video games. So that's a bit on me, but also like my parents never really actively tried to expose us to like white people stuff. And like, despite wanting us to be American. Once I had like access to internet and social media though, I was like able to connect to like more American stuff because that taught me all the things I never learned. Like that you can use a dishwasher. Uh
Oh.
um I genuinely didn't. I thought dishwashers were just for holding dishes.
I mean,
um,
I don't even have a dishwasher in my house, so.
yeah, and then I think making friends as well helped a lot because up until middle school, I had one friend and he was Pakistani, so neither of us knew shit about like all the white people around us. um, but yeah, no, I think definitely, I think so I can hit a lot of the notes that I would want to say, which is just like this idea that like I was my parents wanted us to be American, but they didn't really push that. And I just was so like I'm connected, but like not fully to Korean culture. When like food is like my biggest like way of connecting because we ate Korean food. I know how to cook Korean food and stuff. But when it comes to like language and stuff and like more cultural customs and everything, I am in the dark and I wish I wasn't. I really wish that, I could go back and tell my parents, teach the child Korean, please. It is helpful.
Not
It
for
gets the
sure.
Riz.
Yeah, second language goes crazy, honestly.
Real?
But
Yeah.
yeah, no, this is really interesting topics that we've dealt so far. We had one more question, but overall, like the topics and like things that we've been talking, I think we already answered the last one that I put, which was how are your familial relations with your family members back in your home country? I think we already kind of touched upon that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open up the floor for chat to ask you guys questions. So slide change, and then I'm gonna do the redeem and turn it back on. So if you guys look at the redeems, there is a comment on AAPI topic, and you can send in a question or like something you want to comment for the floor to read and talk about. I need a pee, so I'm gonna be right back.
Go piss, girl.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that while you guys do that. I'm gonna be right back.
So hi, chat.
Hi, chat.
What's up, chat?
Shares awkwardly.
Hello, hello.
Second language Riz goes crazy. It does, honestly. It's insane.
Dude, my boyfriend tells me that he wishes I did because he wants to hear what I would call him in my language. And the only thing I know are like curse words because that's what I retained from my mom. Like my mom
Same.
would call me "kutarabacha" or "shoitarabacha," which means the dog's child or the devil's child. And I was told that like all my life. But then one day I was like kind of smart. I was getting smart. I was like, well, if I'm the dog's child, what are you? I got my ass beat for sure. But that was like my big moment. I was like, yeah, you can't tell me that anymore. So I call him that now.
I've noticed in my experience there's a huge difference between how sons and daughters are raised. Do you guys notice that in your own cultures as well? Oh hell yeah.
I don't have brothers.
Yep.
I mean, in my experience, right? So I have an older sister, and then there's me. And it's like definitely the way we were raised. Like my parents tried to be try to be like, fair, but I think there's definitely like, what is it, big biases in certain directions. Like, I don't know, this might be a very Korean thing. I don't know how many, like, what other, Asian cultures are like this, but a lot of Korean moms will think their sons can do no wrong whatsoever.
Oh my god, that's so
Like,
true.
like where it's like, it's like my older sister, she like she'll do chores and everything and all, blah blah blah. Like growing up, like she do the chores, she did good on her tests and stuff. She's like, okay, can I go hang out with my friends? And my mom's like, you have 1 hour, and I need your location on at all times, right? And then it's like, my mom was strict with me too, but definitely less. It's like I didn't have to prove as much if I wanted to do shit, which was
Oh
definitely
Lord have
unfair as
mercy.
hell.
I feel so much better. I needed that. I needed that. Didn't realize how badly I had to pee. All right. Okay, I see one question. Did you guys answer anything while I was pissing?
I was talking about it for at least like with Korean culture, where like I think a lot of moms think their sons can't do any wrong, and then daughters will do everything wrong.
Ooh.
And then there's
Yeah.
just a lot of like expectation on, I think, Korean women to do like everything, where it's like Korean men, you're supposed to like, just earn money and support the family, and then Korean women, you cook, you clean, you teach, you wipe their asses, you do everything kind of thing. But yeah, that's kind of, and like they're raised in accordance to that. I don't think I got that as hard, but I definitely saw it like Korean peers as well, though.
I will say that's very true for South Asian cultures.
Oh yeah.
For sure. Like my parents, or even now, they're saying like they're gonna buy my brother a house who's 18, 19.
That's crazy.
And they're like, and then it was just like brought up in conversation, right? And I was like, okay, sure. And my mom was like, out of nowhere, just goes, and we're not gonna get you one. I'm like, okay, I
Oh
didn't
my
ask.
god.
I didn't ask, but okay. And she goes, and I'm like, why? Like not that I'm asking, but like, why would you even say that? She goes, like, what do you think you've done for their family to deserve one? While my brother, to be fair, he was working in the restaurant like, since like 13, right? So I get that for sure. I think he deserves it. I don't think he's done anything like, he's a good kid, right? It's just, where did that come from? What fuck?
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah, it is.
A whole house? Man.
A whole house. So that by the time he's like out of college, he has somewhere to go. And while I'm renting an apartment.
Alrighty, let's see. Next question is, are there any childhood shows, games, or toys that help you connect to your culture?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Soap operas.
definitely. Yes, the soap operas, but for me, it was like the ones that were all just dubbed in Vietnamese. It was always the same voices, though. Always the same Vietnamese dubbed voices.
Oh god,
Or
yeah.
these Korean dramas, Chinese dramas, any of them. And Power Rangers, but it was Super Sentai. I loved watching the Power Rangers growing up, but I felt so resonated watching the ones over with the Vietnamese dub, which my early Asian crushes were definitely on there.
That's cute.
That's how I that's how I kept my Vietnamese, was just literally watching it nonstop. And since there were so little like DVDs that I owned, I just watched them on repeat.
Yeah. No, I feel that.
I'm trying to think. I think for me, it was probably Paris by Night. I love Paris by Night, unironically. I think like a lot of Vietnamese people like my age are like, why do you like Paris by Night? All they do is sing all the time. I don't know. I just like being able to understand what they were saying. I think that's why I liked it so much. I think that's definitely something that I feel like connected me to the culture, because like, if we're watching Paris by Night here, they're definitely watching Paris by Night in Vietnam,
Right. I feel that.
Anyone else?
I really like the Hike It in Paris by Night.
Oh yeah, Hike It, yeah, for sure, for sure.
For me, we have like Dish Network, because I always had international channels. So we like, and this also comes with like my trouble with like identifying like what I am. Because I didn't grow up watching Bengali things, like hardly ever. There was always Indian things. Like Bollywood. I watched up a bunch of Bollywood stuff, anything in Hindi. Like most of the stuff I watched was in Hindi, which is not my culture, really. There are similarities for sure, but I could say like because that's what I watched growing up. A bunch of like silly, that meme where people are like it's like a girl washing her husband's laptop trying to be helpful or whatever.
I've seen that.
Yeah, I watched that show growing up. I watched the whole show growing. It's very sad. Or like the one where they have like a bunch of like presentation cut-ins. It's very like a bunch of like slideshow cut-ins or transitions that are very like over the top and done, like that meme, right? That is a standard. That is how it was back then. That is, and I didn't think it was funny or anything because not that it isn't funny. Like now it is. I would say it's funny now, right? Like looking back, like. That is just what I watched. So to me, it was normal. All those like flashbacks, all those like insane fast cuts of like different, like the same angle, just to like for one move, like or like this lady walks into the room and everyone's like surprised, and it's just like a bunch of cuts, right? And it took like until like high school when that meme started circulating, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is like what I watched. This is like what I knew. So I would say that's the I forget what the question was. Oh, that's like what I grew up on.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
What about you,
I don't know.
Yoru? I knew that you wanted to say something.
I don't know if this is what they meant by games, but like, what is it? I mean, for one, it's just rock paper scissors, but in Korean. But that's how I learned rock paper scissors initially, which is just 가위바위보, right? Instead of rock paper scissors. So that's like a thing I learned that like, if I'm doing rock paper scissors, I still prefer to do 가위바위보 instead of rock paper scissors. That was one thing, and there's another one called Yutnori, which is a New Year's game. I put an image of like what it is in the live chat thing. But like, what is it? We would play it every year. Like every New Year, we would play Yutnori, which was what is it? Do I remember all? I have to get the rules explained to me every single time.
It's like you take 4 sticks and then you toss the sticks, and then the combination of the sticks determines how much you move around the board.
Yeah, and then there's like
Oh.
different spots on the board. It's like you have to move
It's
around
like
the
it's
board.
like
a certain way.
sorry, honestly.
That's what
the
I- it
board,
looks like
the board
sorry.
looks like sorry.
I
It
feel
is
like
pretty
every
similar
culture
to
has a
sorry.
sorry.
Yeah.
Um,
Because the Vietnamese one has sorry too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I just liked Nori a lot, and it was fun because we would bet money, and like the kids would put on $5, and the parents would put on like on like $50 or something, and then sometimes the kids would win, which was fun. Most of the times we wouldn't, so we'd lose $5, but it was like still a fun thing to do.
Forgot about games. Oh my god.
Yeah, Prospect mentioned, on a related note, they remember learning fairy tales, but in Chinese, and it took them a few years to connect those stories to the ones they learned in school, which is so real, because I learned a lot of the fairy tales, but in Vietnamese growing up, and then you'd like learn about them growing up in like English, like, oh shit, wait, this is a little too familiar, but like same, but different, you know?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got
My
one
mom-
more
oh,
question.
sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, Nopi, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say my mom would have like a Japanese fairy tale CD
Mhm.
that she would just play in the car all the time. So I would listen to those on repeat.
Mm-hmm.
So I would listen to Japanese fairy tales in the car instead of listening to any music.
You know what?
Aw.
That's so valid.
That's
Yeah.
cute though.
That is cute. Yeah, for sure. Do you still remember it?
Yeah, I do. Most of the famous ones though, like the Peach Boy or the
Oh.
Kaguya Hime or like the one where the guy rides on a turtle to go overseas.
Oh, I love that
Like the
one.
basic ones, but yeah. Good memory.
That is really cute. All right, we got one more question. From Makayato. Makayato asks, I know Arenda and Erihibiki mentioned having some bouts of discrimination or microaggressions in their respective settings, but have all of you experienced that, especially in the education and corpo professional setting? And if so, does it affect how you approach certain settings now? That's a good question. I think at least for me, I've always been very confident in my skills and myself as a person. So if there were ever any microaggressions, they got shut down immediately because they were either afraid, intimidated, or scared by me. Which I still continue to this day. Fear is a wonderful drug, but it could be different for other people. But I think that's like my answer to that question.
I don't think I experienced any of it in like professional settings. I won't deny it exists at all, but maybe just because my career path is kind of expected or understood that I know my stuff because being South Asian in IT, you know, we're kind of there. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, being an Asian doctor in a population that doesn't have that many Asians, I mean, it's the Asian model minority myth, right? I
Oh,
mean,
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
for me, 75% of my patients are African American, and I understand how much of a powerful force it is for them to see a provider that looks like them. But you still get old, ignorant patients that say like, I don't want to see like a black doctor. Get me someone like white or Asian. And then
Really?
and then most of my residency cohort is South Asian, so here I come in and I have the name and the face and the skin color that makes them happy, and it's the thing, right? Like I'm happy I'm able to provide the service for you, but at the same time it's kind of just like, oh,
You're a dick.
well,
See,
yeah.
I'm the opposite. I want someone that is South Asian, specifically South Asian woman, because I feel like they would understand what I'm going through more than any other. Okay, so I lied then, because in professional work settings, yeah, I answer that question truthfully. But like in healthcare, no, I've definitely been discriminated for sure.
I think, what is it? I don't know if this counts as like discrimination slash. I wouldn't call it a microaggression so much as just a full on aggression of like growing up. At least I just fully got like the Ching Chong Ling Long treatment and stuff. The squinty eyes thing, etc. And I don't even have like my eyes are big. I have big ass Korean eyes. I got them peepers.
People trying to rip out your eyeballs right now as you said that.
But yeah, no, it's like I definitely experienced like a lot of that growing up, or your food's stinky and smelly, gross, whatever, that kind of stuff. In a workplace setting, there's like whole like oh, you should speak, like it's like, oh, you can translate for this person, and it's like, nope, I can't. Um, and I have once worked at like a what is off-brand Kumon as a tutor.
Off-brand
Off-brand
Kumon.
That's
Kumon.
crazy.
Yeah, and it's like a similar thing that like Saikun was describing, where they see the Asian person at the tutoring center, and they're like,
Oh,
I want that
I
one.
want him. Yeah.
Does it start with an S? Sylveon or something like that?
No,
Oh,
I think it's
Sylvan Learning Center.
Sylvan. Okay,
no,
yeah.
it was
That's
literally.
what
It's funny because it's literally just called the tutoring center.
The tutoring center.
Oh.
The tutoring center. All other
Yeah.
tutoring centers do not matter. Only the tutoring center does.
But yeah, on the opposite side though, I mean, I live in the South, so there's lots of just flat out say, like just like racist white people, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And so I've also had the
Yeah,
reverse
brother.
of that, where they see that, like they see me and they're like, I don't want that one. Don't put that. They like, I definitely have heard. I know one time I heard a mom say, no, I don't want my kid around the yellow person, and I'm like the yellow guy, and I'm like, that's crazy, dog. The yellow guy.
Wow.
Man.
Damn.
Whoa.
The audacity.
You know,
Yeah.
that's so real though, because I grew up in the South too, and they would say fucking fuck shit like that all the time. So
Yeah.
he's not
People-
wrong.
Growing up,
Same
I feel like.
here.
Oh, sorry.
I was just go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, like, I feel like I haven't like experienced like professional microtransgression or what aggressions. But
Transactions.
No worries. No
I've
worries.
experienced those. No, but I feel like for me growing up, it was very weird because I think people just didn't know what I was. So I would get called like every slur like possible. I was like, damn, like at least use the right one if you're gonna
Right?
say it to me.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it was like not even like Asian like slurs. There's like Hispanic slurs and all this because I guess I'm very ethnically ambiguous. So I was just like, damn, like I don't even know what to feel right now. Like, do I feel bad for them calling me that, or do I feel bad for them not getting it like anywhere near correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that's kind of, yeah. I think I feel lucky to like come from like a Japanese culture because now everyone's a fucking weeb and like anime. So I feel like that's like, I don't know. I feel like that's definitely like people are like nowadays people are like, oh my god, you're Japanese, like that's so cool. And I'm like, oh, I'm only half. And they're like, that's still so cool. You're so lucky. And I'm like, okay. I guess.
Okay,
Yeah.
weirdo.
Okay, weirdo. You look like Jungkook. Oh, the psychic damage.
It's okay. Man, that's just how it is for us, though.
Yep.
Anyways, did you guys have fun in the second generation discussion panel?
Yeah.
We talked about a lot. I learned a lot from you guys today too, so I'm really thankful for everyone that showed up. The next session, fuck, English, is for the gays, but it seems like we only got one person, and I know there's a few overlap in this call right now that also signed up for that. So-
I did sign up for it, but I gotta go.
Well, that's totally
Aw.
okay, 100%. I mean, you stayed here for long enough, so you gotta go. That's totally cool too. So, for anyone that is staying from this group, feel free. Yoru, please go to the bathroom. Okay, Yoru is going to the bathroom. If you're wondering why I'm telling him to go to the bathroom, he had a banana milk and lactose intolerance is beating his ass right now.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, I really appreciate everyone showing up. If you guys wanted to show up for other things that you guys are attached to, the stream is still gonna go on for a hot minute, and we still have tomorrow, Sunday, also. So you guys get to listen to me yap for another 6 hours tomorrow. Oh goodness. But yeah, is there any last closing thoughts you guys wanted to say before I start wrapping up and start doing the LGBTQ plus section?
No, I'm good. I think.
I just
Yeah,
want to
me
say
too.
thank you
Yes.
for doing
Of
this again.
course. Yeah, of course, Hazumi. It's all good. I figured it out. I only had 24 hours, but we made it work.
You're doing amazing.
Aw,
Yeah,
thank
this
you.
is really well put together.
Aw,
The
thank
slide
you.
looks so good.
Oh, I would just like to say I was fucking mad stressing. I was flopping around in bed. I was like, man, is this gonna work out? Like, what am I doing?
No, this is well put.
I made this background in Canva 15 minutes before stream.
Oh my goodness.
I was like, okay, desk, okay, transparent PNG, lights, transparent PNG, projector. Yeah, no, I was freaking, but I'm glad that it's everything's working out, and I hope that you guys had a lot of fun sharing your stories. And chat, there's gonna be some people that will have overlap, so you might see them again later. Alrighty, yeah. So I'm gonna clear the room. If there is any LGBTQ that are staying, feel free to stay. I'll probably pull in Plump. I ordered Wendy's. I'm gonna grab my Wendy's. So whatever the rest of you guys are doing, if you guys need bathroom breaks, lunch, dinner, shower, do your thing.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, thank you.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye.
It's nice meeting you.
Bye.
All right, and then there was 3. Well, I think yours still taking a shit. And then there's Ari. Oh god, Yoru. I'm gonna pull Plump in. While I switch the screen. No, that's not the right one.
Oh, shoot. Okay, I have to mute the mic. Not mic. Stream now. Hello.
Hello!
Hello.
Hold on, where is it? Ah, there it is.
I'm sorry to say, I'm not one of the gays, but I am ace, so like that's close enough, right?
Say that one more time?
Oh, I'm very much ace. Very aggressive.
Oh,
ace.
I'm also
So
ace.
I'm like,
I'm ace too, so we're both in under the same umbrella, baby. Don't even worry about
God.
it. You're all good.
Okay.
No sweat, no sweat. Ace people are still under the LGBTQ plus umbrella.
Ah, bless.
All right, I'm gonna go grab my Wendy's. You guys can get comfortable. I will be. I'm so hungry. I will be right back.
Yes, go get food. Go
Thank
get
you,
Eat your
thank you.
food.
Go. Godspeed. Okay, guys. Now that they're gone, we can set the stream on fire. Quickly now. No. No, I can't. I would never do that. I'm doing great.
Pretty good. I've been hanging out since like 11:30.
Oh,
It's been a few hours.
are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
I just need to pee really, really bad, and I left when Yoru did too.
Hello, I'm back.
Oh,
Welcome
welcome
back.
back. We get to have a conversation about the gays. We
Let's
love
go.
the gays.
Yay, the gays!
Yeah.
I survived the lactose.
Oh, thank God.
If
I was
chat
gonna
didn't know what was happening.
No, I was gonna say that was a quick lactose break. I feel that though, but it doesn't stop me from drinking bubble tea. Oh.
For real. Me as I have a strawberry milk with me right now.
Oh God.
Listen,
What?
I stare God in the face and I say, bitch bet.
In the same way, like every time I have a glass of milk, my cat just comes over and she wants to drink the milk, and I'm like, bitch, no, you're lactose. I say drinking the glass. Both of us lactose intolerant. Me is still drinking. Oh my
Oh,
God,
God.
are you okay?
God, my
Can I
Oh no.
No.
Are you?
I'm alive.
Are
I'm
you?
alive.
Are you sure?
I'm alive.
Are you
Okay.
sure?
Yeah, my fucking cat's toy was in the walkway and I didn't see it. Oh, my foot.
Oh, it all goes back to cat.
It all
Oh.
goes back to cat. All right, let's see.
Meow meow.
Oh, did you shit? You're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right,
It was a very
bless
quick
up. All right, let me update the Google Doc. All right, I guess like all the gays are available tomorrow. Maybe I have no idea. Well, let me see. Actually, let
I
me
guess
do this.
Sunday is the day.
Yeah, Sunday is
congregation
gonna
of the gays.
definitely gonna be like the day where I'm gonna be. I have to like really be on top of things. So today has been pretty nice. It's been really chill. You know, I've been able to, introduce everyone, and we've been able to go into long, lengthy topics. without too much interruption. Yeah, I'm gonna stick this fucking straw into this cup. I ordered a medium, but I don't know if it's what. Wendy's cups are so fucking big, because this looks like a large. This is so much fucking soda. Alright.
Wendy's cups, I'm like, that's like my entire arm, bro. What do you mean?
Oh my god. It's okay. I bought like 2 burgers because I'm so hungry. And nuggets.
Hey, burgers, fuck.
I know! Oh my god. Okay, what is everyone's favorite burger?
Oh.
The Baconator.
Oh my god.
I'm basic. I like that.
The Baconator is so good that I ordered one.
Oh my god, that is
Nice.
nice.
I ordered the ghost pepper ranch chicken sandwich and
Ghost pepper?
the Baconator.
I can't say like mine because it'll dox me, but like from like Wendy's,
Mhm.
am I basic for just liking the Dave's Double? I'm like,
The Dave's Double is delicious.
I'm like that shit's like it's it's just it's balanced.
Mm-hmm. God. Okay. I'm so ready. Alright, so before we start, let's redo our icebreaker. Because Plomp is the newbie. I don't know if there's any other gays. I can do one more ping.
Yeah.
At LGBTQ. Any more gays? Question mark? If not, I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Sunday is the day of the gays.
Yeah, I know, right?
day of the gays.
The day of the Lord has become the day of the gays.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
You know what? We love that.
Lamau?
I think the Lord would hang out with the queers.
You think so?
Yeah.
W. I'm a Sunday
he hung out
gay.
with prostitutes, okay?
Uh-huh.
Like,
That's
we're
fair.
here.
That's fair. Oh yeah,
Oh,
you
that's
did
fair.
grow up with religious background. I mean, I kind of did too.
Yeah.
I just never paid attention, and then they always thought that I was like the spawn of Satan. So...
Oh, you too, huh?
Yeah.
This is gonna be a fun conversation with
Oh, this
with the gay part.
Yeah. Definitely.
All right.
Oh, good God, here we go.
Saturday queer or Sunday queers? As Catholic, I know he would hang with the gays. Let's fucking go. All right.
Let's go.
Okay, hold on. I'm putting my desk down.
The gays would rise.
Do we have rights? All right. Okay, I have my food. I put my table back to sitting position because I had to stand earlier because I was like, damn, I've been sitting for a long time.
Oh, that's based.
All right. Okay, so then let's get started. We'll do our icebreaker again because Plump is new. But for the other two, you guys can just speed through because you guys already icebroke for the chat. And we just got an icebreak for Plump.
Yeah.
All right, so the icebreaker is introducing yourself, name, pronouns, ethnicity or what you'd identify as, what type of streamer are you, and then a useless factor talent of yourself. So I'm a speedrun mine. My name's Tyga. I'm a kitty bartender, a member of Invicta. My pronouns are cat, he, him. My ethnicity is Vietnamese. I identify as a cat. I'm a big yapper. Yap, yap, yap. And a useless factor talent. I'm trying to switch up my facts and talents every time I do this. Oh, I am a professional chef. I did go to culinary school.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Yeah. Alright. Go ahead, Plomp, because you're new, you get to go first.
hello. I am Pluto or Plump. I go by she, her. I guess I also don't mind they, them. I really don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I am a slime VTuber. I am Chinese Vietnamese.
Mm-hmm.
More Chinese than Vietnamese. My family tree is weird. Let's see. Skill, talent, and fact. See, this problem. See, this coming right after you saying that you're a professional chef. I've burnt soup before.
Oh no!
How do you?
It's okay.
I don't know how I burned the soup, but when I got back to it, it was kind of like all murky and like goopy, and I kind of stared at it like, what did I do?
Oh boy.
I don't know what happened, but it kind of, it was a mistake, and I never touched the stove again.
Oh no! I love
Yeah.
cooking. I love food
Oh,
too
yeah.
much, so.
Cooking sounds fun though. I want to try it again sometime. But then again, last time I also did it. I was trying to boil eggs, right? And I think I made a mistake somewhere because while I was like boiling them, I had like the cover on, right? They kind of blew up.
Oh.
In
Oh, okay.
and I was like, don't let me near the kitchen.
I'm gonna keep that in mind. That's a personal note I gotta keep on you. That's a personal note on Discord. Do not let Plomp into the kitchen.
It's okay. I'll be fine, probably.
Probably. We sure hope so.
Mm.
Alrighty. How about you, Adi?
My
No,
name is
Go ahead.
Iri Hibiki, and I am a car racing android, and I am Vietnamese. My pronouns is she, they, and a useless fact that I have is I can flare out my nose a little weird, and I can also do cat impressions because I communicate with my cat.
Oh, we love that.
Yeah, I also talk to my cats too. The first generation group was shocked how realistically I could meow. So
We love that.
I might have missed that. Can I get like a? Is it okay if we get like a small demonstration?
Yeah.
Oh,
Now you gotta
wait,
do
I'm
it.
a little
I
shy.
have to.
Hold on.
You gotta mentally prepare yourself.
All right.
Oh,
Oh damn.
nice. If I had speakers, I'd let my cat hear this.
This is gonna be this stream is just us meowing at each other.
Honestly, if not that, you might hear my cat yowling because she's going through some shit.
Mhm.
Poor thing. She'll be fine. She already got spayed, but she still wants a man for some reason.
You know what? You know what? I respect it. All right. How about you, Yoru?
Hi, my name is Yoru, Mochizuki Yoru. I have a Reaper for the constellation Ophiuchus, little snake dude. My pronouns are yours.
Yo.
Pronouns, you can call me literally anything. I would respond to just bitch, honestly. I don't care.
Bitch drops wrist.
Bitch dropped wrist. Yeah. I do variety streaming, singing, art, and stuff. My talent. Oh fuck.
Same.
I'm like, do I have anything other than the Stitch thing? Fuck. Yeah, I think honestly that's the only thing I can think of right now is the Stitch thing.
That's okay. You can do it again. It makes me really happy.
Okay. Oh, I'm shy now. Okay. Ohana means family. That means nothing is left behind or forgotten. Or all so cute and fluffy.
That is so good.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you so much. I love Lilo and Stitch growing up.
Oh, Lilo and Stitch is great.
I gotta rewatch the movie now.
Oh, don't say
Damn.
that.
Alrighty. I'm like shoving a burger into my mouth, but the show must go on. Alright. So for this slide, I had put LGBTQ plus AAPI experiences. Many AAPI persons under the LGBTQ plus umbrella struggle with coming out to their families. Many cultures do not accept the LGBTQ plus, and many AAPI have had to navigate the waters and how to live their lives, but also still have support from their families. So that's definitely something that we're going to be touching upon. I know that a lot of you guys probably relate to this, even if you're not AAPI, person of color, you can be anything, right? I think a lot of people that are under the LGBTQ plus umbrella can definitely understand what we're going to be talking about today. So next slide. Blah, 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 blah. I only have 3 questions for this one, but I think that we can definitely go into a lot of deep topics for this. So we're going to start with, where are your parents on the scale of knowledge, understanding, and acceptance of the LGBTQ plus umbrella? And we'll start with Plomp.
Oh God. Well. Oh God. They didn't know that LGBTQ
was a term until like last year.
Oh boy.
And this is like my entire family, right?
Okay.
So, I didn't really like live with my parents for a while. But when it comes to, but I'll talk about my grandma. So my grandma, she doesn't know anything about the LGBTQ, right? And I only finally started talking to her about it because not me, but my cousin came out as non-binary, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're biologically female, and they have a girlfriend, right? And my grandma started questioning it, and she's just like trying to wrap her head around it, but she never like discriminated against my cousin, like ever. Like she never said anything like bad about it, right? If anything, sometimes she would like judge because she didn't understand why my cousin would do so and so. But usually I tried to explain to her, and she wouldn't. She didn't really understand. But at the end of the day, she'll be like, "Oh, if they're happy, then that's okay." And I'm like, "Oh, grandma, I hope more people can be like you." What the fuck? Oh no! Although when I came out to her as asexual, she kind of looked at me. Bro, her reaction was priceless. This was like back when I was in high school. Like I told her, like I think I'm ace. Like I'm not into like guys or girls, right? She didn't really understand, but she kind of looked at me. She's like, "So that means like you're not gonna like get a partner, right?" And I'm like, "Sure, grandma, sure. I'm not attracted to like men or women." She's like, "Oh, thank God." I'm like, "What do you mean, thank God?" She's like, "It means I don't have to worry about you getting pregnant in high school." I'm like, "Oh my God." Grandma!
Wow.
I'm
Okay.
like, "Grandma, I'm 15. She's like, "You can get pregnant at 15. I'm like, "Grandma."
Oh help.
Oh, God.
That's wow. You know
I was never
what?
this.
You know what? Her heart was there. You were so right, Hebe. Her heart was there.
Oh yeah, no. The rest of my family, they're just like, "Oh, you haven't met the right person. Oh, you haven't like got like you haven't gotten a boyfriend or got experience." Da, 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 da. And my grandma's just like, "Oh, thank God. I've had 7 children. It's overrated." I'm like, "Grandma."
You know what? Your grandma's
Your
a G.
grandma's a
I gotta meet
Chad.
your grandma, dude.
Yes, please, please. Like I would love it when my grandma meets people because she's just so happy. Partially because she looks at me, she's like, "Oh my God, you have friends?" And I'm like, "Oh my God."
Wow, damn, grandma, the bare minimum? Shit.
Your grandma's awesome.
You know what? Does your grandma like VTubers?
She knows that I VTube, and I've
Mhm.
talked to her on stream before in like my dialect.
Uh-huh.
And one time I told her, I'm like, "Yeah, grandma, we have like people watching us and listening." She's like, "But they don't know what we're saying." I'm like, "Yeah, they don't." She's like, "They're weird." But hello.
Shit,
I'm like,
well.
"Oh."
Oh, okay. That's okay, grandma. You still cool as fuck. You based
Grandma
as
Flop
hell.
is a Chad.
She really is. Everyone loves my grandma. I love my grandma too. Everyone needs one of my grandma, that's all.
Damn, I need your grandma. Is she adopted? Shit.
Yeah.
I can ask. I will ask. Honestly, you could just walk into her place and she'll just like serve you a bowl of rice. Boom. Adopted.
Oh, yes, we love that. The key to my heart is food.
Oh yeah, it is. What's your grandma's Oshi mark?
True, what bowl of rice?
Probably, honestly, like a bowl of rice or like a root of ginger.
Very cute. Alright. How about you, Ari?
My parents were always aware of it. They were like really religious, so they just like were they just knew about it, but they had their views. Um and they were both against it, like very, very hard. And I remember a very like vivid memory of first thing in the news at 7 a.m. when Love Wins showed up on TV and how there was like a parade. My dad was like he just said slurs and stuff
Oh,
while
God.
watching.
Wow.
And I was like, "Oh, I think by that time I was already starting to realize that I was in fact gay."
Mhm.
So it made me a little bit more hesitant and cautious around my parents in that way, knowing that they were against it, and it's just like it was known amongst my relatives, especially my grandma. She was also against it. Until I came around to it at some point, but yeah, My dad is very blatant about it, and also additionally with like internalized racism.
Mhm.
And it was yeah, just mostly my parents. I was really scared to interact with them in that way for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. My mom, you know, she'd be totally cool with other gays. Okay, she'd be cool with like ladyboys, gays in Vietnam on TV. I was not allowed to be gay. She's like, "Yeah, I find out you're gay, it's over." And I was like, "Well, sorry, mom, I've had a dick in my mouth." So well, I don't.
A bit too late for that.
Right, and I've already had been with men and women, so it didn't matter to me either. So when she found that out, she's like, "Why couldn't you just do it with women?" And I was like, "Look, man, it was a science thing. Okay, they both offered at the same time. I was just like, okay, we're gonna find out now." And I found out I was okay with both. Shit, you know. But yeah, no, my mom was just like, yeah, she did not care. She was accepting for everyone else. It just I couldn't be, and my siblings couldn't be either. But she's always been like that though when it comes to stuff like that. Anyways, how about you, Yoru?
Okay, my parents they're like both hella religious and have like hella religious and have had like really traditional views and stuff. One big thing is like being like the first son in the family in a sense, right? It's
Mhm.
like there's a big expectation that you're supposed to get married, have kids, pass on the family name, etc. and so forth, right? So like that was a big it was me making babies was a big expectation, right? And I'm like, I'm sorry, the bloodline ends here. um
Oh no.
but they didn't like and because of like religious stuff, whatever, my dad was definitely like a lot more hardcore on the homophobia than my mom was.
Mhm.
Where he was like, they're sinners, they're gonna go to hell, it's disgusting, they probably like kids and stuff like that kind of mindset. My mom was kind of just like, I don't agree with it, and I just they're happy right now, but they won't reach the heavenly kingdom and stuff. But I kind of did like a bit of, I got a head start on my mom in terms of like kind of training her in a sense
Okay,
that
all
like
right.
the gays aren't evil actually. Which started in a really weird way where what is it, my Google Drive account accidentally got linked to her tablet,
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
and
What
then
was on there?
she found so much yaoi.
Oh no!
Just 2D boys kissing, right?
Wait, share the Yowie drive? You can't just say that without sharing the Yowie drive.
I've tried to find it, it's gone.
Damn.
Oh.
Years of
but
Yowie. God.
it was like, what is it? It was back when iFunny was like a thing,
Oh
and
god.
I would just like save images of like characters I liked kissing. And my mom found it and she's like, what is this? Right? And then I'm like, oh, my friend likes it, and I save it to show her. And then I kind of just like, from there it was like just lots of like little subtle things of when she would say like stuff about gay people, whatever, I'd be like, well, they're just people and they just like different things, I don't like this kind of food, you might. Just kind of like that.
Mhm.
So I got a head start on her. My dad, not much of a start, so that's still a big work in progress right now. um, and then when I came out as non-binary to my family, coming out as gay was like a whole like thing. I was 14 and I like I contacted friends. I like prepared a luggage, right? Because I was like fully scared that I was just gonna get like booted out. When I came out as non-binary though, at that point I was kind of like, ah, fuck it. I just sent a text to everybody. um, I was like, hey, I go by this instead of my birth name. I don't identify as a guy or a girl really. I'm just kind of a thing. If a guy is a circle and a girl is a triangle, I am a dodecahedron.
Dodecahedron. Okay.
Damn.
We like that.
So I'm like, that's just kind of who I am. I get, it's like I prefer, gender neutral stuff, but also I don't really care regardless either way. But yeah, not a dude. That's the important part. Um, my dad, like, the gay part, he's kind of had to pitifully accept. The non-binary part, he's still just kind of blatantly disrespects, but I'm like, I don't give a shit. And then my mom does her best. She tries.
Aw.
And she tries to learn, but she makes mistakes. My ex had family as well. My aunt, it was funny. She texted me saying, "Hey, you do that art thing, right?" And then she was like, "Sorry, they do that art thing, right?" And I'm like, I appreciated it a lot, honestly. That I'm like, it's a cute little thing where she was like, "Oh wait, the they them pronouns," and I'm like, you can use the word you. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess that's kind of like where there's a variety. There's like different levels of understanding and acceptance, and it's just kind of like picking and choosing battles, I guess.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I think my mom kind of gave up on me. But that's okay. I don't care. You know? My experience was growing up, I did not realize I was asexual. I just realized I was like, damn, is there something wrong with me? Because everyone be fucking, but I don't want to be fucking like that, you know? And when I got to college, I was like, maybe I just need to try, you know? Maybe I just like don't have an interest in it because I haven't tried it. So that at my first party, this couple came up to me and asked me if I wanted to go upstairs. So okay. I did it with both of them. Realized I was okay with both of them. But then I also at the same time realized that for me, sex is like a biological thing. Right? Like I can do it, no problem, but I don't have feelings of need and want for it. Which is how I figured out I was asexual. And that was also how I figured out that I was aromantic, because I also don't have those feelings. And sometimes when I was younger, before like I started getting more comfortable with my skin, I wondered if the reason why I am like this is because growing up I had such terrible examples of love, right? My mom was a single mother that was like super dependent on men. She needed male validation. But I just felt like I didn't have like healthy outlets of what love was supposed to be, so I was always too scared to open myself up for other people. And hope for the opportunity to also find love. And like for a long time it took me, God, and like sometimes I still like, you know, if I'm like really deep in my mind about it, I like will like come to the terms like the reason why I'm like this is because I'm unlovable. I don't deserve love. That's why I'm asexual. That's why I'm aromantic, because I'm hiding behind these terms because of like the way I was raised. I'm just not normal. Luckily, after talking to so many people, you know, that also fall under the ace umbrella, I think like besides like LGBTQ plus being so big, I think like the ace umbrella is like really misunderstood. And like I feel like a lot of it is also like psychological too. You know, there's not really like a big understanding for it, but like if you like relate to those words, I think that's like really what's important. But you know, telling my mom, I was like, "Hey, I'm never having kids. Like you're never going to have a grandchild. It's not happening. I hate kids. I don't want it." And she's like, "Is it because you're gay?" False, mother. I am asexual. What the fuck is asexual? Well, mother, I do not want to have sex. She's like, "But you're not ugly." It's like, thank you.
Thank you.
But you know, we got into a huge argument about it, and she's just like, "No, like there's just something wrong with you. You just need to go to the doctor. Like, you can't be asexual. That's not real." You know?
It's like you have to like this, or that, like this.
Oh,
you
yeah.
have to like that, yeah.
100%. And that was like a really a really sore spot.
Yeah.
For a long time. So I kind of just like gave up. Like with my siblings, like my brother's straight, my sisters are straight. I'm the only one that's kind of Thumbs
That's
up.
really-
So I told her mom, it's like, don't even fucking worry about me. Your fucking other kids will give you grandchildren. Shit. Leave me
Exactly.
alone. Fuck.
Let me be.
Yeah, 100%. But I don't think my mom will ever be understanding. Like, she doesn't care for others, but towards me, there's always, like, I feel like there's, like, a specific spot where she needs to, like, prod me with a fucking bat. Everyone else, they can live their lives. It's okay, though. I don't give a fuck.
Mhm.
Anyways, the next question. Do you feel safe being LGBTQ plus around or with your family?
Oh boy.
Ooh.
See, I'm very selective
Mm-hmm.
with who I feel safe with. Because again, like obviously I feel safe with my grandma, right? Even though I know that sometimes she doesn't exactly understand everything. In terms of my other relatives, no. Back when I was living with my stepmom, right? Like you mentioned, like when you came out as ace to your mom and your other siblings are straight. That's how it was with my stepmom as well. Because when I came out to ace for her, I honestly like when it came to like me being ace and my sexuality, I didn't give a shit if my family knew. But I started caring more after like I got like a visceral reaction from my stepmom.
Oh shit.
Because she was like, no, you have to like guys. I'm like, but I don't. I'm like, I don't like men or women. I don't like anyone. I'm like, the best way I can explain it is like if you put a really nice looking man or woman in front of me and a fire hydrant, I'll feel the same way towards both.
Damn.
Like, I'm like, that's just how it is, right? Like obviously I could look at the man or the woman and be like, oh, they're pretty, but I don't feel anything more than I feel towards a goddamn piece of cake, right? In fact, I think I'll favor the cake more, right?
Yeah.
What that mouth do? Eat.
Shit.
Exactly. But I know I was actually having this conversation with my brother too. Like when it came out, my brother, he was like really young and he didn't really understand. He just knew, oh, basically sis is saying she don't need no man, and I'm like, exactly, thank you. And so because when I said I didn't like men, she was like, oh, so you like women? I'm like, no. She's like, okay, good, but you have to like men. And I'm like, oh god. And my brother, he decides to cut in. Keep in mind, he's like 8 years old, 7 years old at this time, right? 7, 8. And he just asks straight up, bluntly, asks my stepmom, why can't she like women? He's like, what if I like men? Because he's so I'm her stepdaughter, right? He's her biological son. So when he asked, and like my family also had like that whole like the son is more valued, all that right? And so when my brother asked that, she was like stunned. She was shell shocked. I'm like, oh no, he asked that. Oh no.
Little man Chad.
Yeah, no, my brother's like, I mean, I like girls, but why would it be bad if I like a guy? And I'm like, oh, you sweet summer child. Like I don't get it. I'm like, I mean, that's fine. It's good that you don't get it. That means you're in the right headspace, okay? You're doing something right. But yeah, so since then I never like talked about being ace again because we got into like a really big argument. And at the time I was like in high school, like early high school. So I didn't really want to deal with that. I'm like, dude, I am going through too much shit. And I tell my family outside my grandma, like my aunt, like aunties, uncles, etc. The uncle that I ended up living with, like he was chill, he was fine. He was like, listen, as long as you're happy, you're good. My aunt, on the other hand, oh boy, she started like barraging me with questions, which is a good thing, right? Good thing. But she kept saying the whole, you haven't met the right person yet, da 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 da. And I'm just like, listen, I've had a boyfriend. It didn't click. It didn't. She's like, that's because you haven't found the right person yet. I'm like, listen, do I need to try something to know I don't like it? Like, I'm like, listen, you know you don't like so I bring up to my aunt, I'm like, yeah, like you know you don't like XYZ. You've never tried XYZ, but you know you don't like it. So like you see where the disconnect in logic is? We kept going back and forth. She kept trying to I know she kept trying to understand to a degree, but it just wasn't like sticking. Like I was hurling stuff at the wall, but nothing, right? And it'll always come back to, oh, you haven't found the right person. And I'm just sitting here like, yeah, sure, you know what? I'm just gonna end this conversation. Let's go with that.
Damn.
If we're just gonna keep running in circles, because we've been doing this for like the past 45 minutes, I have things to study for. Like I got other things to worry about. At least grandma, even when she didn't understand, she just admitted she didn't understand instead of saying she did and kept trying to offer quote unquote solutions to me. So yeah, so I feel safe with grandma. Not so much the others. Now and then I still talk to my grandma like about my sexuality stuff. She's like, oh, you still don't have like a boyfriend, girlfriend? I'm like, I don't. She's like, give me a great grandchild now. She's like, when are you gonna get me one? I'm like, when I adopt a kid. She's like, I'm gonna be 10 feet in the grave. I'm like, grandma, that's 6 feet. She's like, still. I'm gonna be dead by the time I have great grandchildren. I'm like, grandma, my cousin has a child. You are a great grandma.
She wants your child.
She wants my child, apparently. And I'm like, listen, grandma, I'm not gonna have a child. I'm gonna adopt a kid. She's like, that's fine. I just want a great grandchild. I'm like, grandma.
Grandma, come on.
She doesn't want much. She just wants. I mean, of course, I know like where she comes from because she's like, even though like I came out as ace, and she knows that I'm not really into anyone, or like I don't like. I'm not aromantic, right? But I'm like closer to gray romantic. I don't know where exactly I line there. That's to be continued. I don't know where I lie there, but my grandma knows. But at the same time, she's just like, you need to try like meeting someone, because for her, she's like, she's still like really traditional, despite like her very like understanding like and flexibility to be progressive. She's still like, oh, I'm worried about her. Like if she has a partner, it's like settles down, then I'll know she'll be okay, etc., 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 right? And I'm like, grandma, I know this comes from a good place, but I'll be fine. I don't need a partner. It's okay, grandma. She's like, but what if you do? And I'm like, I don't. And even then, like at this point, I think she doesn't really care, even if I like end up dating a guy or a girl. Because to her, she's like, as long as my grandchild settles down and she's happy, I don't care. And I'm like, oh, grandma. Oh. I'm sorry, I can go hours talking about it.
No, you're all good. You're all good.
Oh yeah, children are expensive. Yeah, children are expensive. Whoever said that?
Yeah, no. Yeah, children are too expensive, man. It's already hard enough to keep me alive.
Oh yeah, never mind another human being, a tiny human being. God.
I can barely take care of myself. You think I can take care of a creature that can die in 27 different ways by existing?
If I'm gonna have a child, I have a cat. In fact, I do have a cat.
Yeah, she be yowling.
She do be yowling. Jesus.
Damn.
She's hiding in the closet now.
How about you, Adi? How do you feel about this question? I know you mentioned about your dad earlier.
So I used to watch a lot of yaoi and read a lot of doujinshi as a kid.
Same.
So I had to always lock my doors, but my parents would always have access to open it if I had it locked. So I had to be really discreet with how I did those things. Around my grandma though, initially I I came out to my family when I was 14 as bisexual. And before that, as when I was a lot younger, I tiptoed around them where I avoided those topics and I would just be quiet and listen when they would talk about their anti gay like propaganda. And they were like Catholic. So a lot of the times especially when the whole Love Wins thing, or if it would show up on the news, my family, like about like 3 or 4 relatives sitting down, they would just talk about how much they hated gay people.
Oh my god.
God,
It was an experience for sure. And I felt like it was a crime to watch gay anime as well around my family. So I would, like I said, Doujinshi, Yaoi, Free, Yuri on Ice. I indulged so hard in those, but I did not want to show my family any of it.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I have not been caught.
And we're gonna keep it that way. Father, Son,
Keep
Holy
it on
Spirit.
the down low. Keep it on the down low.
Amen.
Mhm.
How about you, Yoru?
I have like this weird. Okay, I feel like it's a weird situation where it's like I do and I don't at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with my aunt and uncle, I feel like 100% safe around them. I remember when I was like younger, and it was like I was my denial stage kind of thing. Um, but my parents were talking about like LGBTQ came up in like conversation, and like they were talking with my parents, and what is it? I think my mom or one of my parents said something like, like, I couldn't handle it if one of our kids was gay, and then my uncle immediately, without missing a beat, he just went, why? That, they're kids, you should love them just as they are,
Right.
um
Mhm.
which, overhearing that, I didn't know why it made me happy, but it made me happy. Looking back, it's like, oh, because I'm fruity. And my aunt was very much in the same vein, where she's like, yeah, like, regardless of your beliefs, as a parent, you should love your children unconditionally.
Right.
So them, I'm like, I feel hella chill with, with my own parents. Well, okay, with my sister, we're hella chill. um she is also like LGBT. If it has a pulse, she'll fuck it. Like why my
Wow.
I love her. I love her already.
I'm like, why my parents popping out so many gay kids? Like, but yeah, no, like my sister, we're hella chill. I think like we've bonded a lot because of like some shared trauma experiences and stuff. And also like shared trauma both with like just like Asian upbringing stuff, and also like gay upbringing stuff. My mother, I feel a lot more comfortable with, because she definitely is the one. She is just kind of like eventually, which is kind of like, if my kids are happy, then I'm happy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and
Mhm.
she's like still kind of awkward with it, but does her best and tries to be as supportive as she can. Like she like what is it? Last year, Pride Month, she bought this cute like mug that said positivity with like a rainbow
Aw.
on it.
Aw.
Um, and then she got she what is it? Got me a little throw blanket that has like with a bunch of rainbows, and it says "Love Wins," and it's like it's cringy, but it's cute. Um,
Aw.
she does, and so like she's supportive in her own way. My dad is like very, to this day, like I don't really know how he feels about it, but I definitely don't feel like super safe about it. When I came out at the age of 14, my mom just kind of cried because of like, religious stuff, and like, war. And the biggest thing is she was scared for me that I would get
Mhm.
bullied or like, hate crimed and stuff.
Mhm.
My dad was what is it? He said, he's like, I'm disappointed we won't share the same heavenly destiny. Later claimed that, oh, I didn't mean to indirectly say you're gonna go to hell. No, that's not what I said. And I'm like, girl,
What did you mean, Dad? What did you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean by
please
that, sir? Shit.
elucidate to me on how else one could interpret that.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna go
But
to Nirvana. That's what.
I'm gonna go to gay heaven.
Yeah, Sunday is for the gay. Sun gay.
Hell yeah. And when it comes to being non-binary, my dad, I definitely don't really with my mom, and like everybody but my dad, we're all chill kind of about it. My dad is just very much, he thinks it's like baloney and like made up stuff and all that jazz. Um we had a big argument at one point, talking about some other stuff, and then I said, can you please respect my identity, right? Because he kept saying, like, son and everything, like, just like, like male stuff, right? And like talk about my duty as a man or whatever, and I'm like, not a dude. And he's kind of like, no, you need to respect my belief that I don't have respect for you, pretty much.
Damn.
Like, he's like,
My
I
God.
was like, please, can you respect me? And he's like, you need to respect that I think you're full of shit.
Whoa.
And I'm like,
What the hell?
and I'm like, okay, damn, that's crazy. So, yeah, I think it's mainly like a lot of that, and it's like I do get why it's such a sensitive topic for him, because of just his deeply ingrained Korean values of firstborn son needs to carry on the bloodline, the family name, etc., and so forth. And I'm just like, sorry, I'm fruity, no kids happening, don't want to adopt anyways. Oopsie. Why are you making so many gay kids though? Let's talk about
True. Is it what's swimming in you, Dad? Shit.
that. Yeah, like
Sounds very no.
like y'all leave some cobbler in the oven or something. What the hell?
Oh shit!
Why are we all so fruity?
Oh shit! Christmas came early. Look at all the
All right, so I did have one more question, but the question was basically already answered from like us just shooting the shit a little bit.
Yeah.
The last question was just, have your parents accepted you as LGBTQ plus, and if they weren't accepting at first, has it gotten better now? So we already talked about it. So, did you guys have any other things you wanted to talk about before I open the floor to chat?
I kind of want to talk about like the how it came to be with like coming out to our family, but it seems like Plumpers and Yoru were able to.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to like add my bit of it if that's okay.
Of
Oh, go
course.
ahead.
Yeah.
I'm
So
listening.
when I first came out, I was really scared too. So initially I came out to my friends and one of them was like, "So you're bisexual. So have you kissed a girl?" And I was like, "No." They're like, "Have you had sex with a girl?" And I was like, "No." And then he told me, "You're not bi." But I just stood by my case.
I would have punched him.
Oh
We're
God.
not friends anymore.
Straight to the gulag.
I know. And I came out to my parents, and first I came out to my mom because I felt like my mom understood me more. And she was like, "Oh, I think I already knew that you were gay." And I was like, "What? How did you know?" And she was just like, "Because you cut your hair so short like a boy." And I was like, "That's not necessarily an indicator that I'm gay, Mom." But she started asking questions too. She was like saying like, "Am I going to have grandchildren?" And I was like, "Well, if I end up dating a woman, obviously I'm going to adopt." And she's just like, "Well, it's not going to be your biological children." And I was just like, "It could be. It just really depends." And this was like this conversation was when I was like 14. And then eventually, I think about like 2 months later, I came out to my dad, and of course, I wanted him to know too, and I was afraid that my mom was going to spill to him anyway, so I just told him. And then he just scoffed at me and said, "That's devil stuff."
No.
It's devil
Yo,
mojo.
we got such similar experience.
Yeah, no, for real.
I
Shit.
know, right?
I actually I honestly I wanted to ask more about like how your religion how much it affected your families and like how you like your perception of yourself, like if you were in denial, like for how long, and like the interaction. Because
Oh,
I was raised in like a Buddhist household, which is like the fucking opposite spectrum
Mhm.
of like Catholicism and Christianity, right? And so, like, that's probably also why my grandma accepted me so quickly, was because she was also raised on the whole, if it makes someone happy, then they're happy. Like, you don't get to be the judge of that.
mhm.
Like, you can't judge someone else's happiness as long as they're not hurting someone, right? And so
Mhm.
that's probably what helped my grandma, like, accept it a lot easier. Even if she didn't necessarily understand, because she can, like, because at the very least, she could be like, well, you're not gonna go to hell. And and your experience, it like she's like, the way you grew up isn't the same way I grew up, so I'm not allowed to say what you can't like. She's like, I'm not allowed to judge you if you don't like something that I like, right?
Mhm.
And I'm just like clutching my heart. I'm like, ah, like, Grandma, I hope you know that this is what like almost every like kid or adult who comes out to like their family wants to hear,
Mhm.
even if the family doesn't necessarily understand. But yeah, no, I know. In terms of religion, it never really affected me coming out, or like my process of like processing my sexuality or lack thereof. Um, so I was always curious, like how much it affected like people on the opposite side.
Oh, I fully tried to pray the gay away.
Oh.
I was praying like every night. I was like, Lord Jesus, please take this sin away from me. I was fully like, do not let the devil tempt me with this sin.
Wow.
The sin of being
Yeah, and then eventually I was kind of like, you know what? I'm chill. Came to terms with it. I did have a denial phase where I was like, where I would say, no, I'm bi, right? Because I thought, oh, if I'm like half straight, then it's not as bad as being like fully gay, I even dated a girl from my church to like try and reinforce it. Didn't work. Found out later she was also a lesbian, so that was cool.
I feel like that's what always happens, man.
Like we were both trying to prove some.
Mm-hmm.
We're both trying to pray the gay away. Oh shit.
Yeah, but I think like definitely like the combination of like some like traditional Asian stuff and like conservative religion stuff, like definitely fucked with me a lot mentally. To like come to terms with it, and then eventually deciding that like my whether I'm religious or not in the future, right? That's my own thing to sort out, and I shouldn't let everyone else, their perceptions and their relationships like affect me because I am my own person. My relationship with religion is my own as well. So shut the hell up.
It's hard to come to terms with being gay and also living under a really religious household. Like for a
Mhm.
really long time, I was also in denial.
Mhm.
And I remember I was like praying at the pews at church. I was just like, I am so sorry. I looked at anime boobs.
Yeah, I'm like, I saw two anime boys kiss. Am I gonna go to hell?
Damn. I'm trying to think. So, my mom, she's like religious, but like when I was growing up, like she was too busy making ends meet to not be like really on top of her beliefs. But then she started going after men that were super religious. I had to deal with one of her boyfriends saying that he was the prophet of God. So that was great.
Oh god.
So then she started getting like super fucking religious. Mind you, I have no problem with religion, but I didn't believe in any of it because of every single 5 minutes she's like, well, you have to pray to Jesus. So like that's why. No, you know what? I got into a car accident. You want to know what she said to me?
Oh no.
The reason why you got into a car accident is because you don't pray enough.
Oh god.
No, I
Oh
know
my
exactly
God.
what you mean.
I literally looked at her and it was like, so you're saying that I should have died? You're not like, you don't care that I'm alive? Or well, yeah, because you don't go to church and you don't like, the only reason why you survived is because Jesus protected you.
Damn. My parents said the same
That's so
thing about
fucked up.
like
I know, and
if I'm
like
disabled.
my mom's
I'm like,
evil. Okay, she's like literally like spawn evil incarnate, and it's crazy because she's only like, I'm 6'2". She is 5 feet tall. All right, let it be known she is like 5 feet. Like she's all pure hell. She's evil. She's evil. Spawn of Satan. Like I don't know how I exited her uterus, man. Like
the evil is just compressed.
That's what I'm saying. Like
The shorter you are, the closer you are to hell.
Hey, wait, hold on.
Well, yeah, no, I really remember that shit. So like, when it came to like my sexuality and stuff like that, I never bothered talking to her about that shit because I know she'd be like, well, the reason why you're gay is because you didn't pray enough. Okay, ma'am. All right. I'm done with this now. I'm done with this shit, man. But that's how my mom always was. So I always had like a really bad warped view about religion because of how much it was like shoved down my throat. Like the prophet of God boyfriend, I hated that man. Oh, he was disgusting. I'm sorry. If you are charging people and telling them that you speak to Jesus and are telling people that, yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
Oh god, I have a whole story about like people trying to like take advantage of religion and like vulnerable people for money. I have a whole story about that, but that doesn't have anything to do with like the LGBTQ. So I'm like holding it. Different story though.
Q&A.
Yeah, it's
for
time for
Q&A.
Q&A. So I think we got like 15 minutes left for the LGBTQ one. I like how this one went really fast, which is really funny. I think we all just like we like synchronized gaze. Like the gay synchronization just hit hard after I shoved that burger into my mouth, and it was
gay
just...
hive
brain
mind.
cell. The gay brain cell.
For real. I'm gonna open up the Q&A session. If you guys have been here and know what it is, basically I'm gonna turn on a redeem where it's comment on AAPI topic, where you can send in a question or something you would like us to discuss in the next 15 minutes. Be aware that is a 1-minute cooldown, so it doesn't get like flooded, and we can try to answer as many questions as we can. But it should be up now. And yeah, and then the next on the schedule is hold the front door. The next one is mixed ethnicity. Let me check who's on this list actually. I'm so glad that I made like an actual list so I can see who is who. Because if I didn't, I probably would have had a meltdown trying to keep track of everyone.
You're doing great though. This is like an insane amount to organize and like handle. It's
In 24 hours.
like you're giga chatting right like
You're a god.
Oh, thanks guys. I really appreciate it. I'm really glad. I hope everyone's been having a really good time. Honestly, like I just wanted to make sure, like I wanted everyone to have a good time. I wanted to make sure everyone got a chance to speak. And yeah.
Yeah, no, this has been freaking awesome.
I'm really glad. I hope that I can do something like this again, whether it not be AAPI. I'm not allowed to say it yet because I'm still signed under NDA, but I have something super awesome planned for next month.
Ooh.
Which I will hopefully be inviting a bunch of YouTubers to. So I'm super excited for that.
Nice.
Vote Taiga for president for his organization skills. Oh man, sadly I'm first gen. I wasn't born here. I can't even apply for presidency. They won't allow me, man.
It's okay, y'all. We still president of Twitch.
President of Twitch.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. Y'all make me laugh. But yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any other things we could talk about. If chat doesn't send any questions. Well, what other questions do Asian gays have to deal with?
I think one thing I think is like an interesting thing is kind of like what is it? Well, in terms of when you face English.
Oh, mood.
In terms of like what is it? How a lot of the LGBTQ like there's lots of discrimination faced there, and then also I feel like a lot of Asian immigrants or like children of immigrants, etc. Minorities, we get also a lot of discrimination, hate, etc. And I think it's like interesting how like there's crossovers in like you might get hate for both, you might get hate for one, and it's like or like how non-minorities, right, who are LGBTQ, like non-racial minorities who are LGBT, like they can there's kind of like we can relate to each other in a sense, or like and vice versa, etc. All those connections, like we can all relate to each other in how we all have faced like some sort of discrimination of some sorts, but we can all come together and say fuck those people.
Honest, I've always felt like with Asian families specifically, and I say like Asian families specifically because it's also like not only like with the religious aspect, but there's also the cultural aspect of like generally in any Asian country, like people don't like someone standing out.
Yeah.
Because if you because if you stand out, then that just causes more troubles than it's worth, right? Which is why that's how we got the name the model minority.
Oh god, yes. I hate that shit so bad.
Yeah, I do too, but it exists, and I'm like, oh fuck. And because of that, like it's pretty much like a survival or coping mechanism, right? And because like being LGBTQ+, like it's also like an additional way of being discriminated against or like additional ammunition, right? And for the most part, like the vehement like denial from like Asian families, like it like in my mind I'm thinking like that could also be why like with some families if they're support like they're okay with like LGBTQ like outside of their family but they're not okay with it in their family.
It's because it makes you stand out.
Yeah, because they're like, yeah, it makes you stand out, and we don't want that for you, especially because in their head, it's like if you stand out, nothing good comes out of it, right? And it does come from a place of concern. So I feel like it's always like, obviously, there to a degree, there is that whole like, I don't understand this, and I'm scared of this, or like, because there's also like that reason of the religion. This is like Satan spawn. This is sin. Get the fuck out of here, right? But for the parents, don't have that. Their love for their child outweighs their love for their belief. It comes from a place of concern, right?
Yeah.
And that's completely understandable. Completely makes sense. Like, if you knew that your child was doing something, or like was something. This sounds so bad, but if you knew your child was doing like something that you thought would put them in danger, for the most part, you'd be like, "Are you sure you want to do this?"
Yeah.
And for the families and parents who have that same mentality, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So it's nothing like no place from maliciousness. It comes from a place of love, but it could be like layers upon layers, warping it up and messing it up. When again, the reality is that they just love their kid. It's just that with Asian families, no one communicates properly with each other, so the meaning gets lost. We're just like, listen, one person says, yes, I would like this pancake, and the parent would look at them, quirk a brow, and be like, so you hate this waffle? I'm like, no! No!
Oh,
Yeah,
there's a
for
question.
sure. It's shit, man. That's so real. Fuck. We did get one question.
Oh, yay.
Okay, the question is there anything you would change about your LGBTQ plus awakening?
Oh, boy.
I don't
It
think
took
so.
me years to like figure it out, but I would say that I don't think there's anything that I would change about it. To be honest, like I am happy as I am. I was born this way. Baby, I was born this way, guys. Like, you gotta embrace it.
We love Lady Gaga.
Yes.
Big monster here. I love Lady Gaga so much. But yeah, no, I feel like I never really thought about my sexuality until other people were just like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, there's something wrong with me? I never really had time to think about it growing up with having to, like, you know, raise my siblings and, like, you know, take care of my mom and be the parent and, you know, take care of myself, that I kind of just didn't have time for it. So when I finally, like, found time when I got out of high school and got to college and, you know, was starting my journey to adulthood and then attempted it, I was like, damn, maybe I am broken. I think, like, if there's one thing that I wish I would have changed or could change is, like, if maybe my mom was just more accepting, you know. But I think, like, you know, we could say that for any of us, right? If our parents were just more understanding, I think that's, like, there's nothing wrong with us, you know, at the end of the day. And what would make it better is if our parents saw the same sentiment.
Yeah. When it came to like me being ace, like I had the same experience where like I didn't even know I was ace until I actually had time to sit down and think about it. Because otherwise, like there's having like the bi or gay awakening where it's like, oh shit, I like this. Ace, you kind of just don't ever have an awakening because there's nothing to awaken. There is no sexuality to awaken. It's like exactly. So like I found out because like fucking in high school, like my friends would be having like their straight awakening, right? Like when teenagers are going through like their whole oh yeah, I'm attracted to this thing or I'm attracted to that thing, and I'm kind of sitting here like, I'm attracted to what? What do you mean? What is this?
Am I supposed to be attracted to something? Hello?
Exactly. Like my friend would show me like a cover, like, hey, yo, isn't this guy really hot? And I'm just staring at it. I'm like, what? I mean, it's a nice beach. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, that's a really nice beach. She's like, are you? What do you mean? There's a hot guy right there. And I'm like, listen, man.
Listen, man.
Listen, man. I wouldn't change anything how I came out because honestly, like I approached it like without a care in the world. Obviously, like I would have liked my stepmom didn't have a visceral reaction to it. I never actually came out to my dad ever. And I kind of regret not doing that. But yeah, I never came out to him. But I feel like he would have fixed it, but not for like religious reasons. Again, it'd be the whole concern of standing out. because my dad was also like one of the people who was like keep your head down and shit, right?
Oh.
Yeah, no, my dad was very much like tell keep your head down, like don't attract attention, all that shit. But otherwise, yeah. Aside from just like I hope my stepmom wouldn't have been so visceral. I wish I told my dad. Otherwise, we're good. We're chilling.
That's good.
I think for me, it's like, I mean, there's a whole, wish, you wish your parents didn't, react the way they did, but, I mean, okay, I guess, like, changing about, like, in terms of, like, awakening, one, wish I didn't learn everything from Yaoi. That was a mistake. What is it? I think another thing is, like, I wish I kind of understood, like, what non-binary was and how that, like, fits comfortably for me earlier. Mainly just so I could have, like, deaded my dead name earlier and got people more used to, like, my current name. I think the only thing beyond that is just kind of like, I just think that, what is it? I think it would have been nice, like having more of the, like the resources for education that we have now. Having that when I was younger would have been so helpful. Like, and it being more like, you can like, learning about like, what sexuality is and stuff, and like how, you can identify with things, or you could say like labels don't fit me or whatever. Either way, like just all those educational resources that are so much more freely open on the internet now. Having that when I was younger would have been a lot more helpful into coming to terms with my own coming to terms with my own sexuality. Because it's like I definitely subconsciously knew for a long time, but I was just in denial. And it's like having those resources and like that affirmation would have been very helpful, and I would not have, been nearly as mentally ill.
No!
Also, I should not. Don't come out on your birthday. Don't do that.
Oh no! Is that what you did?
I did. It was my 14th birthday, and I was like, okay, it's my birthday, so they have to be nice to me.
Oh no! If only that was how it worked.
Yeah, it ruined birthdays for like a good few years. But it's like, yeah,
Oh,
so like,
damn.
don't do that. Don't make my mistake,
Note to
bro.
self.
I thought I was cooking and it was burnt.
Oh boy.
I
But
thought
now
you
this
were
I work at-
cooking.
Yeah. Now I can only cook freaking. Well, actually, I can cook very well. I can cook food. Thoughts? Absolutely not.
Alrighty, gamers. So that will finalize the LGBTQ session. How do you guys feel?
Awesome. This was
I
great.
had so
Again,
much fun.
I'm
thank you so much
glad.
for like, being able to take the reins on this event and stuff. And like,
Yippee! I'm glad we
organizing
were
so
able to do
well.
it.
Like, I don't know. I just think it really needs to be like restated how like freaking like how in awe I am that like you were able to get all this together, and like how smoothly you've run this and giving people the chances to talk and everything. I don't want to take up too much time, but I'm just saying you're awesome. Everybody needs to gas you up more because you're doing great.
Tiger's lovely.
Oh, I'm gonna start crying.
Sorry.
No, I honestly really appreciate it. I was really nervous. I have a lot of experience and stuff like this, like podcasting and like group events and stuff. I think I was just really nervous because I literally only had 24 hours, and I literally like chugged a Red Bull, and I was like, okay, we gotta get this shit done. And yeah, here we are, and I'm really glad that everything is working out, thankfully. I'm very glad that my communication skills really did its job. So I'm really happy that everyone has also been really comfortable. I know that I let everyone know, like, if you guys aren't comfortable, just let me know immediately. But so far, everyone has been telling me that they've been feeling really good. So I'm really happy about that. But yeah. Thank you so much, guys. I think Plump is probably going to stay here, right? Because you're part of the mixed group.
Yes.
Yes. Ari and Yoru, thank you so much for being here for like 3 hours.
It was nice meeting you guys.
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
I'm really
thank you.
thankful for you guys showing up, sharing your experiences. It's really awesome. I'm really glad that we were still able to do this, and I can't wait for the chances to hang out with you guys more.
Yeah.
Any
Everybody in
last words for chat?
Drop Tiger the follow. Make sure to subscribe. He's doing fucking awesome, and y'all need to reward that, okay?
Yes.
I'm not even joking.
Thanks
Drop
for
them
having me,
primes.
and honestly, they deserve so much credit.
Yes, please. Do
Thank
it. Do it now.
Thank you so much, guys. All right. Catch you guys later.
Bye-bye.
See you next time. Bye.
Yo, I'm
It's
so
awesome.
sore, Plump.
Oh no, are you okay?
I shouldn't have hit the gym. Like,
Wait, when did you? But was it before this all started, or maybe? Sure.
the gym, the grind never stops, Plump.
No, your stretches, bro.
I am. I've been stretching the whole time we've been doing this. Like, I've been like standing up and putting my desk in the standing mode, and just like I'm so glad I don't have a 3D model because I've been like waving my arms left and right because it hurts so much.
Oh no, that sounds horrible.
I know.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's because I went hard on arm day, but at least my biceps are looking good.
You're right. It's gonna pay off. It's gonna pay off.
Oh, for sure. I was like, damn. Like I was hanging out with my personal trainer. He's like, damn, your biceps look huge. He's like, yeah, gas me up more, man.
I need it for the soreness later.
I know. It gives me motivation to keep going, man.
Oh yeah. Honestly though, like being able to work out with another person, it's like best motivation.
Mm-hmm. Did you just slap your biceps? I did. I'll slap them again. Hold on. Let me roll up my sleeve. All right, ready?
Oh god. Okay, listening. Damn.
Yeah. They're hard.
Oh damn, that was a clean slap. Damn.
I know. I now that I get to go back to the gym, I exercise a lot actually. So.
Damn, chat, y'all heard that. Yoru, Hibiki, you guys are missing. Jesus.
Yeah, no, damn, no, it's getting big. Gas yourselves up, chat. You gotta gas yourselves up because who else is gonna do it, right? Just imagine Taiga having a serious conversation. His arms are just swelling. Yeah, because I'm trying to keep them stretched, man.
Hey, it's also like it's still like also partly exercise. Like you're moving around. It's like you never stopped. The grind never stopped.
Exactly, 100%. What have I been missing?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Everything is fine. Taiga
Yo.
isn't sore as fuck.
I know, those nuggets and the burger and the fries are hitting me, man. I'm feeling sluggy, dog. Whew.
Ooh, food coma.
A
It's
little
good shit
bit.
though.
For sure. Enjoy your meal. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Oh, it's time to pull more people in.
Yeah.
What the hell?
We'll be pulling people in soon. There's still quite a few people that are a part of the mixed group, so I'll give them a little bit more time.
Yay!
And fuck, wow, English.
Oh no, same. It's fine.
I don't know, my brain is just like, damn, you've been talking a lot, guys. I know. You've been yapping.
It's a endurance stream. That's
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. I can't like after today. I'm gonna just go nap and then it's rinse repeat tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you deserve a nice long rest.
And then on Monday it's Memorial Day. You know what I'm gonna do?
Ooh.
I'll be drinking.
Oh,
I'm getting crunk. Okay.
Okay, but like, what drink?
I actually went to the Japanese supermarket and I bought me a nice yuzu sake.
Yo.
So I'm gonna probably be chugging that, take a little bit of catnip, and you know.
That sounds like an absolute evening or afternoon day drink.
Honestly, it might be the whole day. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, baby.
That's crazy.
Listen. I think I deserve it.
You're right, though.
I think I deserve it a little.
You deserve it. We don't care if it's 5 a.m. or 5 p.m.
Precisely. Oh, it's gonna be so good.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so glad I bought a second burger because I know I'm gonna get hungry later. But I keep staring at it, and it's like, it's like temptation.
Oh, yeah, it's how you take
I know, but I was like, I just ate. I don't need no more.
You don't.
So
Also, fresh burgers taste the best.
You're so right. Thank God for the invention of air fryers, though.
Oh, you right.
So I can definitely pop it in the air fryer while people are talking and just like run the 3 flights of stairs because of course I had to buy a tri-level house.
You just hear the clattering in the distance.
I'm running. Alright.
Unceremonious clattering.
For sure. Hazmi's about to pop in, so this will be perfect. Once Hazmi's in, I'll start the next segment. While we wait for her, I'm actually gonna throw away this bag so that my cats don't try to. They'll try to stick their heads in here.
Oh, your cats do that too.
Yeah. The last time I left a bag on the floor while I was eating on stream, I found both the cats with their heads stuck in the bag.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Godspeed. Okay, chat. Tag is gone. Set fire to the stream. And we set fire. No. No fire to the podcast. No fire to the podcast. They love bags. Cats do love bags. I know whenever I look at it, I eventually start hearing like crinkling of like a paper bag, and I'm just like, wait, what? Bitch, what are you doing in there? Get out of there! Yeah. We love fire, okay? Fire is warm. Fire is good. I'm not a caveman. I'm not a caveman, and I would never set fire to Taiga's stream. Never. Right, guys? Right? Oh, God. Man. Yeah, I call my cat the feline. Fuck. English, bro. I can't fucking talk. Why not? If I have someone cooking, maybe you're a caveman hidden deep inside. Maybe we all have the brain cell of a caveman. We do not choose to become cavemen. The caveman chooses to become us.
Putting my headphones back on.
Oh, thank God you didn't hear that.
What I didn't hear?
Don't worry about it.
Girl, what? Now I gotta know.
No, you're good.
What the hell?
No, we just all return to cavemen, but like, we do not choose to become cavemen. The caveman chooses to be us.
Neanderthal type beat?
Hell yeah!
Ooga booga.
Unga bunga! Something, what's it called? Raw intuition.
Raw intuition! My favorite skill, baby.
Yeah. But I finally picked up Warrior, and like, I see why people like Warrior
It's so
in
good.
Dungeons.
It's so good. Tiger's most hairless caveman I know is crazy! Damn, they right though. I do be kind of cavemanish.
It's fine. You have more hair than I do. I'm just like smooth everywhere.
No, I'm hairless.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no, I don't have any body hair.
Oh, I see.
I got it from my mom. My mom's also hairless.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So no, I feel ya. I'm super like I remember growing up, and like the dudes thought it was so weird. They're like, "Why are you hairless?" I don't fucking know, man. Ask my mom.
Ask my genetics.
Exactly. But anyways,
No.
I'm gonna start bringing in the next group of people.
Yes.
So we're gonna just hear ping, 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 ping when they all come in.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Or rather, I think I will. Oh, I did it.
How's it going?
Same.
The SpongeBob entrance always makes me giggle. That's how I always feel. And that's really funny because I don't think I've ever watched any episode of SpongeBob.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the new topic. I don't even care.
Heresy.
We gotta talk about this. What Tiger?
I'm sorry. I don't know why. I never did.
Blasphemy.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
Disaster.
Sorry,
I was watching
really
Ben
fast,
10.
Tyga.
Mhm.
I do have to go at like, well, my time 5:30, so in like 30 minutes, if that's okay.
Yeah, no worries, dude. You were with me for like 3 hours earlier. Don't even sweat it. Alrighty, let me get into it then. We'll make it really quick. We're gonna do our quick icebreaker so we can start on the topic. We are now on mixed ethnicity AAPI experiences. Mixed ethnicity, I fucking hate that word, is defined by being of multiple ethnicities and having multiple cultural identities. Many of these persons struggle with finding which culture they identify with more. If this makes them less or more Asian or American or whatever country you immigrated to. depending on what they grew up with. You're not rocking with the Bob, y'all. Silence. Anyways.
Listen, we let the speaker speak. You know, it's all in respect. You know, of course.
All
You
right.
wanna hurt your brain after the whole entire stream today?
I can't wait for my nap. Anyways, icebreaker. I will do it quickly for you guys, an example, and then I'll have you guys do it after, okay? And then I'm gonna have the people that are new do theirs first before the people that have already done theirs. So the icebreaker is introducing yourself to chat and to everyone else in here. Your name, pronouns, ethnicity, and what you identify as. What type of streamer are you? And then a useless fact or talent of yourself. I know chat has heard this 4 times already, but we gotta do it again every single time. Name's Taiga. I'm a kitty bartender, a member of Invicta. My pronouns are cat, he, him. I am Vietnamese. I identify as a cat. I meow a lot. What type of streamer are me? I didn't even use the right English. I yap, and English is so hard that I've kind of given up at this point. I use this fact or talent of yourself. Okay, let's see. I am a licensed cosmetologist.
Oh.
So.
Do my makeup for me.
Oh, totally. Just let me know.
Pet.
But okay, so just to reiterate, name, pronouns, ethnicity, what type of streamer are you, and a useless fact or talent. Doesn't have to be in that order, it's just to get the ball rolling. I'm gonna start with Sora Hiko.
Oh God, I wish you didn't say that. I needed audible examples more. Okay, hello everybody. My name is Sora or Sora Hiko. You can call me Sora. I use pronouns by he him. I'm half Indonesian and Filipino.
Okay.
And I do variety content, music related, as well as doing shows and whatnot. And it's very nice to be here and nice to meet you guys.
Poggies. Very good, very good.
Pog champ. Love to see it.
Alright, next one is Zuni, if I said that correctly.
Oh, you're good. Juni, pleasure to meet you all. I am Codex's, my pronouns are he, him, his. I am Codex's in-house academic. I stream music analysis, graphs, and I also do some gaming, which has primarily been Tetris. My ethnic identities that I have are Korean, Taiwanese, and Chinese. I say Chinese and Taiwanese exclusively because of some of my family history that, parents never talk about. Fun fact is, outside of VTubing, I actually do, I'm working on a dissertation that's related to Asian American studies. So a lot of things that you're talking about today and that you've discussed, I think are really important. And I'd love to be able to help provide clarity on that. Just because I have this work doesn't mean I know any more or less than you all, because your lived experiences are far more important than what's actually happening in the literature.
For sure. Thank you so much, Zuni.
All
right. Next, we got Tiffy.
Hello, my name is Tiffy. I also go by T. I go by she, her, and I'm probably one of the most common ethnicities, which is mostly like in Chinese Vietnamese mix. I'm a TV tuber, specifically green. I always get mixed up with being matcha, but it's only green tea. What else am I missing? Oh, I mostly stream arts, mostly do graphic design on stream, and usually I yap a lot, but my stream is mostly a comfy, cozy space, and a lot of people usually would co-work with me. I also do a variety of little gaming here and there. And then a fact about me, I'm still a full-time student. It's gonna be my upcoming 6th year in school, 3rd year in uni. Studying psychology, minoring in entrepreneur, and I work at a boba shop part time.
Love the boba.
I was showing everyone about one of this boba order earlier on in the Discord.
Oh, please do.
It's so cursed.
It's so cursed.
We don't need to talk about it. The public doesn't need to know.
I'm also double jointed, and I showed this on stream before, where I can bend my index finger backwards.
Oh,
nice.
I think that's cool, but I definitely don't want to see it. I'm gonna keep my food in my body.
We're doing a show and tell actually, so visual
No, my eyes.
representation.
A lot of finger.
All right,
Excellent, didn't
next.
happen.
Next is Hazumi Mimi.
Hazumi.
Wait, is it me? Is it not?
Hmm?
Wait. Wait.
Plonk was
Gwyn go,
already
or-
here, and then
Oh,
Asphodel
sure.
was here at the start, so I was gonna let them go last.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Hazumi. I'm a Lioness Knight VTuber addicted to 14 or Final Fantasy 14.
Oh, same. Sorry.
Yeah. And what else? I'm Japanese, half Japanese, and then a mix of a lot of things, but mainly Puerto Rican, Spanish, and Italian.
Oh.
And I gotta think of another fun fact. I have an irrational fear of all birds, any bird.
Oh.
See, I don't have an irrational fear of birds. I just hate birds.
No.
Oh, okay. I'm
fair.
highly afraid.
Of any bird.
That's fair.
Yes.
That's why I eat them all. But that's besides the point.
Oh, I fuck with that. I dap you up.
That is very true, actually.
All right. How about Asphodel?
Hello again. Hi.
Welcome back.
I am Asphodel. I'm Asphodel's Angel or Gwyn. I go by any pronouns, mostly he, they pronouns. I am indigenous and Filipino. I primarily stream variety FPS and the occasional like Sims or Minecraft type of game. And this time I finally have a fun fact, not just me panicking.
Yippee!
Despite only finding my current favorite game, Apex, like a year or two ago, I already have like 1,000+ hours in the game. Woo!
Whoa.
Oh my.
Actual basement dweller.
Damn.
Problem.
That's crazy, actually. I'm not gonna lie, but you must be real good. I respect that.
Dedicated.
Not good, just
Better than me.
I respect the grind.
All right, and last but of
go.
course not least, Miss Plompers.
Hi. Yes. Bumpers, Pluto. I go by she, her. I stream. Honestly, I don't even know what I stream.
She be streaming shit. She be streaming something.
I make many mistakes. That's what I do. Sometimes it's Final Fantasy. I've been playing that game has had me in a chokehold since fucking Stormblood. Okay.
Let's go.
I want to cry.
Oh.
Let's see what else. Another fun fact. Aside from me blowing up eggs and burning soup,
Oh my god, yeah.
I am the verbal epitome of like a keyboard smash. Like if you smashed your keyboard right now, I could probably make like a similar sound to like whatever you smashed onto like the screen or something. Unless it's like digits or symbols, then in that case, man, fuck.
I want
That
to
is
test that
awfully
theory.
impressive. Yeah.
But we
I
definitely
believe in your skills.
But we definitely do have to keep going. So maybe another time.
Some other time, yes.
Some
Okay.
other time. Alrighty, so we already talked about this slide, so we're gonna go into the questions. So I only put 3 questions for mixed ethnicity because personally I am trail mix. But I never really related to the other parts of me, and I only really identify as Vietnamese. So I'm really interested to see what you guys have to say about this, because I think that you probably have a different experience than I do, where you guys are between those cultures. Well, for me, I was only raised with one, besides like being American, of course. Anyways, we'll start from left to right, so everyone has a chance to speak, and then after that, it's going to be the Q&A session. And if anyone has to go in the middle, no worries, just let everyone know, and then we'll give you a wonderful goodbye. All right, so the first question: do you pass as Asian? How does that affect how you live your life? Go ahead, Asphodel.
I used to pass when I was younger a lot more than I did when I got older, and my facial structure kind of rearranged a bit.
Mm-hmm.
When I was younger, it was very much so like none of my other identities really shone through, despite this what's the word? Except the color of the skin. So
Mhm.
it was very much so like, oh, you look Asian, but you have dark skin, so you're not. I was like, no, I still am Asian. So that was
100%.
definitely a very big annoyance.
No, I feel that. I feel that for sure. I'm tan as fuck too, and they're like, "You're not Asian." All right, dog. You okay? All right, shit.
Like,
23 and
like,
me
cool,
type
let me just-
beat. How about you, Hazumi me?
Yeah, I feel like ironically, I'm kind of the opposite. Where when I was younger, a lot of people were just like, "You're Mexican, aren't you?" And I was like, "No, like I'm not even Mexican at all." Like, what? I don't know. I was like, "Okay, sure." And then growing up, I would say I mostly have gotten like, "Oh, you're like racially ambiguous," which is also funny because everyone's like, "Oh, you should try acting because I feel like you could get a bunch of roles." And I was like, "Okay." And then now growing up, I feel like, I guess like maybe like it's just like the way that my facial structure changed, or like now that I like, wear makeup and stuff, like people are like, "Oh no, you look Asian to me." So I don't know. I feel like nowadays it's just a very like a big mix of things. But then if I go to like back home in Japan, people know that I'm most definitely not like even full Asian, or like Asian, or they think I'm not Asian at all. So I don't know. Very interesting. I always get a lot of different things. Yeah.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Also, Hazumi is really cute. Just to let everyone know. I see your makeup
Cute.
looks. They look good. As someone that is a licensed cosmetologist, it looks really good.
Oh my god, thank you.
Of course. Of
You
course.
know,
She drops wrists.
respect.
All right, Miss Plompers.
So I'm Chinese Vietnamese. So yes, I everywhere when people are like, yes, you're Asian. With question. The only thing that always got me was the fact that no one could tell which Asian I was. Like,
I feel you.
even other Asian, they could not tell which Asian I was because I'm 3/4 Chinese and I'm a quarter Viet, right? But the thing is, I do take a lot more from my Chinese, so people like they can pick up on quickly, especially people who are familiar. But then there's always like that little squint, like what else is? Because like it's Chinese, but like there's something else, and I'm like, oh god. So yeah, sometimes I think one time someone mistook me for being Korean, and I'm just like, how?
That's very out of left field, I will say. Yeah.
Staring at my hands, I'm like, huh?
All right, Mr. Sorihiko.
I think in my case, my entire life, I think I've always been seen as Asian, and I've never really had problems with it. The only, I think, interesting part was that, besides what I've already said, I'm pretty niche, I guess. I'm Chinese and Indonesian, but as well as also a quarter Filipino. And basically, no one knows what type of Asian I am as well, which is why I also related to Plompers there. Just a funny example of that is that literally last night I went to my friend's house for the first time and I met their parents for the first time. They thought I was Korean for 1 hour and they didn't say anything. So I was frankly, amused by it. But at the same time, it's like not. It's like always been the case where like no one really knows until I have to explain to them where I come from, and they're like, "Oh, I thought you were like visiting as a tourist, or like are you not like from the U.S. or like something from that?" I was like, "No, just like I'm just me. I don't know what you expect from me." But like, yeah, I think for most terms of my life, I think it has always been Asian, but it's been very like not bad, but supportive at the same time. So yeah.
I had a question on the top of my head, but I've lost it, so hopefully it'll come back when you guys keep answering. Anyways, go
Awesome.
ahead.
We love to see it.
Go ahead,
no problem.
TP.
No problem.
Let's
go.
I've had always been identified as Asian as well. Since like I mostly am like pretty much like in mixed culture, and I, share and also eat my heritage food both equally. Sometimes it could be identified as both as one dish. For example, like the braised pork with a boiled egg. That's like one of the common dishes.
Yes.
And but then I think I probably am more lean towards to Vietnamese more. And I've always been surrounded more with Vietnamese food, and then some Chinese Cantonese foods as well. I think back in my first year of community college, which is like I think 4 years ago. I remember I was at a student center, and then like there was this girl on the side. She thought I was Hispanic. I was like so randomly, and then I looked over. I was like, "No, I'm not." And then because she only saw this like on my side. That's about it. But there were other instances that I was identified as like a different ethnicity. I think it's right. Is that right term to use? Or right? Yeah, I don't know. Nationality, whatever it is.
Ethnicity.
But I remember I was out on a family vacation, and we're at New Orleans, and I was walking in the street, like on the streets, right? And then there's this man, like he was on the floor. He looked at me, and he was like, "Are you Chinese? Are you Vietnamese? Are you Japanese? Are you Filipino?" Blah blah blah.
Listen, the whole fucking continent.
I just ignored him. I just kept walking because I didn't want to like associate myself with him by trying to like talk to him.
At some point, they'll guess the right one. Don't worry.
I just walked away. Like he did guess like some of the right ones, but I just didn't want to like answer him. I remember one time I was at work, and I was speaking with my friend's friend who was also like ordering something from our workplace, and we were talking about ethnicity at that point, and she told me she thought I was Japanese because of my eyebrows.
What?
That's
and then I was like, I didn't know what to say to that. I was like, I look Japanese because of my eyebrows. But
that's
yeah,
something else.
That's my experience there.
Noted. All right, how about you, Zuni?
Experiences. I want to first say to everyone who has like been mixed up with like Hispanics, there actually is a book on particularly San Gabriel Valley called "The Diaz's Meet the Changs," and it's about how Latinx communities in the United States have often, like particularly in the San Gabriel Valley, have grown together with Asian American communities. And like there's one anecdote where one of the subjects, like not subjects, that's probably the wrong term, but the participants of the study like has a really close friend that's like Hispanic Latinx, and oftentimes like they traded cultures and ethnicities. So I want to say first, like that's not an uncommon thing, particularly on the West Coast, but I think across the United States where Asian Americans are, it gets it's a bit more complicated. But the question of like, which do I feel? Well, first off, I pass as East Asian, particularly like Chinese, Korean, and I feel like that's not an incredibly common mixture. But the question of like, which one do I feel more? I think is really complicated, as it depends on where people and how they're measuring, quote unquote, measuring my ethnic identity. But the way that I usually explain it is, I didn't grow up. I fully embraced the term Asian American because like racially in the United States, like that's just how people saw me and like stereotyped me as like, oh, you're supposed to be good at math, etc. And because my family didn't have like a communal culture to grow up with, I just didn't get anything. So I really, at home, like my mom made a lot of Korean food. So I ate a lot of Korean food. And so like the food I understand better. So when I go to Korea, it's like, oh, I get the food here. But the Korean people look at me and they're like, you're not like all Korean. And I'm like, yeah, but also, can I have my food? And so, but when I'm in China or Taiwan, I can speak the language because I had to actually study it in college because they didn't speak it at home. And while I can speak Chinese, the problem is like I have no idea what else is going on culturally. I'm just like, what is this food? This looks fascinating. And like I distinctly separate this food from like Taiwanese versus like Chinese American food, and I will argue the case that Panda Express is the quote unquote authentic Chinese American food because they don't necessarily market themselves as Chinese food. But that is a different conversation for a different time. And so when I think about like what does it mean for me to be Asian American, like sometimes like when I go to Korean spaces or Korean American spaces, I'm not fully embraced. It's like he's off. We know he's off. And like I just don't understand all the Korean cues. Like when I'm in Chinese spaces, like there's just things I don't understand. And so like when I was participating in clubs in undergrad, like when I went to these spaces, they just didn't feel right. No one fully understood how I understood the world, and despite both countries arguably, some would argue, share like broader similarities, like it's very different to be in these spaces and even in the countries. So, but like when a white person sees me, it's like, oh, that's just an Asian guy. Well, it doesn't matter. He probably eats rice. So I think when you talk about like what it means to be Asian, like it's more complicated. Is like geographically, where are you? Like West Coast, East Coast, like which country you're in. So yeah, the long answer is I just live here.
You know, you mentioning Panda Express. I had Panda Express yesterday, and it was fucking delicious. I love Panda Express. I don't care what anyone says. I love that shit. It's so good.
Panda
Good
Express is
Chinese
the
American
closest
food.
thing to
Ah,
home sweet home.
I love it so much, man. And like the thing is, like almost like all of my family members that have like come to visit America and I've had Panda Express, all fucking are ride or die for Panda Express, man.
Damn.
About it
need
is
to,
they
like-
load your plate up.
Yeah.
So much
Yeah.
food.
And I'm
The
a little
portion.
fatty, so give me all that meat. Let it be known.
I need the protein. I love
really do,
protein.
though.
You know?
I need y'all to meet my grandma. If you want Chinese food, bro, my grandma will make so much for you guys.
I love Chinese
God
food.
damn it.
But if I'm really like in a crutch and I just want some cheap food, I'm going to Pan Express. The plate is like such a good deal because they be slapping that shit into the fucking container, and I'm like, let's fucking go,
Real.
baby.
No room for air. Let's go.
Exactly. No,
Best ones
literally.
are like the.
No, go ahead.
Oh, you go. You go.
I was just saying that, like, literally, yesterday my plate was so full they couldn't close it. I was
That's
so
a good
happy.
plate.
I was so
That is a
happy.
good plate.
What were you saying, Asphodel?
Oh god, whenever I'm in the mood for something, I go to my local mall, Panda Express. I'll go out of my way to get it from a mall because that's like the greasiest, like most like
Yes,
like
sir.
the worst food for you, but it's the best type of Panda Express.
I want my tummy to hurt.
I want it to growl. I want that shit to stir.
All right, next question. Do you get discriminated from either or both of your ethnicities? I know that some of you guys did touch on this, but we'll go around again if you guys want to add more detail to that. So go ahead, Asphodel.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I was adopted into a white Chinese family, and even though I'm Asian, there was literally a party today that I was not invited to because I not
What?
considered it.
Mhm.
Yeah, because it's like I'm not enough. Like it's the color of the skin thing. Being mixed means that I have darker skin, plus being Filipino and like not looking the way they want me to look as an Asian, and then just sort of having to deal with that, getting discriminated from that side, and then not being Latino enough, and like being from the Central America and indigenous Central America. It's like they're just like, okay, well, you're not really like, you're a no sabes kid, and I'm like, yeah, I don't speak Spanish, I don't know anything, and so you get discriminated from both sides, and it just ends up being okay. So guess I'll just chill here in the middle space.
It's okay. You hanging out
yeah.
with us. Don't even worry about that party.
This is our
We're
party.
cooler.
We got
Oh,
you.
yeah.
For sure. All right, Hazumi.
I would say I feel like I have a very similar like understanding or like very similar experience. I guess not the being adopted into a different like family part, but like just the fact that like being, and I mentioned this earlier, but being from like so many different like parts of the world, I guess like having like Hispanic blood, like Caucasian and Asian, it's very like hard to fit into a certain group because it's like no matter where you go, you're just not enough of that group or enough of that ethnicity, so that it feels very weird. And I mentioned this in the last segment that I was in, but being like culturally like pretty Japanese, like understanding the language, like having my mom from there, like I feel like I identify with that culture a lot. But because I'm half, a lot of people don't like, or a lot of people like exclude that like from their minds. Like they're like, oh well, you're not enough of it, even though like you might speak more than us, or like you might actually like be more familiar with the culture. Like you're not enough of it. And then like likewise with all the other ones too. So it's very difficult.
I'm sure for sure. All right. Plump.
Hello. So like I did mention, I'm like 3/4 Chinese and like a quarter Viet, but I grew up with my family being very influenced by Vietnamese culture. Mostly because a little family backstory. My grandparents, like my dad's side's full Chinese, right? My mom's side, my mom is half Chinese, half Viet, which is where the comes from. But my dad's family, my grandparents, they moved to Vietnam when they were young. So they grew up in Vietnam, originally from China, right? But they always kept like their Chinese roots. That's why I know Chinese, right? But and so my dad, he grew up in Vietnam. Like he was born in Vietnam, he grew up in Vietnam and in Canada. And then I was raised in a household that, although it was like, blood Chinese, like we had a lot of Vietnamese food because my dad's side of the family, like I grew up with my dad's side of the family, they had a lot of Vietnamese food. We had also a lot of Chinese food, like end up mixing the two together. So my grandma, if you guys ever want some Chinese Vietnamese fusion food, yo, hit me up. My family loves making that shit. Anyway, aside from that, at my home, there was no discrimination, right? Mostly because like again, predominantly Chinese family, most of them were raised in Vietnam. They understand Vietnamese culture and they embrace it, right? The discrimination mostly came from like outside, and also because I moved a lot as a kid, right? So when I was first like I grew like my first home, my childhood home, was in a place that was predominantly like Italian, a lot of Caucasian people. And then I moved, and then I got to a place that was mostly Southeastern Asian. And then I moved again back into a whole neighborhood of like Caucasian people. And then I moved again into a completely like East Asian area. So there was a lot of back and forth, right? And of course, like I faced I wouldn't say discrimination, but I guess like looking back on it, it was kind of discrimination, because it was all like what kind of like on the Caucasian side, it was like what kind of Asian, not what kind of Asian, but like the kids usually being kids and like making fun of shit, right? And also, but then when I went to, but then I had different problems on the other end when I went to like, the southeastern, eastern schools, which was a lot of, what kind of Asian are you? And I couldn't exactly fit in with the Chinese, like the mostly Chinese classmates or the Vietnamese classmates, because I didn't know Vietnamese since my family taught me Chinese. But I didn't really fit in with the Chinese kids because the Chinese that I learned wasn't Mandarin or Cantonese. It's a small dialect that called Dichiu, or I guess like another. You can like spell it as like Teochew. Very small dialect, which is why I couldn't communicate with the people who spoke like Cantonese or Mandarin, right? And so I'm kind of just sitting here like, oh man, I kid you not, like between like moving from one super Caucasian area to like the eastern area, I texted one of my friends who's very much Caucasian. I was like, dude, help. He's like, what is it? I'm like, there's so many Asians. You have Asian friends. How do you talk to them? Like, how do you talk to Asians? I've never done this before. He's like, dude, you're Asian. I'm like, that's why I'm asking you. How did you talk to me? Because I had like such a culture, bro. I went from a full Caucasian school to walking into the cafeteria and hearing someone scream "Aya" in like the back room. I was like, yo. I was like, you mean this doesn't happen just like at home? Because bro, that's all I've ever heard it from. So lots of culture shock. Again, discrimination, it's like two different kinds of discrimination from both sides, which kind of led me to being like, do I really want to deal with? Not really.
Mm-hmm.
It was a hey, we live.
For sure, for sure. How about you, Starahiko?
I think for me, it's been more or less like a divide, I guess, between what I think people when I think people are discriminating against me, or if it's like just like I don't know, another thing really. I've always had a problem, I guess, growing up, in terms of just like even like regular bullying, but like at the same time, it's like it it grew a mentality to me to be more like self-anxious about myself and like my actions and like my appearance like that. And I think growing up, I didn't have too much problem like finding friends in general, just because as a person I was very outgoing and sociable. I still am. It's just like I don't have the same confidence as a kid. But I think it would go around the fact that since I always tell people that like, yeah, I'm like, okay, weird thing is my parents never really told me how much of an ethnicity I have between um, what I mentioned earlier, that I was Indonesian, Chinese, and Filipino. They never really told me, and then when I asked why, I don't know if they're lying or not, but they may or may not know either, which is really weird. But um, I think that part of me has always been very conflicted, and then so whenever I talk to people about it, it's more or else like they don't know whether or not to let me into their friend group, because I have met people who are just like maybe just Chinese or like Indonesian, and they're not some are like smaller communities, but others are big, and they're always a little bit at first a little on edge, like do they want to talk with me or not, like am I really like can I relate to them as much. I'm not completely detached, and like I know where the culture is. The I guess like the issue has only been like I've been having problems, or like have problems in the past of like a sense of belonging for that culture. So it's always been a bit of like I'm a bit dizzy, but like I can figure it out eventually. So in terms of mental, it does strain me, but it's okay. So yeah.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next is Tiffy. Tiffy.
Oh, sorry, I muted myself.
It's all good. It's all good.
I was like, I didn't want to enter, so I muted my mic.
It's all good. It's
My
all good.
bad. I don't think I've ever been discriminated from either
Mhm.
of my ethnicities, because I guess you would say I grew up like from where I am right now, and like it's always been like everything just felt like pretty normal to me. So I don't think I really had any problems, unless it's like getting hit with one of those stereotypes like, oh, all Asians are Chinese.
Oh yeah,
You
the
know?
usual.
Yeah, so the usual. So nothing much really.
Mhm.
So I don't think I have much to say in this.
Okay, no worries, no worries. How about you, Zuni?
Sorry, the airport is quite loud, so I've been
No
muted.
worries.
But I very much relate to when you go to Korea and Taiwan, I think there are differences, but I'm not going to say it's like discrimination, because I think the questions that they ask come from a very different place from like where questions are being asked in the United States. Like in Taiwan, when they do look at me, like they're like a homogenous Taiwanese community. There's not as much of a concept as mixed ethnicities. Versus like the United States, because of the immigration policies, it's very possible to have a wide variety of different mixtures of understanding and identities. And so I will say that there are differences in like how I'm treated here. And like when people ask me like, oh, what kind of like what are you? Those questions, it's like, bro, like, let's think how we phrase those questions. Like I understand that you're coming from I'm assuming that you're coming from a good place. But when you ask the question, what are you? Like you take away my agency of who I am as an individual. Like there's many ways to go about it. So I would also relate as like it's not necessarily other Asian Americans. And yeah, I do think some of them don't relate to me in the same way. And I wouldn't say that it's discrimination. because we just don't connect on some particular areas, and they just don't relate, and that's okay. I'm different, and I can find a group of people who have come to accept who I am and like embrace who I am fully. And that is on them. I have a wealth of culture to share, and if they don't want to embrace it with me, then that is a them problem, not a me problem at this moment in time. Um, so I would also agree that like yeah, a lot of my like the discrimination that I face was more from like um, folks at school like, oh, that's kimbap, that smells bad. It's like it's kimbap. What is wrong with you?
I don't think kimbap has a smell.
So
Like at least a strong smell off the top of my head.
apparently it does to the middle schoolers when I was in school. Apparently it had a smell.
Sounds about right.
So yeah. But yeah, I think a lot more from other racial groups rather than being Asian American.
Mm-hmm. All right, noted. All right, the next question we have, I think you guys kind of touched on it a little bit. Next question is, do you live near or within any communities related to either ethnicities? So me personally, I grew up surrounded by everyone that wasn't Asian. Like I didn't even like encounter like another Asian besides like my family until like maybe like middle school. It was only because I remember this distinctly. I got called to another teacher's class and a new Asian girl showed up and the teacher asked me to translate for her. I was really confused. I was like, what? Why? She's like, well, she's Asian and you're Asian, so you obviously can talk to each other. I went up to this girl and I was like, can you speak English? And this girl just looked at me. She's like, this teacher's dumb as fuck. I'm adopted. I speak English. And I was just like, oh my god.
Oh,
Let's go.
Yeah, no, she was adopted Chinese. And we just started fucking laughing at each other. It was just like, this is so stupid, dude. And yeah, I went back to the teacher. I was like, maybe you should like talk to the student before assuming they can't speak English. And, you know, she got red in the face and kicked me out after that. But I think it was like the last, like the first time I really like experienced another Asian while I was growing up. But she was adopted by two. I think her parents were both white. Her adopted parents, so she didn't consider herself Asian. And I remember this because, like, you know, we would always kind of like overlap our circles. But we never really hung out because she didn't consider herself Asian and I considered myself very Asian. So yeah, I think that's my story for that. I only started like being near more Asians once I got older and like moved to the city for a little bit where like it was more of a melting pot and I was able to meet more people that were like me. Oh. All right. Go ahead, Asphodel.
At first, similar to you, no, not at all. The first school I went to when I came to America was probably the whitest school you could imagine. Me and two other people were the only 3 people of color in a huge school. It was a school for pretty much an entire island. It was like a lot of kids and still only 3 kids of color and not even remotely from the same like continent. So up until like 2nd grade, not at all. And then when I moved into a house of my other adopted parent, it was a primarily Latino school. So it was like something like 85% Latino and then everything else was like mix. So because of that community growing up in, I like very heavily ignored the indigenous and Asian part of me and was like, you know what? I was born in Guatemala. Even though it was indigenous, I'm gonna identify as Guatemalan Latino for the longest time, and so that community was definitely the starter one. And then even in high school, again, mostly Latino, but this time it was a mix of Latino and Asian. And so I started to be like, okay, you know what? I'll embrace a bit more of my culture.
That's sick.
Yeah.
That's really good to hear. Hazumi, are you still good on time? I know it's been about 30 minutes, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I was gonna just go after this because I felt bad interrupting. I was just waiting.
No worries. You want to answer the question before you go then?
Yeah. I think like for me growing up, I was definitely surrounded by I would say like my area that I grew up in was also a very like melting pot area. So I was very grateful because I grew up in like somewhere near Los Angeles. So I feel like California or SoCal itself is also a very melting pot area. So definitely grateful for that. I would say my school was predominantly probably Hispanic and Asian actually, but there were like no other Japanese people. I think in my high school, the graduating class had 3 Japanese people, and we all sat next to each other because I guess our last names were like relatively similar. So it was kind of weird, like being surrounded by like Asian people, which was cool, but you know, not being surrounded by people that had or shared similar like ethnicities or backgrounds as you was the harder part. Yeah. But yeah, thank you for having me. Also, I'm sorry I have to go now.
Of course. Have
No
a good day,
worries.
Hazumi. Thanks for stopping by.
Of
Have a
course.
good day. Bye bye.
Bye.
All right, and then there were 5.
Oh no, they're taking us out one by one.
Oh,
Oh,
maybe.
God. Oh, God.
Totally not holding the gun.
Here we
Anyways,
go.
go ahead, Plump.
Oh boy, I did mention I moved a lot as a kid, right? Like
Mhm.
probably a bit too much. I moved like a total of 5 times.
Okay, I moved around a
4
lot
or
too,
5
so I
times.
get it.
Yeah, yeah. And wait, what? Oh, yeah. So nowadays, I'm gonna be completely honest where I live right now because I did also during university.
Mhm.
I bold of you to assume I step outside.
Oh. Well.
I kind of don't know.
Okay.
Even then, like if I do, then I just walk around the neighborhood and I don't really like pay attention to like the people around me. I just like pop my earbuds in, just like nope, no people. So not now, but like back then, again, lots of culture shock going back and forth. And I remember like as a kid, like I'd ask because like when you're a kid, you don't know shit and you also don't know how to like word things sensitively. So as a kid, like I of course I didn't ask other people, but I was one of those kids who like looked at someone else and like, why is your skin like that?
Oh.
Like just little me didn't know how to word shit. Okay, I was like 5 or 6.
We're better now.
Yeah,
Okay.
but my grandma put it in a very nice way to me, which was many people grew up in different places, and because of that, the sun did different things to people's skin. And I was like, oh, she's like, yeah, you know how you get darker when you stand in the sun? I'm like, oh, is it like that? She's like, yeah, sure. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's how little me understood it. I know now how it works, but like little me didn't know shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so in terms of like when I was in high school, I guess, because that's where like I lived around like people who were closest to my ethnicity, right? Like a lot of people were like Chinese, Vietnamese, lots of Chinese. God, I cannot count how many times I heard very aggressive Mandarin in the cafeteria.
Oh.
It felt like
Oh.
I was at another family gathering whenever I walked in there. Like, you know those Asian parties, aggressive, like karaokeing or like
Oh, I know what you
sounds
mean.
like it sounds like they're screaming at each other, but they're just having a pleasant conversation.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and sometimes once in a blue moon you'll hear like the Vietnamese conversation, like I'll hear on the other table, and I'm just like, it sounds like they're about to rip each other's throats out, but they're just like gossiping. And I'm like, ah, yes, Vietnamese.
It's always the passive aggressive.
It really is though. And I found it I find it amusing at some point, especially because again, like I grew up like I spent the most time growing up around like Caucasians in school, right?
Mm-hmm.
So again, culture shock. Growing up with like, and I'll admit, like, I know most people like they're more like comfortable around familiarity. I was the exact opposite because I didn't grow up around familiarity, and even with my family, like I was always like I always did embrace like my culture, like my Chinese, my Vietnamese, like I embraced both, right? It was just that I was never able to share it outside of my family. So when I was given the chance to share it outside of my family, I was just kind of like shell shocked because I'm like, I've never done. I'm like, I'm so used to just like talking about shit, like Chinese shit, like to my family, not to like my friends, because I never had Asian friends, right? And then I became a VTuber. Boy! No, I just met a lot of Asian like I found out that a lot of VTubers are in fact Asian. And it's like, you know what, that checks out, but also friend.
Yeah.
It's easier to make friends like online, I guess, and then like people's race and stuff afterthought, right? Um but yeah, no, I've wanted to, but because like growing, like moving to like a place or a school that had mostly like Chinese stuff, it did make me want to learn in Cantonese, and I eventually learned that Dichu is actually quite close to Mandarin. So I'm like, oh, I could actually. Oh boy, but still, then now and then, even then, people look at me and, what Asian are you? I know you have Chinese, but there's something else. And then I say quarter Vietnamese. They're like, oh, that's where it is. I'm like, ah, yeah.
That's what it is. I see you, you little freak.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, ah, we get it now. I'm like, yeah, see, there you go. There. Because again, it's like, family, very Chinese. Like my grandma, very Chinese. She likes to have like that fusion Vietnamese with Chinese food, but it was predominantly Chinese. And I can't speak Vietnamese. I've tried. I've tried to learn. But you know how like I can't explain it. The closest I can explain it is like Vietnamese is like the Asian German in terms of like.
Oh, here, I'll easily
speaking
explain it for you.
Okay, there you
So the reason why, okay, so if you start with, let's say, Mandarin, okay, Mandarin only has, I think, is it 6 tones? And then after that, Cantonese has maybe 8 or 9, but Vietnamese has 11 tones. So
Yeah.
going from Mandarin Cantonese to Vietnamese is so much harder than going the opposite direction because you
Oh,
have to
yeah.
add more tones, while in Vietnamese, you drop tones.
Oh yeah, I know in Teochew there are a lot of tones. Like Teochew, I think has more tone Cantonese, so it's about roughly the same as Viet. Like from what my family said, it's actually very easy to go from Teochew to Vietnamese, and we actually do substitute a lot of words because Teochew is a really old dialect, right?
Right.
So we use a lot of substitute words to the point where I don't even know if I'm saying a Vietnamese word or a Chinese word.
And that's so fair. Yeah,
I'm
no,
like,
Vietnamese is
I
hard
don't
though.
know. Oh yeah, it is.
Vietnamese
So
is so
when
hard.
Yeah, like it's that, like it's using that part of your, like the back, like sometimes when you're saying some words and how abrupt it is. Because when I speak Teochew, Teochew is very soft, right? It's a very soft dialect, like, and it flows very, very. It flows very smoothly, right? Like with Mandarin or Cantonese, like you can hear, sometimes you can hear like the sharp like turns, right? With Teochew, it doesn't really have that. And then Vietnamese also has the very, very sharp words, right? At least from what I know. It's very different.
Yeah, it's always really interesting to think about because, like I mentioned earlier, for everyone that's still been chilling in the stream, when I speak Vietnamese, my voice gets really soft, right?
Oh,
Which
yeah.
is not very common for Vietnamese speakers. Vietnamese speakers usually sound pretty rough.
Yeah.
I always sound like they're yelling.
Yeah, yeah.
But for me personally, I've never sounded like that. I've always been pretty soft-spoken in general. But it gets even softer when I speak Vietnamese, so.
Oh, yeah. I know, like, for a little while, I actually did grow up watching so many those Vietnamese, like, children's drama, like, children, like, cartoon stuff that were like...
Cocomelon.
Yeah, something like that. Like, on the VCR tapes, I'd pop them in, and then, like, I just watch it. I wouldn't exactly say, but I just be, like, enjoying myself, and I kind of learned some Viet from that. And then I just stopped, and I never learned Viet again. So I know very simple. I know very simple phrases. Okay.
You know enough.
I know enough so that someone knows I'm not, that I shouldn't be starving. I'm like, yes, I'm hungry. But no, sorry, off topic. But yeah,
no worries.
back to the question. I'm yapping. Yeah, no. Right now, I don't think I do. But the group that I hang around, like a lot, like IRL and shit, a lot of them, they're VTubers and stuff, but because again, a lot of VTubers I've met are Asian.
Mhm.
And by association, the people I surround myself happen to be Asian.
It's
And we
funny
kind
how
of
the
like,
world works.
it's funny how it works. And so I'm kind of like, you know what, this is fine. And we all speak English, chillin'. I just remember like many of the times people, like, I know I'd have Caucasian people, like parents and stuff, they'd look at me and they'd be like, did she know, like, they talk to my friend, like, does she know English? Or they talk like in really broken English to me, like, like as though I would understand it better. And I look at them and speak like perfect English because I was born in Canada. And they're just like, oh, you know English. I'm like, damn straight I do. No shit. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. Alrighty. How about you, Sarihiko?
I think right now at least I'm definitely in an Asian community. For all
Okay.
I know, I moved for college to a different city, and the place that I didn't even know this until I got here. But essentially, since I said earlier that I'm like part Indonesian, there's like about 200 Indonesians in my neighborhood. So that is like surprising as well as like coincidental. But you know, I fuck with it. I think for me, it's the fact that my family is very Asian oriented. So like we've I've always been like, you know, told like I've always been like learned like how to like, speak the language and what life is like, the culture, the food and everything. So meeting people that are like, you know, who are also similar to me or in terms of like, oh, maybe they actually came from of studying abroad. That's where like I got most of my experience, and I think that gave me like more comfort and a lot more like a sense of belonging. And it's like while I'm like away from like, you know, people that I used to know or like family. And I think as well as just like for I guess more past experiences, um I would say that it was always a mix. Like, I liked going outside a lot, so I would meet a lot of like kids and whatnot when I was like a wee little boy. But I think I think there was like a good mix of I'd say Chinese and Vietnamese kids. More so to the fact that I didn't realize that there were different Asians when I was growing up. So I was like, oh, we're all the same. You know, that's my brother that, you know, from a different mother. I respect that,
For
you know.
sure.
Yeah, I was like, dap me up, bro. You know, we were playing basketball, like, you know, this isn't our sport, but like I like having fun, you know, so we're gonna ball with it, you know. So I found it very amusing and I was like very optimistic as a human being. So like I was just kind of like having fun. I didn't have, yeah, I have a lot of Asians in my community, I guess TLDR, and it's a lot of fun when you can share your stories and experiences and people actually understand what you mean, right? And then it's like, oh, I had the same thing, and it's like, oh shit, for real? Like, yeah, and then blah blah blah, and it's like it just starts becoming funny, and it's like it becomes more of like, you know, like a home rather than like more of like a community. So, yeah, you know, I think it's like a great experience. Yeah.
That's super sick, honestly. I wish I had that growing up.
I was so surprised. I can't lie when my mom was like, "Oh yeah, no, there's like different countries in Asia." And I was like, "Oh wait, I thought we're Asian." And I was like, "Yeah, we are Asian, but like you said, there's different countries." And I was like, "No, Asian's the continent." And I was like, "Huh? Oh, huh?
What?
What?"
There's
And I
more
was
of
like, "Oh,
us?
geography? I don't want to learn about that. I thought we were all the same."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The more you know. Alright,
The
how
more
about
you
you,
know.
Tiffy?
I've always grown up with a lot of Asians around me, even like in schools. Like it's most in school, I've always surrounded myself with a lot of like Asians that are either Vietnamese, Chinese, Filipino, some Indonesian, Laos,
Ooh.
who else? Some Thai. There's some people that were Thai. And then I think in high school I've met someone that was, I think she was like the only person that was Korean in my school. And then I think we also had someone that was Japanese as well. But it's always been mostly like either Filipino, Vietnamese, or Chinese. That's like the most common. But there were other people that are like also like Lao or either Burmese, if I said that right. And also like African American, and Hispanics, and barely, at least probably like 5% Caucasians in my school. But I surround myself and always grew up in both Chinatown and Vidtown. So I'm like pretty much in between both sides around the area that I live in. The areas that I live in always surround with different varieties. Like pretty much we're like pretty much like a big diversity in my city and where I'm in. It's mostly like a lot of like different of almost all of like Asian foods, like Korean foods, like with Korean barbecue and then, bar, soju, something like that. Japanese izakaya, some Vietnamese food, Chinese foods, Indonesian, Malaysian foods, and pretty much all of above. And then there are also some places that has temples too. So I usually would go to temples, like usually pray to Buddha with my mom. Usually when it's like full moon or something, or like moon festival, or either like Lunar New Year, and you see lion dancing as well. So I've always grown up like within my culture pretty much. So I'm always like pretty much like used to it. But then I think this is like after high school, so it's like back around 2019, 2020, which is then later COVID happened. I went to school, so I was in a whole different city. I was not used to seeing a lot of Asians, and like every class I'm in, I was like mostly the only Asian in my class.
Oh, mood.
And
Yep.
And then like that time, I felt annoyed at some parts because like the stereotype, like, oh, all Asians are smart, right? So I'm always the one that people come to to look at their assignment. Like, I remember reviewing this person's essay, and then I was getting so annoyed every time I get a text message on the group meet. I remember this person keep texting me like, "Oh, when is our next text?" Dude, it's literally on the freaking portal on your account on your dashboard. It's not that hard to look. I'm not your mother. And like, it was like up to the point where like I had to set boundaries too. But I was like annoyed, but also like they wanted to leave off like bad impression. I think also like I felt scared after we started coming back to on campus to school, right? Because of like how like the whole COVID happened, and then like people were blaming on Asians, right? I was scared. I was scared when I came back on campus. But then turns out that didn't happen to me, so I was like kind of shocked about
That's a
that.
good thing.
Yeah,
So,
that's a good thing, because
Yeah, I was like, you don't want that. I
You
was like,
don't want
I
it.
had
the
a
bucket
whole,
list,
I had
I
a
don't-
whole
yeah.
anxiety coming back on campus. I was like, I don't know how people think. But you know what's the only thing? When I was like coughing or sick, I try not to make a noise so much. Like,
You do that like whole back thing where your
irks
head
me.
starts to hurt.
It irks me so much. I was like trying my best to not sneeze, trying not to cough, but I had to let it out at some point.
Oh no. See, that's a lot better than what I did. Because when I was on the bus, like during like when COVID like died down a little bit, like I would notice like I would get like dirty, right?
Yeah.
And if like there were no seats on the bus, I just kind of like be a little shit and just like like just get them to move out of the seat so I could take it.
Oh goodness.
I don't know. This is like within topic, but then like I know it's like sort of a little out of topic too. But like I remember, so I have a cousin who's married and lives in Boston. I remember this one part where he was on a metro bus, right? And like I heard that my cousin got yelled at by some Caucasian man because my cousin talked so loud, and I was like, what? So like I felt bad when that happened, but then like I felt like sometimes I always notice it, but like sometimes like I feel a little embarrassed sometimes, like in public too. Like sometimes like when you're asking your parents something, right, and then they kind of like give you like that loud tone, like it sounds like they were like mad at you, right, or annoyed at you,
Yeah.
and they're saying it in public, especially like at the grocery store,
Mm-hmm.
and then you're just like sweating, like.
I feel you. That's PTSD for me. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I
I'm
was
like,
like,
you gotta do it in the grocery store, like, and
yeah, I
or
always
like
like feel
waiting
like
to
I'm
like
always
pay.
I
Yeah.
always get embarrassed too, especially like my mom. Like I think it's just like it's hard for them to like settle their tone. I mostly am like a soft speaker, but I think when I'm like with friends, I tend to like speak pretty loud depending like how I approach to friends or like depending like what we're talking about, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And I also let me see. I think back in 2022, I also participated in this AAPI art mural painting on the building that was hosted by a Vietnamese association organization 3 years ago, and we paint a whole mural, and it took about a whole week from 11 in the morning to 1 a.m. every
Wow.
day.
Every day?
Yeah, I was part of it. It was so hot too.
Messy
But
nah.
I had a lot of fun painting. It was like a fun experience, and the painter that hosted it, well, co-hosted it, was someone that went to my high school, who's an alumni of my high school.
Mm.
I can send a picture in the VC chat if you guys want to see what it looks like. It's like very, very pretty.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
Of course.
It's sending right now. There you go.
Whoa!
Oh, wow.
God damn, you guys must have been sweating. You know what? Let me show this on stream. Is that okay if I show it on stream?
That is
Yeah, of
really
course, of
nice.
course.
Pop off.
Yo, whoa! This
That is
absolutely
sick.
So basically, from left to right, you can see it's basically all Asian cultures. Like let's say like we're in hanbok. There's boba with
I'm saving it right now, chat. I'm saving as fast as I can.
and then there's also like dim sum. There's like a father hugging their son. There's a baby. There's a grandma on a plastic stool. There's a grandma holding a medicated oil. There's a porcelain pot. There's a phoenix. There's a tiger. There's a dragon. You know, very like culture like and something like that.
No, these are super sick. I'm just going in whatever order it's saved.
Oh, so the parts I painted is the porcelain teapot, and I did part of like the father and son that's hugging in the middle, and I did part of the dim sum table area. So yeah, I was like here and there.
Damn.
But going up, like in the probably the third like row on top was scary, but it was kind of fun. But I had a friend that goes all the way to the top, and I was like, I'm scared of heights. I can't do that.
The tiger is my favorite, not because I'm
Yeah.
biased or anything.
Oh, I like this animal. I wonder why. Tiger.
Wow. Womp
Yeah, so
womp.
that took us a whole week of doing it. So I would be there pretty early, and we would finish it like at least 1 or 2 in the morning every time, like every single day. But it took us a whole week of doing this project. So the first day was pretty much outlining, and the second day was like, I guess, well, no, first day was sketching, and then second day was like outlining. And then everything else was just painting. We had like a lot of people coming by to paint and stopping by to paint as well. But as you can see of all these images, you can like see some things that you can relate to, and some things that you can like see like nostalgia feelings to it as well.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's actually super sick. I wish I had artistic ability.
Me too. I wish I knew how to draw. You know.
Yeah, I
wish
can't do any of that
I wish
shit.
I had talent. You know.
Mm-hmm. No, for real.
Don't we all?
But this artist does have an Instagram.
Oh.
If you don't mind me sharing it.
Yeah, you can share it. That's fine.
So
I don't care.
I'll type the name in chat too. So you can find his Instagram mostly. He goes by Art by Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go, Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, gamers. We are already at our 1 hour for the mixed ethnicity session. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. It was really good. I learned a lot from you guys today about mixed ethnicities. That's like the biggest fucking tongue twister for me.
It's okay. No, it is a tongue twister. Don't worry.
Oh Jesus, Lord have mercy, my tongue. But it's been really good. Have you guys been having a lot of fun?
Absolutely, yeah. It's been great. Thank you so much for hosting this. I know you got like really short notice of like organizing this whole thing, and I was like, wow, someone actually took the reins. That's crazy. But yeah, huge respect to Taiga for doing this, like helping out everything, and of course Hazumi for gathering everyone here. Y'all are awesome, and honestly, I could not have respected more for the organization skills and leadership. So thank you for doing this.
Seconded.
Oh, thank
Absolutely
you.
seconded.
It means a lot. Like I'm honestly
Reddit.
I'm just really happy that you guys have been really comfortable. And like as a host, that's all I could care about, honestly. That the event's a success and people are comfortable in the space and have the time to share their experiences. Because to me, that's what's really important, right? Because I feel like in a lot of like VTuber events and collabs and stuff, people are always so afraid of getting talked over and not having like their own time to shine. And that's really something that I really wanted to emphasize, which I told the mods too. Like I want to make sure like the groups are smaller, so people all have time to like talk and like don't feel overwhelmed, because I get overwhelmed too really easily. So I'm really happy that this has been working out for everyone.
Awesome. It's been remarkable. Thank you so much. Chat, you better send hugs Taiga's way or I will hunt you down. I don't care. I will find you.
Credits to Taiga's hard work. Everything's like last minute. This guy did
It's not even
everything speed
scuffed.
run.
I wouldn't say today's not even scuffed, so it's been great. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just a little behind, but it's not too bad. Not too
bad at all. Don't worry.
This is the.
And we
the
also
first
learned a
event
lot off stream too while making the PowerPoint or Canva. So we all learned something from each other.
For sure.
This is the first event I've ever done, and it set a very, very high precedent for everything to come. So
no.
No pressure. This is a space like to be chill. Just no pressure. Like don't worry.
It can only go up from here.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Taiga.
Of course,
I
the next
appreciate it.
session.
We appreciate it.
The next session is Firstborn Child. I think 2 of you guys have that role, so I'm assuming you guys will probably stay. Sora and Asphodel do have the other AAPI, which would be right after the
So
Firstborn.
we'll be back to Yap.
Yeah, so they'll be back.
Yapping!
Oh, good. Honestly, there should be
yeah.
a yapping award for the one who stays here the longest. I wonder who it is.
Oh,
wow! I wonder who could win that one. That's so crazy. I'm gonna go before we figure that out. Wow!
Don't worry. We love the yappers. That's all we do. Anyways, y'all take care. Peace out. I will see you later. Maybe.
I'll catch you guys later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, and then there were 2, and then I'm gonna move the others in, and I'm gonna go pee again.
Not speed!
Yeah, if you guys have to pee, we can all pee together.
Oh my god. You want it first before dinner?
Listen, I mean, I've been holding it for a little, but it's okay.
Oh, you're right.
we gonna pee. We gonna pee. Let me change the slide before I forget. That's not the right one. It is this one. Wow. Okay, so I'm gonna move these homies in.
Hello.
While you guys get comfy, I'm gonna pee.
Good luck.
Alright. Alright, we're burning the chat again. We're burning the stream.
Oh,
Quick while they're not looking.
Carnage. Quick while he's gone to take a piss.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. No. That we are burning shit down, and it's get some I've discovered the fire. Arson!
Cause chaos.
Hell yeah. Listen, we're VTubers. It's obligatory.
It's part of our nature.
Exactly. Think of us as like unsupervised children.
We're all on the leash, and Tyga's got all the leashes.
I feel like Tyga would just be one of us. Holds all the leashes.
Who's
but
holding the
all-
leash?
Oh,
Tyga holds all the leash, but the problem is that he has the same energy as us. So we're kind of all just here screaming. Not the
crazy.
child leash. The child's holding the child leash.
mods.
I feel like the mods are the ones that hold the actual leash.
Oh my god, I feel so much better.
Oh,
so much lighter.
Yeah,
tiny.
my bladder. Thumbs up, baby. All right, let's
Oh,
see.
freedom.
Let me just adjust the Fugi.
I'm changing my Fugi right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no
I
problem.
forgot to. My bad. Yeah.
I'm not even gonna bother.
It don't matter to me. All right.
I forgot I had it set this way.
It's all good. All right, I'm gonna move you guys like this. Tiffy's just gonna headbang into the microphone. It's all good. All right,
no.
ads.
The poor
Ads are
brain
gonna
cells.
run in like a minute, so we're gonna vibe a little bit before we get into the next segment. Is everyone
All
excited? I can't
right.
believe we're already 6 hours
right.
in.
Goodness,
Is there?
you're a trooper.
There's one more section after this.
Good job keeping the energy.
Yeah, there's another one. Ooh. Let me put the table into standing. I've been sitting for too long. I went to the bathroom and then I touched my toes and I was like, damn, I haven't bent my back in like
Darn.
6 hours.
Oh.
You stretch throughout your day?
Yeah, I
that's
gotta.
amazing.
Stretching
Stretching's
Imagine
important,
stretching.
y'all.
in this economy.
Oh, goodness. Alrighty, let me refresh some stuff. Make sure everything's on the correct screen. Actually, let me mark who's here so I remember. Yeah, there is probably going to be a lot of people on Sunday.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. All right, it's okay. I bought 2 Red Bulls to mentally
Oh my
prepare for
God.
tomorrow. I was at Walmart and I was like, grabs put into cart, and I literally only left with that, and I think the lady was like watching me. He's like, man, this guy must be going through it.
Yeah, I only have Duncan in my system right now, so I'm having a time.
No, I believe it. Alright, I think ads are going off right now. There's what, 1, 2, 4, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, coolio. So while that goes on, I'm gonna explain this first slide and then we'll do our icebreakers and then we'll get going. Alright, so firstborn child AAPI experiences. Many AAPI suffer from the firstborn child experience, which is having to take leadership of taking care of the family because they understand the host culture the most. Yeah.
Exasperated sigh.
Yeah, exactly. Because you are the only one that knows how to speak English. You're the one that has to take the
We gotta
third
be the-
parent. Yes.
We've got to
you're
be the
gonna-
translator, sometimes the tech support for the family.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Oh, always the tech support.
Oh, you're gonna love this next slide.
The document reader. Oh.
Filling out documents, legal documents for
Oh,
your
no.
family.
Yeah, telling them when to sign here, and where to sign, and
Mm-hmm.
sign.
This line was courtesy of my head mod. You are the parent.
You are the parent.
You
Of the
are the
babies.
parent.
Yeah, I know.
Only you.
Congratulations.
We're gonna quickly run through our icebreaker. I'll go first as an example, and then we're gonna go with the people that haven't introduced themselves yet, and then the people that have already been here, they will go after.
Yay.
Alright, so me first again. I think this is like the 5th time I've done this. Alright, introduce yourself, name, pronouns, ethnicity, what you identify as, what type of streamer are you, and a useless fact or talent of yourself. My name's Taiga. I'm a kitty bartender, a member of the boy band Invicta, except I can't sing. My pronouns are cat, he, him. I am Vietnamese, part cat, not tiger, even though everyone thinks I'm a tiger, but that's only because the black cat emoji is so hard to see on dark mode, so I picked tiger. What kind of streamer am I? A big ass fucking yapper. And a useless fact or talent of yourself. Let me think. How many have I gone through today? I gotta have another one. Yeah, my brain is running out. Let me see. Hold on. I'm racking my brain.
You just have so many talents that you gotta
Exactly.
figure out which one to choose from.
Which one do I choose from, huh? Nah, I can't think of anything. I'm gonna reuse one. I am a professor with a PhD, and
Ooh.
I teach programming.
Ooh.
Oh, that's awesome.
Multi-talented Taiga here. Holy shit.
For real.
So yeah.
Damn.
All right, we're gonna go with Leishan first.
Hi, I'm Leishan. I stream as a Thunder God VTuber. I mainly do rhythm games and music production streams, and sometimes I stream Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact. My pronouns are preferably they, them, but I go by any pronouns.
Mm-hmm.
I am 100% Chinese American and the firstborn child of my immediate family. I have a younger sister. And what are the other prompts?
Useless factor talent.
I practiced Taekwondo for 12 years of my life.
Damn! Which belt do you have then? The highest one?
Second degree black.
Damn!
Nice.
Can I pay you to beat me up?
I'm a little out of practice, so I gotta train a little bit.
It's okay, I'll be your training dummy. Alright, next, Masaki.
Hello, my name's Masaki. I'm a comfy VTuber streamer, and I usually do keyboard ASMR
Oh.
and play Wuthering Waves. I've been addicted to Wuthering Waves. Oh my god.
Okay.
And what are the other prompts?
Pronouns.
My pronouns are he, him.
Okay, yeah,
And
the useless factor talent.
useless fact. A common one is that I dance, but like I guess the less common known one is that I play the kalimba for like.
Kalimba?
Yo!
Oh.
Wait,
for,
wait,
like,
hold on. Do I know what that is?
Since elementary school.
Kalimba.
Is that
like-
the one that kind of looks like a xylophone?
Oh!
It's like a handheld xylophone.
Oh, that's sick as
And
fuck.
It's pretty fair. It's like pretty fairy aesthetic sounds.
Okay, alright,
Mhm.
cottagecore looking ass. I respect it. I respect it. Alright, let's go with Erihibiki.
My name. Oh, can you hear me? Excuse me.
Yes.
My name is Ida Hibiki, and I am Vietnamese. I am the firstborn of my family, and I have a younger brother. My pronouns is she, they, and a useless talent that I have is I am a boba barista.
Oh. Alrighty.
Free
I actually
boba.
don't like boba. Am I gonna get flagged for that?
What?
You will.
You don't like boba?
You have,
I
you have two
don't.
people that works at a
Rare.
boba store here.
I know. Listen.
my God.
Listen. You guys want to hear my reason?
Uh-huh.
I don't want to eat my drinks. So if I get boba, I don't ask for any toppings, right?
Oh.
But then usually it's too sweet for me anyway, and I'll ask for 0% sweet.
Oh, I do that.
Wait, 0%.
I can't
Yeah.
do the sugar anymore.
Yeah, I do
it's
0%.
It's because it's used fructose a lot.
Yeah, no, but I just if I want to eat my drinks, I'm gonna just eat soup. Ooh.
Mm.
Okay, alrighty. We go with Tiffy.
Oh, did you skip?
Oh no, I was just gonna leave Plum for last because she's been here for 3 rounds.
Been here. Been yapping.
She been yapping. Don't
Three
worry. Don't worry.
introductions.
I got it. No sweat.
Got it. Okay. My name is Tiffy. Also go by T. I'm a green tea tuber, also a half elf. I do mostly art streams, mostly graphic design. Always a comfy, cozy stream. Usually, sometimes people co-work in it too. Also play some games as well. I don't know if I should list the games. Well, I guess I'll list them. Valorant, some League, mostly aim round though. Recently started like Wuthering Waves too. I think I'm kind of slowly getting hooked into it. Also Final Fantasy 14.
Yes, sir.
Oh, critically acclaimed gamer.
Yeah, I was on it and I finished AR like in 2 weeks.
Nice.
Oh.
And then what else? I go by she, her, and I work at a boba store like mentioned, and I think the last introduction I mentioned was I am a full-time student studying psychology, minoring in entrepreneur, and a fact about me is that I can bend my finger backwards. My index finger, that is. Yeah, that's it.
Yay!
Yippee!
Yippee!
Miss Plop.
Oh, hi. Okay. Hi, Ploppers, Pluto again. I go by she, her. I'm Chinese Vietnamese. I'm a mess. That's it. I don't even stream. I'm a mess. No, I do stream. Again, also recently Wuthering Waves. I play too much Star Rail for my own good. Let's. Also too much Final Fantasy. Help me. I'm not ready for the next tier. I'm not ready.
I'm not ready
Even
either.
Trail,
Ultimate.
let's go.
Oh, the next expansion.
I'm gonna fucking die to light rampant, dude. Let's see, and another fun fact. Fuck. Oh, I did study psychology for 4. Your girl has. I cry internally because I hate my university. I want to strangle it. But worked on my thesis. But I want to get into forensics. Like that's the end goal. We getting there. But I do have background in abnormal psychology and minor in criminology. So we're chilling.
Damn. She's educated.
Oh,
Let's
please.
go.
Alrighty, let's get into our topics. So I have 4 topics for us to discuss today. We're gonna start with the first one, and I'm going to start with the new people first, and then I'll go around after that. Alright, so firstborn child discussion topics. Do you feel like you're the caregiver of the family, emotional support, child care, etc.? Go ahead, Lei Shen.
For this one, I feel like I was very disconnected from being a caregiver. I think my parents pretty much had a hold in like being the actual parents of both me and my sister. But they they did expect me to like take care of my sister sometimes, but I think because we were kind of like close in age, like we were like only 2 years apart. I don't think there was like really a huge expectation for me to like be a parent for my sister.
I think for me, I was the caregiver. It was like immediate. My mom did not want to be a parent. I was like, man, why did you have children?
Yeah.
Like,
Did you
why
have
am I
a
doing
big
this?
age gap between
Yeah.
you and your siblings?
Me in the middle are 4, and then me and the last one who was an accident is 6 years apart.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. big
Yeah, I
age
could
gap.
understand with that age gap. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think because we were only 2 years apart, we pretty much had like equal attention, I guess, from my parents. Although I think for most of our time growing up, my grandmother was the one who raised us.
Mm.
My parents were usually busy throughout the day because they own a business. They own a Chinese restaurant, and most of their time was there. They would kind of like switch off in shifts, either like trying to pick us up from school, take care of us, and the rest of the time, my grandmother would be taking care of us while they were both away.
Mm-hmm. All right. How about you, Masaki?
For me, I think I'm the same as Leisha. I wasn't really expected to be the caregiver of my family.
Mhm.
I was also raised by my grandma because my parents were busy. My parents both work for the government, so my
Oh.
not like government, but like my mom worked for the military, and my dad works for the he's a postman. He's a postal worker. So because they both had government type technically jobs, they were basically busy doing their like 8 to like 5, but like increase it to like 6 or 7. And then so my grandma was just the one raising us, and my grandma had the belief of like, oh, you guys are children, which was like a rare belief, but she was like, you guys are children, so you guys don't need to like have to do the emotional supporting, the like, child caring. Like I will take care of both of you guys. So me as a firstborn, don't have to take care of my younger sibling who's he's 5 years younger than me.
No worries.
I almost forgot his age. 5 years younger than me. So yeah, I didn't really have to be the caregiver, thankfully. But my parents did have some expectations of me too. Um, to kind of on some level be a role model for my little brother,
Mhm.
to like in a way like show like do the duties and whatnot, which kind of ended up in conflict with my grandma because my grandma thought differently. She kind of spoiled us, not gonna lie.
Oh yeah,
So
I can relate to that.
yeah, so my grandma and my parents ended up having quite a big discourse, especially because we live in kind of like not a huge house. So it's kind of, we all meet each other eventually throughout the day. Like as soon as we wake up, step outside our door, we kind of just all see each other. So we did have quite a quite a bit of conflicts. So then I guess at that point I would have to be the emotional caregiver because my grandma was unavailable arguing with my parents. So then I would take care of my little brother emotionally and be like, this is normal, quote unquote.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's I guess what my experience is with being a caregiver of the family.
No worries, no worries. How about you, Adi?
I was also like taken care of for most of like a part of my childhood by my grandma.
Mm-hmm.
My grandpa had less of a part in it, but my grandma, she just always she didn't have much expectations of us in like the household. I would also say like Misaki, she was also very spoiled and thought differently. She was our caregiver until whenever I was at home, my parents expected me to help my brother with his homework, and
Oh
expected
yeah.
for me to like take care of most of the chores at home, cleaning and stuff, but they would let him do his own thing, without requiring him to like pick up whatever he was doing as a kid. They just let him play while I did housework. So I feel like I had to also like take care of him as well, like make sure he had. My parents never taught him how to properly bathe, so I was the one that actually taught him how to. We used to bathe together when my grandma took care of us, but then of course when we got older, we all had to learn how to do it ourselves, right? But my parents never taught him. So I remember one time he came out with like a bunch of soap suds on him, and I was just like, "What? Come back into the bathroom. I need to show you how to properly shower. Otherwise, you're gonna get like skin flares or something because we all have sensitive skin."
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, how about you, Plump?
Oh boy. So I have a little brother. He's 4 years younger than me, right?
Mhm.
I have the same situation in that like our my grandparents raised us, but in the sense of we give you food, we cook for you, and we wake you up to go to school. Like I didn't really have to do much of like housework and stuff because like grandparents would do that, right? But in terms of being a third parent to my brother in the teaching him stuff and dealing with him and emotional support, that's where all of that went, along with like the usual you're the kid, help us with like tech stuff or like uh talking to like I would have to be the one to the hospital if anything happened. Because I was the only one in the house who knew English, right?
Right.
And on my brother's side, it was very difficult for my parents because my brother he is on the spectrum, basically. My brother's on the spectrum and my parents didn't know how to deal with it, right? So eventually it got to a point where like you know how when a kid like they start like causing the teachers they call the parents, right?
Right.
Sadly, my parents had very horrible tempers and did not know how to deal with a kid that had ADHD and was on the spectrum. And so it got to a point where the teachers could tell that calling like my brother was actually we didn't grow up in a very healthy environment, right? It was like toxic even by like Asian family standards. And so my brother, he would get scared, right? He didn't want our parents to be called. And so eventually I was the one to be called. Like I told teachers, the principal, I'm like, hey, if something happens, like by all means, like don't hesitate to call me, right? But to them, they're like, because this is one of the brothers in like the first grade, right? Kindergarten, first grade. I'm in like the fourth grade, about like fourth, third grade. And my teachers are like, are you sure? Because like you're still going to be in class. I'm like, yeah, no, call me down. Right? So I ended up being the one that like calmed my brother down, dealt with his short temper. I taught him how to write because my parents didn't know how to teach him. And my grandparents, again, they also didn't know English, right? They don't know English. So I had to teach him that too. And because he was also like on the spectrum again, he had trouble learning it, right? And also like whenever I did something, he always had to join. They would never let me do things on my own. When I had piano lessons, my brother's joining me. I do art, my brother's joining me. I do taekwondo, my brother's joining me. Everything I did. They were like, you are not allowed to be separated. I was glued to the hip with him against my will.
Yeah,
no.
I relate to that a lot because when I was younger, I think like I'm gonna bring in this question too just to mention it because I'm gonna forget later. I added the question: if you have younger siblings, were you jealous of them for being able to grow up as a kid? Because when I was younger, because I was a parent for my siblings, if I got invited to a party, if I got to do anything outside, I always had to bring my siblings. And for a long time when I was younger, I resented the fuck out of them, because I never had my own space. I never could just hang out with my friends just cuz I always had to bring them, and I'd always have to like hope that like my friends' parents wouldn't mind if I brought my siblings. And when I got older, I'm not mad at them about it because we were kids. They didn't know anything. But as I got older, I was happy that I was able to share those experiences with my siblings. I do everything with my siblings. I hang out with them like almost every other day. They're my ride or dies because we all had to grow up under such traumatic situations and terrible parents. But no, I definitely, when I was younger, I resented the fuck out of them, man. I'd be at fun inflatables at a birthday party, and for some reason, I still had to take my siblings. I'm like, what the fuck are they gonna do here? But yeah, no, I relate to that wholeheartedly. It was tough because we had such a big age gap too, right?
Oh yeah, no. Especially because the thing is, it's not like in the grand scheme of things, it's not a big age gap, but it's just enough
Oh,
that
yeah,
like
it's just enough.
you're
100%.
in. So like yeah, so like when I'm in high school, he's in elementary. By the time I'm going into uni, he's going into high school.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's not 4 years isn't like a huge age gap, but it's just enough.
It's just
that-
enough for like the mental development for each person to be at different stages.
Exactly. It's like you're just one stage ahead too, and I'm just like, God damn it.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that completely. But how about you, Tiffy?
I have a younger brother who we're both like 7 years apart. So growing up when I was an only child before my brother was born, I was pretty much the only one who was quote unquote fluent in English. So my mom, or mostly my parents, both depend on me on a lot of things, such as like reading mails or like translating, like kind of like explaining like, oh, what does this mean? What does that mean? And I don't think I was much of a caregiver to my family, but I've always like tried to help my mom around the house too, like with cooking if I can, and then other other things around the house. And but my mom was mostly looking after my brother and I the most, and worked hard for both my brother and I's future. So she was more of like the hard worker one versus my dad. To be really honest on that. But I don't really talk to my brother that much, but we kind of like we rarely have that one-on-one like serious type of talk like emotionally to each other. But we sometimes like, just talk about like small things, like, or rather like he helps me out with something, I help him out with something, and like so sometimes my parents either depend on me or my brother.
Mm-hmm.
Because my brother, he's almost done with high school, so he's a lot smarter. So he's been on a bunch of like these like computer science engineer like coding competitions as of lately. So my brother's been the smarter one than I was. So like the funny thing was like when I was in elementary school, I was in a gifted program starting 3rd grade. My brother got in a gifted program starting 2nd grade. Yeah.
Shit.
So he was a lot more smart than I was. So he was more of a science genius in a way. I used to be in STEM before, like in STEM program, and it was not for me. I guess that's all I can share for that part.
Yeah, for sure. Sounds good. No worries. We can move on to the next one. The next question is, do you feel like your parents and family set unfair expectations on you? Go ahead with Lei Shen.
I think the expectations my parents set on me, I feel like most of them are not atypical of like, most Asian parents' expectations of you, like, study and get good grades in school, get a good job and all that. And, but it can be a little invasive sometimes. Like, they were trying to get very involved in my dating life. So they were trying to, really encourage me to, date other Asian people. And for my most of my dating history, I've mostly dated white people. And a lot of the times they did not like that. But yeah, they wanted me to have like a good career, get like all A's in classes, and really might give you a little more background on this. So my dad is a little more lax, passive, I guess, in what expectations he had for me, and my mom was more of like the enforcer. I guess like my dad would have his own set of expectations and be like, oh, you know, you should do this, or but you can do whatever you want, but you know, I think you should really do this, like study this, like become a lawyer or something. Or he was really into real estate, so he's trying to get me into like going into real estate when I had zero interest in doing that. And my mother would also like anytime I would play video games, she's like, you need to stop playing video games, you need to study. Like every day this would be a reoccurring thing. That's all I wanted to do was like play Sonic the Hedgehog or something, and she'll be like, stop playing games and like do your homework, go study. And I think a lot of that is more more common with, you know, other families, I guess. Like stable career, make a lot of money. Oh yeah, my mom's getting like into investing and stuff, and she's like, you should really look into you know, investing, and literally shoving like investing videos in my face anytime I would visit her. But this wasn't really much of a thing growing up. But when I was growing up, it's more about like studying, getting into a good school, getting into a profession that makes a lot of money. And I feel like my sister would have made for a better first child than I would have, because she would be the honor roll student. She would be the one getting all the good grades and making a lot of friends. And I feel like her trajectory was a lot more brighter than mine, because I was very defiant to my parents. Like the more they told me to do something, the less inclined I am to listen to them, to do what they say.
For sure, yeah.
So it kind of had like a little bit of the opposite effect. And if I wanted to, you know, entertain my parents' wishes or something, and I would do it very reluctantly. Like, I don't want to do it because you're telling me to do it. I want to do it on my own terms, you know? And oh shit, I want to tell you a story about how my dad tried to set me up with uh like an Asian pharmacist who like just got out of school. It's kind of embarrassing, because I was so this is how much they wanted to interfere with my my life here. So they're expecting me to, like, you know, date someone within my race. And um it's yeah, it's kind of a weird situation. And but I was seeing someone at the time, and my dad is like, you know, you should meet someone. And I'm like, oh no, what do you mean? Like, I know someone who like just got out of school, and she works at CVS, and I think she would be a great match for you. She makes a lot of money being a pharmacy tech. And I'm like, I'm okay. Like, and he was like, no, I insist. I need to.
I insist.
Yeah, like just go meet her. Go meet her. Just like have a chat or something. Maybe like go on a date or something. But like, I'm already kind of seeing someone, like maybe 2 months in. It's like, no, that's not real, because the person I'm seeing was a white person, of course, so they don't think that's real. And
Oh no.
so that's a whole other can of worms. So I'm like, all right, let's go. I feel bad because we're gonna be bothering this girl at CVS like while she's working.
Oh.
And my dad is like driving me to CVS, and I'm already like trying to prepare like what I should say to her. So we, like, thank God it was not busy at the time. So I was just like, all right, my dad's trying to like introduce us, like say our names, and then when I got the chance for him to like walk away or something, I'm like, listen, I don't know what my dad told you, but I'm kind of seeing someone right now, so I don't want to like I want to be upfront and not waste either of our time. So you seem really nice. It was nice to meet you, but I gotta go. And I don't think they tried doing anything after that. But I think that at some point they kind of just gave up on me and um, tried to make my sister be like, I guess, my replacement for being the star child. Because they talk to her all the time. They don't talk to me really much. So if they want to reach out to me, they have to go through my sister to get to me. And even though I like live down the street from them, and my sister doesn't live really close by at all, but a lot of the responsibilities that I probably would have taken, I've kind of just like shifted over to my sister. Just repeating pattern of me like not really being too receptive of what they expect out of me. It's a little unfair to my sister now, I guess. Like, sorry, I'm passing all of this like trauma over to you. But yeah, that's how kind of far-reaching that my parents could be.
I get it. It's tough too when you feel like you're getting pit against each other also.
Oh yeah, I mean we're cool. Like my sister and I growing up, I wouldn't say our relationship was like very bad, but there were some points where we didn't get along, but I think mostly we were getting along. Like we're great now. And yeah, I guess my relationship with my parents kind of like was really declining until I moved out of my parents' place, like at least like 10 years ago. Like I moved out, and that relieved a lot of tension between us. Because when I was living there, like they were watching me like a hawk.
I think
all
we
the
actually
time.
talked about that a lot in like a few other sessions where people really just wanted to get away from their parents, just like
Oh,
to get
for
that
sure.
weight lifted off of them. Like, yeah, I
Yeah,
get it.
yeah, being able to like live on my own, live by myself, not just like helped me out being more independent, but kind of getting my parents off my back for a little while. Like I think we just needed that space to not let them interfere with my life too much. And also I think our relationship's a lot better now that they're not
Breathing on your neck.
Breathing down my neck, being so overbearing,
For
trying to
sure.
be like helicopter parents. I guess they were not really like that much of like helicopter parents, not like some stories I've heard, but they want to get in my business a lot of the time. Sometimes like even now they're wondering like, well, when are you gonna get when are you gonna find someone? When are you gonna get married and give us grandchildren? And I'm like, about that, nope.
Kids cost too much
Sorry.
in this economy.
Even my in this economy, absolutely not. And even my sister, she's like, sorry to break it to you, but I don't think we're gonna have kids. And that my dad would just he would get so pissy, like if you say no to what he wants. He I would kind of liken it to like a child who like a child that doesn't get what they want, like gets really huffy, really pissy for saying no, and try to like guilt trip you, make you feel bad. Like I'm just suggesting. I'm just trying to help you out. I just want you to live a good life, live a brighter future, and you're trying to shove me away, blah blah blah. Like it's not like that. It's not like in my interests of, what you're trying to tell me. It's not what I want to do, you know.
Totally get it. 100%. Alrighty, how about you, Masaki?
So, for the question, it's like if they set unfair expectations on me, I would say definitely yes. It was like two things. They expected a lot of things on me, because I was the firstborn. But then they also kind of also like use those expectations as a way to experiment and test how I would react, and they would take the results of that and apply that to how they could raise my younger sibling better.
Oh.
Oh, so you're the beta test.
Yeah.
I feel that, bro.
So they expected me to they didn't really expect me, and this might be touching a little bit on the next question, but they didn't really expect me to be fluent in like Tagalog or like in Mandarin or in Hokkien. Like they didn't really expect any of that for me. They wanted me to assimilate as much as possible to like American culture. And so they expected me to speak perfect English, so I worked so hard on my English. I like worked so hard on like memorizing like the money system, like everything about just like what makes America America. And they expected me to display that type of just attitude and nature everywhere I went. Especially because my little brother and I went to, of course, the exact same schools. And so they would expect me to uphold this certain type of figure, to kind of like just be like that role model, but like almost to a toxic sense. My dad would keep me up until like 3 a.m. in the morning and would basically hit me with a ruler on the hand every time I like said the wrong name for a type of coin. Like I still remember vivid memories where he would make sure that my little brother was watching. He wouldn't make my little brother do it, but he would make my little brother watch me get punished, as I would say, like if I called a quarter a penny, or if I called a dime a penny, or a penny a dime, he would hit me with the ruler every time, and he would make my little brother watch, just to like show like, hey, this is like how like this is how hard your brother is studying, so you need to study just as hard as him, so that so that you don't get punished. And then and so I basically like grew up with a very kind of like strict environment where I was like expected to, of course, I think this is like the same with like every other Asian child, but like get A's, uh be the best in class, be number one. I had to show proof, etc. And then if I didn't show proof, I was used as the example for like um what would happen if I did bad. And then because of that, because of all those expectations of like doing well and like trying my best, I like became very much a people pleaser. And so my little brother saw that and ended up and then I ended up kind of, because of that, it kind of ended up destroying all my social relationships around me. So I ended up kind of similar to Leishan. I started like deviating from my family's expectations. I started like kind of not listening to them, and like but this was more so after I moved out. So like I hid my plans. I told my little brother, I was like, I'm moving out, like I'm gonna do my best, but like I'm going to lie to them about the places I go to, whatnot, and do all this and that. So I only told my little brother. So as soon as I got that A+, I got that like, I got that honors. I went to IB. I went through the curriculum of full IB, which was fucking hell, even though I hated it. I graduated and immediately I moved to South Korea because I was like, moving one, like just like moving down the street is not enough because my mom can just knock on my door and be like, "Hi, son." Yeah, I wasn't about to have that happen, so I moved to a whole other country. I saved up the money from my part-time job, and I used the scholarships that I had to move. But I think my little brother saw the extremes of that, which is also like for the question of like if am I jealous of my younger siblings? I'm not really because um as soon as I moved, my little brother realized to what degree I was trying to escape and like to what degree like how to what degree I wanted to escape, even though I was following all their expectations, following all their like, I'm doing my best, I'm getting the best grades, I'm like being the honor student, like being the role model, whatnot, and I'm still getting punished, still getting yelled at, still getting treated horribly and badly in this toxic environment. He kind of realized that, and I heard stories just from like my mom, because my mom and I kind of have a pretty good relationship other than her being a dawning Asian mother. But she would tell me stories of how my little brother is very like defiant. Like he would stay out very late. He would be late to classes. He would basically be the very opposite of me. And it's kind of because he realized the things I was doing wasn't right, so he would end up kind of just like doing the complete opposite. And so all the things that my parents were like doing with all that experimenting on me, seeing like what worked, what didn't, kind of just like went out the window because they realized they weren't dealing with a 2.0 like Masaki, like a younger 2.0 Masaki. They realized they were dealing with a literal whole ass different child with personality, with a personality, with like a personality that's like completely opposite of me.
Right, right.
So they kind of just had to start back from square one. So they ended up just like how Leisha's sister ended up being, the role model. He had to end up being the role model, and so they started back at square one where they were treating him like, treating him really strictly and whatnot. But of course, like they can't really do anything against a defiant child, so he kind of just, they kind of just let him do whatever. But since coming back from Korea, I kind of had to take on the expectations again. Like they expect me to like get married already. I'm 21.
Oh, you were a baby.
Yeah, so
married.
Baby.
What the hell?
My dad was like,
So
is there a girl you're looking for? Is there a girl you're looking for? Like we should start
I'm
talking
sure my
about
dad will find
marriage.
someone for you.
And then my grandma's like, when are you gonna have a child? I'm like, this isn't,
No,
this
it's
isn't
too
the
early.
time. This isn't your like. This isn't when I'm not in the time period you're growing up. You didn't have to have me. Like I don't have to have a child at this age. So yeah, no, but they constantly like are pressuring me now that I'm back. They used to pressure my little brother, but now
Right.
they don't, and they pressure me instead.
Yeah, they're going
and
after you
they're-
now.
Yeah, they're going after me, and they're telling my little brother like, "Why are you dating at this age?" He's 16.
He's 16.
Baby.
Oh my god, they're so young. Oh help.
Yeah,
So
but
youthful.
yeah, he's he's like engaging in so many different I won't say anything because I don't think it's appropriate for the stream, but like he's engaging in a lot of different activities that are like things I would never engage in, and it's because it's like the effect, or yeah, it's like the effect of like what like of seeing what I experienced. So he's doing everything that I'm not doing now, to kind of retaliate and not deal with my parents' like constant, yeah.
Nah, I
So
get that. I get that. I did some crazy shit back then. I ain't gonna even lie. I can't even say it on stream. FBI agent, if you're watching, click off. Stay lurking though. I need your views.
Yeah, no, but I started doing the stuff that my little brother started doing. Or Like my little brother is doing stuff that's you know, I don't know, but like I can't even like judge him on that or like say anything on that because like I did that as like an effect of like having to live up to my parents' expectations. It kind of just broke me at one point after I moved to South Korea. I was like, oh my god, I'm free. I can literally do anything I want. I can like go to the club. I can like literally do whatever I want without my parents like judging me. Because like, what are they gonna do? Call me and be like, oh, I'm at the club. Come home right now. Oh yeah, let me book a flight home. Yeah, okay.
You want to pay
Like,
for my flight there?
yeah, yeah. So they can't really do they couldn't really do anything or punish me in any way. But as soon as I came back here, it's kind of returned back to normal. So yeah.
For sure. No, I get that a lot. God, my parents weren't. I wouldn't say my mom put like expectations on me like that, but I think I was like such like a quotation marks perfect child. My mom kind of didn't really give a shit, you know? Like I
Yeah.
know like if I did something wrong and she found out, she'd start losing her shit, but for the most part because I came home with good grades and I basically did her job for her, she didn't have a right to say anything
Oh
to
yeah,
me.
no, it was terrifying. Like I was genuinely fearing for my life, like for my like safety in my or not safety, but like my placing in my house. Like I was actually scared I was gonna get kicked out. Like I
Damn.
don't know if I don't know if people had different grading methods, but in elementary school I had 1 to 4. So 4 was like the best. 1 and 2 was absolutely horrible. If anyone got a 1 or 2, um I'm not saying you're horrible, but like my parents considered it horrible, you know.
Pray for your soul.
For real.
But I got 3 is like good, and 4 is amazing. I would have there was for my math, I would have like a bunch of 3s, and during family conferences, my parents would start berating me in front of my teacher,
It's
and I would start crying in front of my teacher, and then my teacher was like, "It 3 is good. Like he's, you know, he's on task. He's like, you know, on level with what we're learning." And my parents would be like, "No, but you don't understand." And they would be like, "We're saving this for later." And I would fear for my life. Like genuinely. I was so scared. Um so yeah, I ended up growing up with like a lot of different personalities that were like very perfectionist, and it ended up hurting me a lot mentally, I think, as well.
That Tiger parenting style. No escape.
Yeah, you're always subject to comparison all the time.
Oh yeah. But how about you, Ivy?
Um, I would say that I also experienced like unrealistic expectations.
Mhm.
My parents told me I had to either choose to be a doctor, an engineer, a lawyer, and they're like, if you entirely want to give up your life, you can become a nun. And I was like, okay. So
At least they give you an option.
they gave me options, yes. They were flexible, but I ended up not wanting to do any of that, and I started I told them that I wanted to be a part of healthcare, but not directly become a doctor. So they were on board with it, but for a long time I had an identity crisis because I wanted to please my parents, and if I didn't have good grades, they would yell at me. Um, they used to beat me, but CPS got onto them, so they had
Oh,
to stop.
yeah.
Oh, damn, my parents
Yeah.
just said it was part of the law.
it's part of the
Yeah.
law. Oh my god.
I
Yeah.
don't know. Is it part of the law? I don't I
It's not.
It's not. No, my mom
Mm-mm.
tried. She like smacked me with like a portrait of Jesus.
uh-huh.
Oh
Oh,
my
I shit you
god.
I'm so
not.
sorry for laughing. I'm
No, it's okay. Honestly,
Sorry,
it's
I'm laughing
funny.
too.
It's actually really funny when I think about it now. But she hit me with a like literal like wooden portrait of Jesus across my face. Okay.
Oh
And I had a
Wow.
god.
huge bruise on my
Damn.
face.
Oh.
Went to school the next day, immediate CPS.
So if it leaves a bruise, is it
Yeah.
Yes,
not
if it
allowed?
leaves a bruise, that's
Oh,
when
okay.
they call CPS. Like if a teacher notices it, they have a
Huh.
right to call CPS. My parents like they beat me with everything like chopsticks, the ones that are meant for walks, almost like
Oh my
2 feet
god,
long.
yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
Those are
My
long.
goodness.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, no,
Yeah.
straight up. I remember that shit too. I went to school. My teacher's like, "What happened?" And I said, "I fell on my face." And she just stared at me. She's like, "No, you didn't." I just stood there and I was like, "Yeah, you're right. No, I didn't."
Oh yeah, you're right, but I
Oh
can't
my
tell you.
god.
But yeah, no, it's tough because when like CPS got called, right? And like at the time I didn't even know what I was supposed to say, right? I didn't even say anything, but they still called, had to deal with it with my mom, and my mom, ooh, I got my ass beat after that. No, because
Oh
she was
yeah.
basically telling the CPS like officer, well, this is what they do like in my home country, like this is normal. And I remember the CPS agent just staring at her. It's like, it's not normal to leave a welt on your kid's face. You know? And I was like, damn fucking straight, you tell her. But
Damn.
I shot up like 1,000 feet and then she didn't dare do that shit again.
I
Oh,
remember the vivid memory of like CPS showing up at my school, and they were like, "You need to come to our office." I'm just like, "Oh my gosh, am I in trouble?" So then CPS just asked me a bunch of questions, and they took pictures of me, like of my bruises and
Yep.
stuff.
Yep.
That was
dang.
that was a little bit of a terrifying experience, but after that, they resorted to having me kneel down for long periods of time, as a form of punishment instead.
Mm.
And sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask you if your parents like still hit you or like spanked you or whatever, but like just enough to not leave a bruise. Because I feel like that's not an experience I had. That's why I was wondering if
My mom
that's what your
tried.
parents did to
She
it's for any
tried.
of the rest for
You know,
you.
she tried.
Yeah, I remember
I mean,
my dad got physical with me when I got a really bad grade in like health class of all things, and um, I left some hints for one of my teachers, and yeah, they definitely had child services calling my parents, and they were like wondering what the hell was going on, and I got a long argument about that with my parents.
Wow, that's intense. I have a story to share actually. There was one time I got a D in history class. I was like
Oh
in
no.
4th grade. They saw it and they were like, "Okay, we're gonna have to punish you, but this time we're not gonna hit you." So, they own a nail shop and were acquainted with like a regular customer, and she was an administrator at a high school. And she said, "Well, Sarah, that's the administrator's name, is gonna take you to the high school and show you what it's like to go to detention."
Whoa!
Oh,
wait,
I'll take it.
So I guess D for detention, I guess. So they said that if you don't get your grades back up, you're gonna have to go into something like that. And they scared the hell out of me.
Oh,
Damn.
baby.
They but yeah, growing up, they had high expectations for me to do well in school. Otherwise, I would face punishment or I have to do more housework. They slowed down on hitting me after an incident with my family where it was like related to my mental health, and they realized that they probably realized that they were being too hard on me, so they slowed down on it. And later on when I got older, like by the time I was like 18, my mom was telling me, "Oh, like once you graduate high school, let's go to Vietnam so that we can get a double eyelid surgery and remove some of your buccal fat." And I was like, "What?"
Whoa!
No.
And additionally, she would bombard me with like, "So when are you gonna find a boyfriend? Are you gonna get married? Like, you want to get married soon, right?" And I was like, "Mom, I'm barely 18." So she would show me pictures and stuff of like dudes from Vietnam, and she's just like, "What?" I'm like telling her like I'm not ready to get married yet, Mom. She's like, "Why? Like these guys need their visas. Like they need help with getting immigrated
Oh.
over."
Help.
Oh wow.
Too relatable. How about you, Tiffy?
Let me see. I think growing up, I've had A's and B's, but then like I think there was this one year where I was like falling down due to like personal health issues
Mm-hmm.
to where it affected my study. So like my grades were like dropping. So like I used to be pretty good with math. Now I'm like really bad with math. I was really bad with English or reading. I guess you would call it that time, or literature. I was struggling a lot, but because of due to health issues at the time. But then like I think my parents came, or especially my mom, came to understanding that, you know, that it's okay. So she was like kind of supporting. But I think some of you guys can probably relate to this, is like usually when parents like have arguments or I guess fight with each other, and then you're like that one person in the middle between them. I'm like always usually the messenger for like between both of them, especially for my mom. And I get so annoyed of being like the messenger all the time. And it's like tiring. I just want to be alone. I just want my alone quiet time, right? And I think the most expectation is like being successful in the future, because my mom was like really worried, like like, you know, I think she's more thinking about the future. She's worried about like, oh, that I'm gonna be homeless. I guess I would say that, but I think usually parents, or I guess your mom, whoever that supports you the most, but it's always hard on you. They are only hard on you because they want the best for you and just want you to do well, and like supporting your future basically. And like I think my mom has always been hard on me. I always feel like she had high expectation for me, because she wants me to like do well and learn things on my own. I think I've always done things on my own. I think she just never catches it. Like, let's say like I'm always like in my room doing like studying, doing work, and then like she suddenly catches me just like, I guess like when I'm like taking a break or like playing games, right? She's like, "Why are you taking a break? And don't stop playing games. You should be studying." Like kind of same with my dad. But like I'm like, I am studying. I've been studying. I'm just taking my break. Like I just want my alone time. Like I've been really stressed. Like there's always like this heavy weight on my shoulder all the time, and there's always stress on me all the time, and then I just get so exhausted mentally and physically. Like I think I just needed like my own space. I can mention like where I think during pre-COVID, so I guess when COVID was kind of over, um I was in the city for my community college, where it was really boring in the area, and like it was affecting my mental so much. I just felt like I needed to leave. So I decided to go back to my hometown to another school. And ever since then, it has it has helped healed my mental, and I think I just needed that space to be in the city more, because I'm more familiar with like the area, and then also like have friends here too. I know there were a lot of instances, a lot of instances, even during like my times in high school, where I always get compared by other parents, daughters or sons all the time. And it gets so annoying to be compared, because they're doing better than me. Like they're always like, my mom was always comparing like, "Oh, look how successful this person is, and there's you, blah blah." Like saying like, "Oh, this person's doing these things, or going to this school, doing these things, and helping their parents," something like that, right? And I'm pretty sure you guys can relate to that too, somewhat. And yeah, I've always had a lot of like these like weights on my shoulder all the time, and it's really stressful, and I can't stress enough about it, and it gets it just irks me a lot, and I just think I just needed my own space.
For sure.
For the second question, for the younger sibling, I don't think there was any jealousy. I think my parents has always treated both of us fairly,
Mm-hmm.
but I think my dad leans more towards my brother more. And sometimes my mom goes to my brother, but sometimes me as well. But it's more of like my mom's like more of like both. And
Mhm.
my dad, there were times. Well, he's downstairs. My dad's downstairs right now.
Oh shit!
Don't
Yeah,
listen,
I live with
father.
Oh no.
Don't listen, father. Close your ears.
There were times I always like, I think while growing up before I graduated high school, so like I think during times like there were times like my dad had blamed me for things I didn't do.
Mhm.
And then there were times like where I try to help him or try to answer his questions or something, right? And he would call me useless. And I would just burst out in tears. Like I'm the kind of person that's like very sensitive, both emotionally and mentally, but mostly emotionally, because like I'm pretty sensitive with anything. That's how, like, if you're like yelling at me but you don't mean to, like I am pretty sensitive to anything. So yeah, when my dad told me that I was useless or like anything, like I guess like my parents say that, but they don't mean it that way. I get like I break down about it. So it's like it hurts. It's rough, and like sometimes like there's always usually miscommunications too from that. But yeah, I think that answers all of it for this part of the question.
Yeah, no sweat, no sweat. All right, and last but not least, Plump. How do you feel about this one?
Oh boy. Okay. So my parents, they were really weird in that like they had very high expectations. Like when I say high, like the usual, like I couldn't get anything under an A. I had to be like the golden child, right? Like I had to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
But simultaneously, they had no expectations of me. In that they didn't want me to, as in my stepmom specifically, did not want me to do better than my brother. So I was expected to be perfect, but not be better than my brother. But my brother was also not expected to be perfect, right? So what happened is that I would be like trying my best, right? Like usual, like the usual kid trying their best, getting great grades. Try saying that. And like top of class, all that shit, right? Honor student, right? But whenever I did, it started becoming like expected, right? And when I didn't get it, it was always that like, why didn't you get it? And when I did get it, it's like, you could do better. Oh, it's 99. Why isn't it 100? That sort of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my brother didn't have those expectations, and for me, I didn't really care, because I was like, well, whatever. I'm like, I have my own problems to deal with, right? My brother and I are very close either way, but at the time I was like, I do not have the energy or the capacity to care. But what always irked me, right, was that my brother and I, we took taekwondo, right? We entered at the same time. Obviously, I did better than him because I'm 4 years older than him, right? Like he's 4 years old, I'm 8 years old. Of course, I'm gonna do better in taekwondo than him, right? But and this always, like, I will never get over this, but I would have been a black belt by now, right? I would have been. The reason I'm not is because I was held back in belts three times.
Oh.
I was not allowed to take the exam because my brother did not get. And I got so pissed.
No, I
I'm
believe
like,
it.
I was like, what do you mean I'm not allowed to take this test? Oh, test that you won't the taekwondo class at the same time as my brother. I'm like, the community center's right across the street.
Mm-hmm.
Like he can walk himself, or I'll just kid myself.
For sure, yeah.
It's right across the street, and they're just like, no. And I'm like, fine. It was the same as swimming too. I couldn't like go ahead of my brother at all, but I was still expected to be the best, right?
Mm-hmm.
While they were actively like inhibiting me, right? And then and the second I slipped up a tiny bit, it'd be berating, it'd be yelling, it'd be screaming, it'd be like, like I grew up in like I said earlier, like I grew up in a very toxic, right? And that again, my parents, they had so many expectations on me, but they were very neglectful. So they didn't monitor me, they didn't like hover over me or anything. They would only look at my results, right? They didn't care if I was studying, they didn't care whatever. They just wanted to see the results. But I also was not allowed outside of the house.
Oh.
Like the way I was raised, my entire world up until I moved out was home, school, and the way back and forth from school. I could never deviate from that. I was not allowed to join any extra. I was not allowed to stay after school. I was not allowed to like do anything outside of school. If I left the house, it'd be go to school, finish school, come back home, stay home. Like my friends could invite me out, not allowed to go out. Go to a friend's house, not allowed. Friend comes to your place, not allowed. That sort of. And because of that, I didn't really get that chance to like socialize. Period. And because we also like moved so much, my social life was fucked. It was so fucked. Meanwhile, my brother, on the other hand, he could do whatever the fuck he wanted. Like he was allowed to have friends, like go out after school, join clubs, like all that shit, right? I wasn't jealous, more that I was irritated with, because I like it was probably because like I got exposed to that, but like I didn't like being upset at my like I'm the old, right? Why should I be angry? Especially when I know that this isn't him, this is right? So I got resentful of them rather than my little brother. I love him to death. My parents, they like when the topic CPS shit like came up, I was kind of like sitting here just like laugh crying in the background, because what my parents like my dad, right? He knew that what they were doing was right. Like he knew like hitting me was abusive, like throwing things at me. He knew that, right? But he always told me that if you call like police or anything, you'll be breaking the family. You'll be the reason why your brother has. You'll be the reason why you don't have parents. Like you will be at fault, right? And bro, that's terrifying. For like a 7-year-old, that's terrifying. And so I'm just like, how about not? So I never called CPS. And there was a time where CPS did come to like see a parent, but that was because of my brother. And I would have, like cover for my brother, right? Like cover my parents, and it felt so horrible. I had to be like, no, they didn't hurt us. I'm like a little quick like tap on a wrist or something, right? When in reality it was like dragging me by the hair, like shit, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm like, woo, lying. But yeah, so I had all that expectations, the very high expectations, doctor, come lawyer, whatever, right? But they also neglected me and simultaneously didn't expect anything from, because the reason I found out later on, the reason why they had no expectations of me is because they went to a goddamn fortune teller. That fortune teller, like, oh yeah, you can rely on the daughter's not, you can't rely on your daughter. And I kind of like, I'm looking into the void, like, bro, is that why? I'm like, is that why? And I later find out that, oh, I mean, I guess that's true. Like, I moved out and, like, my dad kind of kicked the bucket, but... Oh, is my mic cutting off?
Yeah, just a little
bit. Yeah.
Shit! Hold on.
Nah, you're good.
Yeah, it's fine.
You're good.
But yes, so my what was I saying? Yeah, my high expectations, neglectful, also no expectations, because they realized that from a fortune teller that I could not be relied on. Like they could not rely on me to take care of them in the future, basically. So like practically abandoned, but also expected to take care of my brother, but also expected to like deal with all like the older sibling of Asian family shit, right?
Right.
They expected me to like unconditionally right? The thing is that this treatment wasn't limited to my immediate family. This also extended out to my extended family, right? Even though at the time I was like one of the younger, like, cousins or relatives, kids. It was because they held bias against my dad, and so they're like, yes, this child is this, like, she has this as her parent, like, she's that parent's child, like, that sort of thing. And I'm just like, bro, you're setting me up for failure. Like, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Yeah, so I'd say it was very unfair from, like, the expectations that my parents put on me, especially because I don't know what expectations they had for me, right? Because again, how are you supposed to meet expectations that are so high but also not clear or obvious at all? Because I was never praised, right? Like many people, I was never praised. Like, I could do good and again, best in class, no praise whatsoever. The second I slipped to 99%, what are you doing? Why is it like this? Why didn't you get 100%? Go do this again. And when it got really bad, it was like, I vividly remember, like, my dad was teaching me multiplication tables, right? I was like 5, okay? I was 5. My dad was trying to teach me multiplication tables. He did so badly. But what he did was he made me write, like, 1 times 1 equals 1, up till 10, right? And he made me write through all that for each timetable 10 times. So to go from, like, for each one. So to go from 1 all the way to 10, up until 10 times 10. And I wrote each one. So that's about, like, 100 lines, right? I had to write each number 10 times. So that was about, like, what? About 1,000 lines each in one sitting. I was not allowed to eat. I was not allowed to eat until I finished everything.
What's up with Asian parents and torture techniques, man?
I have no clue. The thing is that when I was done, I would be so proud of myself. I'd, like, come up to him, like, holding the notebook, and he'd give me a pop quiz on the spot.
Oh,
And if I couldn't do it, I'd have to go back down, do it all over again. And I could not eat until I did. And I was like, fuck. I'm like, what do you want from me? What do you want? I'm not allowed to do better than my brother, but I'm also not allowed to do, like, slip up anywhere. But also, you have no expectations of me. But also, you do not let me leave anywhere. So needless to say, I had to, like, get the fuck out of that house. Especially because my stepmom did not like me because I was better than her son.
Oh, man.
Yeah, because she's that whole mentality of, like, oh, why is this child from another woman better than my child? And I'm sitting here like, I'm sitting here like I'm 4 years older than him, woman. I don't know what to tell you, okay? I'm like, listen, man. It's like, yeah, why is she so much better in, like, English and math and everything? I'm just sitting here in grade 4 and my brother in, like, coming out of kindergarten. And I'm like, man. I wonder why.
For sure.
Oh, go on.
No worries. So we are
Yeah.
over time.
Whoops.
No worries. We actually went over basically every single topic. Masaki had to, I think, go to bed, so he silently left. But he did give thanks to everyone that stopped by chat and enjoyed all the stories. I had a really good time talking about the firstborn child discussion topics, only because I relate to it so heavily as someone. Like, if I had to, like, fucking tattoo firstborn child on my forehead, that's how much I relate to it.
Oh,
So,
same.
I super duper appreciate everyone that stopped by and shared their experiences about this. I just find it so funny how similar we all are. I feel like the firstborn child experience
Absolutely, yeah.
is like, it's like same but different. It's like different font, I guess, but it's basically the same shit. But I hope you guys had all a good time.
Yeah, this was fun. Thank you for having us.
Yeah,
Thank
of
you.
course. We're gonna be doing this again tomorrow. But I definitely should go into the other section. I don't know if other people will show up soon. I know one other person did say they wanted to show up, so we'll see what happens. And then I can start wrapping up stream so that I can crawl into bed.
We could have a whole podcast just dedicated to older sibling
Oh
shenanigans.
my god, 100%. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Did you guys want to say anything else to chat before we start rounding out?
All of you hydrate. Do it now.
Hydrate and stretch.
Yeah.
I know you guys are shrimps. Get up and stretch and drink water.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually shrimping right now.
Oh, bet.
Oh no.
Use this chance to.
But no, I hope everyone learned not just only from us all, but also learned about API, but also like learn many things that could be you could relate at home as well, so that we all share similarities no matter what background you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's been really good. I hope a lot of people have learned a lot. I've even learned a lot today.
Yeah,
So
we learned a lot
that's
from each other, and it's very interesting to hear other people's perspectives.
Yes.
for sure. Alrighty, guys. I appreciate you guys for showing up so much. Thumbs up. Thumbs up, gamers.
Yippee!
Thank you for your hard work, Taya.
Thank you for
you.
taking
you,
over this,
Taiga.
and thanks to Hazumi for inviting everybody here too.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hope you get your rest soon.
Oh, soon, baby, soon.
Rest up and stretch.
I can't wait. Me rolling around, breaking my back.
Oh, bet.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night. Alright, gamers. We got one more, which is the other AAPI experiences. I'm not sure like what we're gonna do today because there's only one person in the waiting room tonight. Most of everyone's schedules were for Sunday, but I wanted to do both days so that I could try to give as much time for everyone. As you guys can see, like the stream is very long. And even with like not like everyone on the list being here, it's like definitely like a lot like going through and like, you know, sharing our stories and stuff. And I want to make sure that everyone has a chance to share their stories. So thank you so much for powering through with me, guys. We're almost done. I'ma end stream after, take a fat fucking sleep, and then we're gonna hit into this again tomorrow. Thank you for letting me out for 3 hours, of course, Plum. I love you so much. Big heart hands, heart hands. Alright, I'm gonna pull in Asphodel. Sorahiko might join us again. I know Sora did mention that he would be down to join again for the other AAPI. I don't know where he is, but we'll start with Asphodel. I did get something from Katsun, because they said that their time zone didn't work for the thing they wanted to do. So they gave me a document, but I don't think it's right for me to read said document without other people that relate to that experience. So I will probably save it for tomorrow on Sunday. This is training for the podcast. Oh boy. For sure. Alright, let me go pull Asphodel. Nyalo?
Nyalo?
It's you and me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Alright, it's party time now.
I might Sorahiko might join, because I know he mentioned it earlier. I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
But it's just gonna be you and me for now in case someone else joins in. Yeah?
Alright, let's get into it.
For sure. We
I have
don't
to
gotta
fix my
do the
boomer.
icebreaker, because you've already introduced yourself 3 times
Wow,
already.
I wonder who this is.
But yeah, you said you needed to fix your mic?
Yeah, I already did it. I just had to basically bully my mic arm into what's the word? Subordination?
Oh.
Submission, that's the word.
Submission. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah,
okay.
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So for this slide, I put other AAPI experiences. This section will pertain to AAPI. Well, I think I added an extra A. AAPI experiences that are more specific, such as military, adoption, being raised in 2+ countries, and etc. So I didn't put too much on this one just because I personally feel like this is like really subjective and specific. So if you want to share with chat like what your like unique AAPI experiences, feel free. And the floor is yours.
Yeah. For me, this is mainly pertaining to I'm like twisting around my chair, so I'm like 10 feet away from my mic. It's mostly around being someone who's Asian and adopted into a family that's doesn't really identify with Asian culture, period, and what that kind of looks like growing up, not only just like adopted by like non-Asian aligning parents, but also like not looking Asian all the time, and then sort of coming to terms with that and being like, all right, that's just the way life is, It like it's a definitely not the most like easy experience identity wise
Mhm.
because you have you have a piece of paper when you're born that says this is your birth parents' name and they are Filipino, and this is your birth other parents' name and they are indigenous Guatemalan, and you look at that paper and you're like, that's not what I see in the mirror. Nuh-uh. And then, you know, sort of growing up with that. It's definitely very crazy. Very, very crazy. I don't I probably should have prepared like talking points, but I didn't know I would be alone.
Yeah, no, I didn't think so either. But I mean, it is pretty late because we kind of ran
Oh,
over
God, yeah.
time with the other topics. Because, like, I had a feeling like they would take longer because there's so much to talk about, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, I didn't think. I think I ended up being like 30 minutes over. Yeah. So.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I
mean,
don't
like,
know. I'm trying to think of like my own like what would I consider like another like an other AAPI experience. I wasn't military.
hmm.
I wasn't raised. I mean, I was kind of raised in two countries, but if anything, I have been to every single part of the U.S. Like growing up, I moved around so much that I was west, south, northwest, midwest, and east, and I've been in every single part of America. And I feel like a lot of that really shaped how I grew up because I wasn't able to keep friendships because I would be in a school for what 6 months and I'd have to move. And it made it really difficult for me to grow up because I couldn't find a sense of community because I could never stay. And growing up too, I ended up learning like to like kind of hide in my own shell. And it kind of sucks when you think about it, you know? And like now that I'm older, I'm so
Yeah.
thankful that I had the opportunity to like stay in one spot to go to college and like, you know, learn more about myself and just get to be like down rooted in one spot. You know, it was nice to have somewhere to call home. I think for a lot of people, like they like to travel. Don't want like I love traveling too, right? But
Mhm.
for me, the joy of traveling is also knowing that I can go back to somewhere to call home.
Yeah, you have to set down roots, and that's sort of something that, you know, contributes to like forming your identity, especially when you're someone that's Asian or any other part of the world. You sort of settle down and you find people that you can relate to in that sense, and it's hard to do that when you're moving around a lot. I
Mhm.
definitely understand that.
For sure. Do you think you suffer any discrimination or racism as a professor from your fellow faculty? No, I don't think so, only because I am Asian and Asian model minority, they just kind of assume you know, they're not surprised I'm a professor. They're also not surprised that the thing I teach is computer science. So, you know, they're kind of just like, wow, this guy's definitely a model minority.
Wow.
So I've
Mhm.
never, I wouldn't say I've suffered any discrimination. If anything, my faculty all love me. So, I think I'm
While I
lucky in
can't
that regard, though.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I can't relate to the professor part of that. I can definitely relate to the, you know, education part. I used to be really, really into my education before some stuff happened in my life. And I was always like, you know, I had a professor in high school that taught my AP classes and got me in touch with a lot of really, really amazing colleges where I met people that were supposed to be my colleagues from then on. And being Asian didn't have any effect there.
Yeah, for
You know,
sure.
they would look at me and they wouldn't see anything any differently because, you know, that's just like the standard there, which I don't know if that counts because that is sort of in its own way some kind of like it's not racist, it's not negative, but it's still like something that they notice, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they see you and they expect you to be there. It's not like, wow, you're here. It's more so like, oh, you're like 14 and you're applying to work at a college or a university, you know, so they don't look at that as much, which in and of itself is very, very interesting. Sorry, I'm like leaning like a foot away from my mic when I talk.
No, you're cool. You're cool. No worries. I have a really
Yeah, yeah.
sensitive mic, so that's why everyone hears my keyboard. So luckily, I don't have to be super close to my microphone.
alas, I have the Focusrite in an AT 2020, so I gotta be right up to it if you want to even consider hearing me.
Oh yeah, when I started in VTubing, I had a Focusrite, and I actually used a fucking karaoke microphone. That's what I used first,
Ah,
and actually the
yeah,
sound quality was really good. But
I
I
tried
upgraded.
I tried switching to a Rode podcast, couldn't get into it.
Oh yeah, because it's a oh my god, I forgot the fucking word.
Cardioid condenser?
No,
Is it a
what's-
cardioid?
No, it's not. It's not a condenser. Condenser is what I
No.
have now. It's just super sensitive, so you can hear like everything I'm doing. There's another word for the podcast mics, and it's escaping me right now. It's probably because I've been sitting. Dynamic. Yes, yes, that one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's dynamic.
Yeah. So you go back and then you go forward and you go back.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's actually why I moved to condenser. I prefer the clarity. Clarity is really important to me. Compared to like having deep throating the microphone. You know what I mean? I'm not a fan of that. So you can hear Taya from across the room. That's true. You can. You technically can. It's that sensitive, but I don't mind.
Yeah.
They're good for isolating sound. I think that's actually the main reason why when I started, I did try to buy a dynamic microphone. But I absolutely hated it, and I realized it was because of my voice tone. Because my voice is kind of in the tenor, like not too high, not too low. With dynamic mics, they made me sound really tinny, even with like equalizer adjustment, and I hated how I sounded. And
I have a very like nasally, like squeaky kind of voice, so I get what you mean with that. It's like having to find mics that adapt to your voice. I still haven't found one. This one has like I want to say like 3 different filters on it using SteelSeries to make it even somewhat usable.
yeah, yeah.
Oh god.
No, I honestly got really lucky with my microphone. I have a TLM 103. Very expensive. Okay, this is not a beginner mic. I got really lucky because I traded in a lot of audio equipment, so I got it for like 40% off. This thing is my ride or die. But I really love it. It was for me it was worth it. Because I feel like upgrading to this microphone 100% like increased the quality of my streams. But I've always recommended for people that sound like me or at least on the same vocal range as me to not do dynamic. Aim for a condenser because it's just the clarity for our voices is so needed compared to dynamics which lean toward darker, deeper, bassier voices. I don't have bass in my voice. So it's not made for voices like ours, which sucks, but you know, we just have to work around it.
Yeah. I tried I tried singing with a dynamic mic once and it did not end well at all.
Oh yeah, you gotta get real close and up to it. And you can actually sing really well in a Shure SM7B, but you need a cloud lifter to add that gain.
Oh yeah.
And
I
then you
sent
gotta
it in for
deep throat that microphone.
I sent in an audio clip and they were like, "You need to get closer," and they was like, "I am deep throating this. Stop! I can't get closer."
For sure, yeah, 100%. Alrighty.
Yeah.
BA asks, I know this is a silly question, but do you all have any pets, and is there any pet you would want but you can't have? You guys already know I got 2 cats. My sweet little fluffy gremlins. I love them so much, I probably wouldn't get any other pets. I love cats. You know, besides the fact that I'm obviously a cat boy, right? I'm 100% a cat person. I love me some cats.
No bias there.
No
There's
bias.
No bias.
No bias.
I would kill to have a cat, but my mom's allergic.
She'll get used to it. My brother is actually allergic, but he still rubs up all over the cats. I think like you just have to make sure that the cats are clean. I always brush the cats, make sure they're clean, wipe down. If you actually give them egg white protein in their food, it helps lessen.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, it helps lessen the protein that they release that makes people allergic. And that is I do put that in their food. Also, my cats actually love eating eggs. So it's not like I just put like little bits of eggs for them in their food. So they don't mind that either. When I learned it's a protein in their saliva. Yes, yeah, because it's also in dogs, because my brother's also allergic to dogs.
Yeah. We did have a lot of dogs growing up, so I feel like if my mom was allergic to dogs, she'd be miserable. I had a service dog for the longest time. Sweetest little guy, just little guy.
Yeah, I do love snakes. I think snakes are so fucking cute. I love those little noodles.
Danger noodles.
I love them when they blep. Oh my god, the sweetest thing ever.
Blip blip blip.
Let's see.
They're so
Listener has a
cute.
question. Do you two have any experience that you prefer throughout your life as an Asian American? If any experiences that I prefer? If anything,
So,
I'm
like,
thankful for being Asian because I get some good fucking food. The food is really important for me. Like, I feel like I'm thankful for the fact that I have been able to eat such good cuisine all of my life. I think that's what I'm thankful for being Asian American and having that opportunity of eating all that food. Ooh, Lord have mercy.
For me, me, it's the community easily.
Mhm.
When you're Filipino, especially in the Apex community, because it's unfortunately what I do 90% of my life at the moment. I'm in a Discord with a bunch of my friends. The first thing they did was give me the Filipino role, and all of a sudden, there's a massive Filipino community around me, and it's like, what the heck? I literally mentioned this like subtly one time, and all of a sudden, there's this like whole community, and it's absolutely insane. So
Mhm.
definitely for me, it's just the general like sense of community I like witness. It also might just be that I'm in like a VTuber sphere, which is like very Asian prominent, and
Mhm.
so it's a lot easier to like locate other people.
For
Whereas
sure,
like what
yeah.
I used to be before, which was just like complete biochem nerd.
For sure, for sure. The food and the fact we look young. Asian don't raisin, baby.
Ah, so true. I still get mistaken for a 13-year-old, and my voice does not help.
Yeah, I get mistaken a lot for like early 20s. I am not early 20s. I don't think the career path that I have would physically make it possible for me to be early 20s. Mathematically, at least.
That's a lot of school.
Right, unless I was going to fucking college at like 8 years old, maybe, but I am definitely not that young anymore. You also can't pay me to be in my early 20s in this generation, so you can't pay me to go back. Anyways.
What? It's so fun.
Absolutely not. No thanks. What are some positive experiences you've had or advantages you've noticed as API? I don't know. This is a really interesting question. I don't know if I've had any advantages specifically. I guess like when it came to school, I had the advantage of being first generation, so it was really easy for me to land a scholarship. But that also, I feel like, besides like being the fact of being like first generation, I did get it with my own merit. Positive experiences. Let me see. I don't know. I genuinely like am really happy that I am Asian. Like even if I was like born as a different ethnicity, I still think that I'd be true to my culture no matter what I am. And I think that's just like how I am built as a person. I love my culture. I love my country. I love the people. I love the food. It definitely took me a long time to get to this point because when I was like a lot younger, I was embarrassed to be Asian because I wasn't really surrounded by people that were also Asian, and it was really tough to like internalize. It's like, man, like if only I was like white, so then I could like fit in and like understand where like all of my peers are. But as I got older, I realized that it's so much better to be unique and different than conform to everyone else.
I vibe with that wanting to kind of in the back of your mind be white thing.
Mhm.
That's definitely something because I go out with my family. I have 2 little sisters, 2 older sisters, and they have kids. So I go out and I help out with the kids and stuff, and people look at me and they see a brown Asian and they're like, "Oh, nanny." It's like, no, I am no, I am family members, and it's like I'm like back of my mind, I'm like, what would it be like to immediately be addressed as the sister or the brother or the sibling? And it's like that's definitely a disadvantage. is like being assumed you're not a part of the family or that you're the help, and like the stereotypes that come along with it. Like there's this one guy, and this is like another flaw with having, you know, white family with white friends and surrounded by white cultures. They don't notice until they've adopted a kid that's a person of color that their friends are racist, to
Oh
put it very
God,
bluntly.
yeah.
And so there was this one time we went to a block party, and you know, I'm going in to get a cola because I'm a cola addict apparently, and I realized how much I've talked about cola today. And you know, I go in to get one, and they're like, "Oh, I haven't seen you before. Who are you?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm this person's kid." And they're like, "Where are you from?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm Filipino and Guatemala." And they're like, "Ah, you people are good cleaners, right?" And I'm like, wow. And my like hearing your family be like, "Oh, he's just like that." And it's like, you're defending that? It's definitely a huge disadvantage in that regard, just like
Mm-hmm.
automatically being assumed to be the help or to be assigned that role. It's just like Jesus.
That's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my
Yeah, it's
God.
like, and then not to mention living in a white neighborhood where, you
Mm-hmm.
know, you're not used to the community. Like, I'm not used to people just walking into my house and then like talking, because that's apparently a thing here. And they'll come in and I'll be like, "Hey, I don't know who you are." And they're like, "Who do you belong to?" I'm like, "What?" Just crazy like words being said
Mm-hmm.
because they assume I'm the help and not the person living there or the kid or the sibling. It's just very, very disadvantageous. I think that's the word for it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, you know, yeah, you live and you deal with it and you get a thick skin, and that is somewhat of an advantage. Is then it gets to a point where people say shit, and you're just like, that's on you. I'm not gonna like make that affect me. Period anymore. You know? Mm-hmm.
That is actually insane. Like, I have never experienced that before. But holy guacamole. What the
Being
hell?
dark-skinned Asian is not a great not a great experience in a very white community.
Yeah, no,
Because you don't.
I'm definitely I'm not pale either. I'm pretty dark skinned for Asian, but I'm not sure. Maybe I got lucky with the places I grew up in. Growing up I moved around a lot, but the places I did stay, the first community that I got to grow up with was in Louisiana. So I grew up in a Creole community.
Mm.
After that I had moved to Seattle. So
Ah.
then I lived more in the ghetto in Seattle, Washington, but still overall really good. I was in California for a bit, but that stint only lasted like a month. Then I
Oh, God.
moved to the East Coast. Was in Pennsylvania. Also the ghetto. And then I ended up just kind of staying in the Midwest, and I love the Midwest.
Mm.
I think out of all of the places I've been in, shockingly the Midwest is probably the nicest when it comes to people.
It's
There's
a
definitely
sense of
gonna
community,
be
from what I've heard.
oh yeah, it like you know it's like gonna be like the 1% where you know that's gonna ruin it for everyone else. But
Mm.
thankfully, for the most part, my experiences in the Midwest have been really good. Like they've been really really good.
Yeah, for me, it's definitely being adopted into a family that has always lived in the white, that 1% suburbs of
Mm-hmm.
of the East Coast. It's like they are living in that 1%, except everyone is that 1% that always has something to say.
For
And
sure,
then all of a
yeah,
sudden,
yeah.
and then just introducing that is always just like a very awkward experience. And I had the best time of my life when I actually did move to California.
Mm-hmm.
I lived in SF for college for a bit, and it was the most accepting place I'd been. That people didn't look at me or like say shit. If anything, it was the complete opposite. Just like flew under the radar, and it was fantastic. Oh, another question. What skills have you gained from being Asian? Sorry, I'm stealing your job.
Oh no. Thank you. I was checking the Discord. What skills have I gained for being Asian? I don't think I gained any. I'm thinking about it. I think most of the skills I have are just for me being me, you know. But I don't think being Asian has given me any like better of a benefit compared to my peers, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that I definitely understand.
Fluent in another language skills. I mean, yeah, but like it also comes to the point where I got locked in a room and was force fed Vietnamese videos until I was fluent in Vietnamese. So that that just depends, right? I'll learn how to make rice real good. You know what? Pause. I can hit a watermelon and know when it's ready.
That is okay. This is the funniest thing I have something to say about this.
Mhm.
I went to the school I just talked about was a culinary school. I went there and I somehow magically knew how to make all the Asian dishes, and I like to think it's my ancestors smiling down upon me. So if that counts as a potential advantage, it's
Uh-huh.
the power of the ancestors and knowing how much spice to put in without having to measure anything. I'll
For
be at home and
sure.
I make the perfect like pot rice because we don't have a rice cooker because fucking like white family.
Really? Oh my god, I would die.
I have never messed up a pot of rice, and I cannot for the life of me cook pasta. And I like to think it's just my ancestors smiling down at me.
I feel that. I feel that. Let's see.
Mhm.
Ifity is gonna join us in a minute, so I'm
Let's
gonna
go!
move you over here and I'll pull Ifity in. Wow!
Oh,
the bonk noise. Hello, Ifity.
I am so sorry. I was just looking around to see how to turn that off because I've had that on for the longest time. Oh,
Oh, it's okay.
Oh.
I mean, it was funny. I mean, you laughed, so you're good. Let me catch up with chat, and then I'll have you introduce yourself.
No problem.
Midwesterners, assuming they really... Hey! I exist! Do tend to be the most accepting, with maybe their only competition being some of the Southeast. Fair, fair. Midwest is fairly liberal. The only times I have issues in the Midwest are the heavily religious and the few right-wing. Oh, yeah. 100%. Yeah, yeah. Taiga Asian skill, cooking large quantities of food that could feed a small army just for himself. I'm so bad at portion control. Like, portion
Nah,
control
for
is, like,
real.
not in my brain because I'm so used to feeding so many people. So even, like, when I, like, cook for myself, I can't make the dish smaller. Like, I can't do it.
That's so real.
Yeah, no, it's rough. It's rough.
Yeah, but like also, I mean, I think it's just hard to cook. How do you cook for one person? Like, I
know,
genuinely don't
right?
know.
It's so hard.
It feels physically incorrect to only put like 8 pieces of rice cake on the plate to make tteokbokki.
Bro,
Yeah.
just put
I
the whole
feel like
bag
I'm committing
in.
a crime. Like I
Mhm.
need to bring out the big pot and like the whole thing of gochujang. I don't want to use a squeezy bottle. Like what?
Oh gosh.
It's criminal.
I know, when a recipe says I only need to use 1/3 of a can of tomato paste, and I'm sitting there, what else am I gonna use this fucking tomato paste for?
I have the chronic issue with tomato paste in particular that I'll use it for like if I try to portion it, I'll be like, oh yeah, you know, I'll save it. I never use it. It almost always ends up going bad, and I feel terrible.
For sure.
That's me with broth.
Yeah, the fucking broth you put in the fridge because you don't use it all.
I use like bone broth in a lot of the things I cook. Like I always add a splash of it to tteokbokki or to like if I'm making like mushroom soup or something for when like mushroom ginger soup for when I'm sick. I'll like put like a bunch of bone broth in it, and then I'll be like, oh, this is for like just me because no one else in my family likes mushrooms or ginger. So it's like this expensive bone broth is going to waste because it's only for one person.
Wait, hold on. Pause. Your family doesn't like ginger, or oh wait.
No, they never finish it. I'm like,
No.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
I mean like mushroom beef, mushroom and beef stew, and they don't touch it. I'm like,
Oh yeah, no. Honestly, let me recommend you something so you don't have to like waste broth. There's these better than bouillon cans or jars that you can get. 100% recommend. I have vegetable, chicken, and beef, and if I want to make like,
I
a quick
love
broth,
those. I've been seeing them recently.
So good.
I always kind of turn up my nose, and I'm like, you know, buying bouillon waste, but it's actually so good. It's
So
really
good.
good.
So good.
It's good. Okay, I'll try it out.
No,
Like,
100%, because like if I'm really lazy and like I'll like just put like bean noodles in a jar with the paste at the bottom, other seasonings, vegetables, pour hot water, immediate soup.
True.
It's so
like
good.
okay, I posted it in the chat. Like I made that, and it's got like bok choy and like snap peas and like
Ooh.
enoki and mushrooms and stuff.
Ooh.
And like it's you can't see how big that pot is. It is absolutely massive. And it's like a whole pack, it's like a pack and a half of enoki and then like a pack of mushrooms. But I can't like finish it all because I don't know how to portion it because it's like it's meant to be eaten by everyone.
Yeah.
Like,
No, it looks good.
Mhm.
Okay,
So
Ifity, I'm gonna have you introduce yourself.
All right, no problem. Okay. Hello, my name is Ifity. I am a adventurer VTuber whose main content is like fighting games and roguelikes.
Ooh,
But I am
FGC.
also a third generation kind of Cantonese speaker from Hong Kong. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
And what are your pronouns?
My pronouns are he, him.
Perfect. And useless fact or talent?
Oh, Euclid. It's not a thing anymore, but I used to be able to. There's this one specific comedian. The fact that I can't even remember his name anymore speaks volumes about how long it's been. But I used to remember his whole like routine, and his routine was about an hour long. But I remembered it from start to finish, and I would just quote it like randomly throughout my day because it was just in my head. And that I had that phase like 3 years.
Damn.
Yeah. I guess that's a phase. That's a random fact, useless fact about me. Like I don't even remember his name. I'd probably have to look it up. But I remembered his whole routine, which is about an hour long, from top to bottom for about 3 years. Yeah.
That's just impressive.
No, absolutely. I cannot quote it now. I cannot quote it anymore.
I got
yeah.
excited, man.
I know.
I would be willing to sit here for a whole hour just to hear this song. I was like,
No,
sorry,
like,
Tyga,
it's
but
been
we're
so
sitting.
long.
Fuck. Alrighty, Ifity, what do you consider as your other AAPI experience? Because we talked about Asphodels a little bit ago when we started in. So, what is yours personally?
So I know it kind of falls under what we've listed, which is like a military adoption or being raised in 2 or more countries. For me, I technically grew up in. My mom is Canadian. Okay. My dad was basically grew up in China until he was an adult, and then he went to study in America for university, and that's how they met. They studied together in the same college. And then they moved to Hong Kong, where they had myself and my 2 older siblings. So I'm the youngest of 3. And in Hong Kong, it's predominantly Cantonese speaking. Of course, they do have a lot of British influences. But I grew up in a English-speaking household. My mom spoke primarily English. I went to an English-speaking school because it was a private school. But everywhere around me, outside of school and my friends and my family, was Cantonese. So I had this weird, almost double life where, I go to school, I speak English, I go home, I speak English, I go outside, suddenly I have to speak Cantonese. And I didn't go outside a lot. So my Cantonese really suffered as a result. And it's, one of my biggest things that I'm kind of like, oh, I wish I did more of. But my running joke among my family is all my aunties and uncles, they're all like, oh, Ifity, why don't you speak better Cantonese? You grew up in Hong Kong, you spent 18 years of your life before you moved to Canada here. And I always go what's my mother tongue? they go like, "Oh, your mother tongue is so, it's supposed to be Cantonese." I'm like, "No, my mother tongue is what my mom spoke to me." So, and I go to my mom and I go, "Mom, what did you speak to us?" She goes, "English." I go, "Yep, that's
Oh
us."
boy.
English
Shift the,
speaking.
shift the attention to her and run.
So, you this is a very common experience in Hong Kong. You get a lot of taxis, right? Taxis are like one of the main methods of getting around. Next to like, surprisingly, I guess they're like really cheap. But like whenever you get into a taxi and you have to say the address of where you're going, whenever I did it, they would always be like, "Oh, you're not from around here, are you?" Because my Cantonese sounds like a white person.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
Like try as I might, right? Because I didn't speak it all that much. And at some point I just got tired of explaining that I am from here and like my whole back, like just telling them my whole life story. So I'm like, "Yeah, I'm from Vancouver."
I'm from Vancouver.
Yeah, I just kind of was like, "Yeah, that's me."
You just roll it. Just roll.
Yeah, I just roll with it. It
sure.
was too much to explain at some point. Yeah, just
They
because
start
like,
asking
yeah.
you about what Vancouver's
Yeah,
like.
I'll be like, "No, I grew up here. I spoke English in an English-speaking school," and they'd be like, "But your Chinese sucks." I mean, they wouldn't. Well, they wouldn't say it like that, but they did say it like
You
that.
know
Be
that's
like,
what they were
"Oh, you have an accent," and I'm like, yeah, I do."
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's
And to add
fantastic.
to that, because I have grandparents in Vancouver, we visited them almost every year. So I spent like 3 months in a year every year, all the way up until I was about 16,
Mhm.
like in Vancouver. So it didn't help my Chinese at all.
No, for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah.
you feel like you could get better at Cantonese now?
I always have this story that my mom used to tell me. Is she grew up, in Vancouver. She had to do the same kind of thing I did. She never really spoke Cantonese except in the home. But one day she moved to Taiwan and she worked there for 5 years. And so before that, she had basically no Mandarin experience, and she got around mostly by pointing. But she learned Mandarin there to a degree where she can actually work with it, right? So I always use that as kind of like my goalpost of like, if I really tried, I could probably do it. But
right.
that really, like, I have to really try. I have to put myself in a situation where if I do not speak the language, I will die. So, and I don't know if I want to be in that situation all the time.
Long vacation time is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, well, hopefully not too long.
I see. Do you think the lack of them, like, keeping up with your skills in Cantonese and stuff like that, do you think that like inhibited or hurt like how you feel towards your own culture?
I think for me personally, my culture as like someone from Hong Kong has always been something that I've wait. Sorry, I feel like I lost the ball. It's like the exact question again.
No worries. Let me try to pull into my brain again what I said. Basically, the lack of like care and like insistence of you like knowing Cantonese and stuff. Do you think that it inhibited you learning or being connected to your culture or cultures?
Ooh, yeah, I would say so. Yeah. It's not that I don't want to learn, it's that I sort of never really got the chance to.
Right.
And when I I suppose my only real exposure to it outside of, being outside in the wild was my dad, who is like a very traditional kind of Asian dad. He's like, my mom is very Western as far as, because she's a second generation. She goes like, you can do what you love as long as you're happy. You can do basically whatever. My dad is like, you do STEM or you are
You are dead to me.
You are dead to me. And I don't think any of us really were, like me and my siblings. My middle brother's an engineer, so he's the favorite. But my oldest and myself were not in that, so we're not as popular with him, shall we say.
Noted.
And so yeah, he's very, and I suppose that also kind of played into my sort of like almost like cultural dysphoria, because on one hand I have my mom who's, she's very open-minded, she's, very, I guess, westernized. She has a lot of I guess like open beliefs and kind of very hands-off-ish almost. And on the other, my dad was very traditional. You study, you do everything you do has to pertain to your studies. When you graduate, you go to university, you have to go to a good university, graduate from a good university, get a good job, all that kind of shebang. And that kind of that played into like my identity of like, who the heck am I really?
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I can totally see it being a reason of like a huge disconnect with your personal identity and cultural identity when people around you aren't facilitating that connection for you. And the only way that you'd be able to find a connection yourself is to, go on your own adventure, right?
Yeah, I sort of had to find it myself, and to be honest, I'm still kind of trying to find it. Yeah, but that's a different story, I feel.
No, yeah, for sure. I think that we all take different paths to the personal image we want to set for ourselves. Luckily, I have always been, how do I say this? I guess like I've always been extremely extroverted all my life. So when I wanted to find that connection or like sense of community, I went out to look for it. And I think that really helped make me grow as a person. And I feel like that also like really helps apply to who I am as a VTuber also. I very much enjoy talking to people. I very much enjoy like, facilitating conversations that I feel like really need to be talked about, because I think that a lot of people, I know I mentioned this in the Discord like way earlier when like Hazumi was asking for like, streamlining and advice for the event. And I firmly believe that many people have a very strong fear of speaking. Speaking out, speaking for themselves. Mostly like around other people too. Even more when it comes to strangers. I think the one thing I'm extremely thankful for growing up in America, growing predominantly in the Midwest, is that I've really learned that it's totally okay to just talk, and meet random people and make those connections. I hope like in the future, just for like other like AAPI people and whatever you identify as, that they'll be able to find their sense of community. My best friend group of, oh my god, I think like 16 years. I've been friends with them since I found them on fuck ass L-Sword, the shitty ass MMO back in the day.
L-Sword.
I
What
know.
is it with people in L-Sword?
Grand Chase and L-Sword.
Everywhere I go.
That's because I was like, the big thing. Remember, like the MMORPG review YouTube channels.
Yeah.
But I think L-Sword, Aura Kingdom, Grand Chase. I just like kind of met random people. Final Fantasy 14. And it's just really funny how like all of us I think like our friend group is like almost like 70% Asian, maybe 80% Asian. There's a few like people that aren't Asian, but I just found it really funny how almost the whole friend group is Asian. And I wouldn't have been able to connect with other Asians if it weren't for my friend group, because there are no fucking Asians around me. At least when I was growing up, right? Now that I'm an adult and I can travel more, right? I definitely have more connections with other Asians. But when I was growing up, like my friend group, that's all I had, man. Like I wanted some relation. I had to hit up the Skype group chat and be like, dog, what's good?
The Skype. My
Yep.
goodness.
Skype.
Yep. We used to use TeamSpeak too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
back
how
in
fucking
the
old I
day.
am. Vomit.
Ooh. Back in my day, we
Oh,
used
exactly.
TeamSpeak.
100%. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I don't know what TeamSpeak is. I'm like worried how old this is.
It's old.
Oh, God.
TeamSpeak is
It's
old.
old.
Oh.
It's still around, but
yeah, it's still
old.
around. Yeah, I still use it too.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're the ones that are on like Twitter. I see them on Twitter being like, "That's who we lost to." Discord." That's the only thing I know about
Yeah.
it.
I think about this now, you know, my friend group from college, I've known them for more than a decade now.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, I realized just now that they're all Asian people.
Right?
Like we had an outer group which had other ethnicities, but like the ones that I still keep in very close contact with, I mean, I have a Discord with them. And yeah, they're all Asian.
It's kind of funny to think about, like at least like now that I've grown up, right? It's so funny to think about that Asians actually are like the highest in population compared to every other, you know, ethnicity in the world, right? Like, you know, like growing up here, and I was the one token Asian kid in school, and then actually going online and realizing we outnumber most of the people in the world.
Many people.
Right. It was a
So
really big
true.
fucking like, it's like a really big reality check, you know? I was like, I just need to travel. Like I just need to find my people.
Real.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One of the things that I find is really funny, actually, is the amount of people that, you know, like stuff like this is especially apparent, I think, when I entered the VTubing community, because I feel like a lot of VTubers, they come from, you know, they're from the artist communities, cosplay, you know, itaites, you know, things like that. And I never really got into any of those. And one of the biggest things was the amount of like people that liked Vocaloid. I never really got into Vocaloid.
Oh, I love Vocaloid.
Like,
Looks away.
no, but like it's not to say anything bad about them. I think y'all are wonderful people. It's just very funny to me that that is how, you know, everybody sort of connected themselves. They were like, Vocaloid, Hatsune Miku points at you like Hatsune Miku.
Hatsune Miku.
I share a birthday with her.
Oh, really?
Wait, that's great.
Yeah. So every day I get to say, "Don't celebrate me, celebrate Miku."
Oh, that's nice.
That's the only thing I care about.
Nice, nice. I think you were about to say something earlier, Asphodel.
Yeah. I totally like I've not been on the internet as long as
Some of us have.
other
Yeah,
people-
I'm a
as
look
long as
away.
Some of us have.
I'm a
Don't
look
look.
away.
Do not perceive.
I don't think I'd be able to be that, like, physically. Like, you guys are talking about things that happened when I was like born. I was like, "Ay." but but I've already seen that, like, being in the VTuber community, there's such like an Asian community that's there, and it's like crazy coming into it from being in school where like my two best friends were African American and Latino, and like we were kind of like, yeah, that's the world. This is the world. There's nothing more to it. Like, that's it. And then going online and being like, oh wow. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, I think
I
it's
don't have to,
funny
like,
because it's like
explain.
me and my sorry to interrupt, but
no,
it's
you're
kind of
good.
like me and my niche hobby. I am the only one who enjoys, and then you go online. There's like the 60,000 other people who are like, me too, me and my niche hobbies. You know, like,
It's fantastic. You think you're like one of like a small group of people, and then you go online. I remember judging this one girl in my school, like not harshly, but being like, "You are a little too obsessed with this one thing. Like, surely this community is not that big because we're like in high school, we were going into the workforce, and then like getting sick, and then spending time online as a result, and then realizing, oh, she is one of billions. Oh, I'm the weird one here. What the heck? My fault. I'm sorry." Like, it's a very interesting realization.
No, yeah, for sure, for sure.
mhm.
Am I wrong? Yo, look, man, I might be prehistoric. Okay.
Old.
I'm still hot though, so that's all that matters. Let it be known.
Me and my fossil fuel ass.
Right, I can be ashes and I'd still be hot. Let it be known.
Yeah.
Let it be known. I'm still sexy. I don't care. But anyways, that was really good. Thank you so much for joining me for the other AAPI experiences. I got to talk about quite a little bit, even though it was a little shorter segment.
And
I'll
we
definitely
actually dove into microphones.
I did into microphones. I'm
And
definitely
we had
I'll definitely try to. We're gonna see how tomorrow's schedule works. I think that today was definitely 100% like this was a trial and error. I've definitely learned a lot today. From what I can tell, everyone has been telling me that they enjoyed their time. There hasn't been too many complaints. If anything, the going over time was just something out of my control. I know tomorrow Sunday is when everyone was available from Hazumi's original schedule. So what I might do, I'm probably still gonna start it at 2, but instead of me like, explaining to chat like what's going on for 30 minutes, I might just go right into it. Like, okay, let's go. Get in here. I gotta hear what all you have to say and then like, shuffle people around. But we'll have to
like
see.
one of those like the rotating infograph on the bottom of the screen being like, I'm not going over this again.
Yeah,
Please."
basically. And then I might have
Look
to
at
use
this.
Taylor the timer.
Oh.
Taylor the timer is my personal physical timer that I use to time things while streaming.
It might be good because I was looking at the schedule for today, and then I wasn't able. I had a prior arrangement. But just looking at it, it's like double the amount of people on Sunday, I think, than it is today, and I'm like, wow.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I literally was like, look, I texted my friend, I'm like, yeah, I'll be down at by 7 at the latest. Like, I'll be done like 7:30, absolutely latest. It's already like 8:30, and
My
it's
bad,
like,
gamer.
whoops, I just completely ditched on Apex sessions. My fault.
Yeah, no, it's been a lot, but I've had a lot of fun so far. I think all of us have learned a lot for sure. I'm gonna brush my teeth and hit the hay. I'm not gonna lie, I'm ready to lay down.
You have been working quite hard. It has been, 8 hours for you.
I better see some hype for you. Okay, 'cause this is absolutely crazy being able
Yeah,
to
the
do
fact
this
that you
for
have to
this
do
long.
this tomorrow, wild.
Yeah. I mean, I've set everything up within 24 hours before the stream.
I remember seeing you in the in the Discord, like by yourself, and you were like, "I am suffering. I am here, help." And I was like, "I want to join purely because I feel bad." And I was like, "Perhaps I should leave them be."
So
I feel
it was
a
a mix
little
of
bad.
like what's the word? Solidarity?
Mhm.
That's the right word. It's like, do I want to join in solidarity the word versus like letting you be in your misery alone?
Yeah,
That's
that's kind of how
good.
I
I
felt.
was able to get everything done. In my other Discords, like the moderating Discord, we have like a work and chill channel. So I just sit there sometimes in silence until people show up, and I just like play music, and they just join stream, and we all just work. And I realized that like I work better when there's people around because then I don't get distracted. Because like if other people are working, then I will work, right? But if it's just me working by myself, I'll play some random YouTube video and then I'm gonna listen to the YouTube video instead of working. It's that ADHD brain rot.
For real.
So true.
Yeah, so that's why it was really good though. A lot of people joined and helped me figure out the questions while I was making the PowerPoint and finishing up the thumbnail, setting up my mods, letting my manager know, letting my editors know. That's why like the whole welcome was like my whole team getting put into the Discord. So yeah, it's been really good. I'm definitely gonna try to streamline it a little better tomorrow. We're definitely gonna do some more timing. I might cut down on some questions tomorrow because there's gonna be more people. So I'm gonna pick like the more like questions that I felt that people
the
delved into
redundant.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got the redundant questions because some are like doubling up.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think
Some
only
of them
like
are similar, yeah.
yeah, I think for like the first and second one, I did more just because like it's easier to ask questions for those. Well, like as you like continue on to the list, I'm like, man, I can't think of anything. So yeah, we're gonna go with that. I'm probably gonna push more for people to bring out their own topics, and then I'll just start questioning them around those topics, and I think that's what we're gonna do tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good.
But yeah, thank you so much for joining me for the last session, guys. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Go get rest, bro.
Yeah,
Rest.
I'm gonna go find somebody to raid. Fancy breakfast. I'm gonna just fucking eat cereal and call it a day. I made fancy breakfast. Yes, actually, I still have a leftover Wendy's sandwich, so I might eat that. I might eat that tomorrow. I bought an extra.
Oh no!
Yeah. I bought an extra because I was like, I'm gonna be hungry again. I'm not hungry again after my burger and nuggets, but I'll be hungry in the morning. All right. Did you guys want to say anything else to chat before I start wrapping up?
Be nice to Taiga and be nice to everybody tomorrow. Especially with the there will be a lot more people. Not everybody will get to say their piece, unfortunately. Be kind to them. Some of them may be struggling with what they want to say.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially with the limited time. I think today, since there was a bit of scuff and we got a bit more time to yap because there was a little less of us, I'm also going to be there tomorrow. And I will be part of the third gen Asians AAPI. And then maybe I will stop by the other AAPI experiences section.
For sure.
I'll probably only be here for the other AAPI just to give a little more like wiggle room for the other people in the other areas because I feel like this is kind of like the most like umbrella of it all for me. But I'll definitely be there tomorrow. You guys better be nice. All right. maybe laser pointer play if that's
burn them in the eyeballs.
The keys. Everybody pay attention. Jingle the keys.
Jingle jingle. Wait, can you hear that?
Yeah.
I have no keys. I have a burger.
Jingle jingle.
I have no. I actually have no keys. I have no keys. Alrighty, thank you so much, guys. I'm gonna start wrapping up now. So see you guys.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Alrighty, gamers. Oh my god. We're gonna go back to our usual. So hold on. I'm gonna be right back. I cannot wait to get up. I cannot wait to get up. Oh, I'm so ready. What the fuck? Where is my shit? Hold on. Where did it go? Okay, yeah. I was like, where the fuck did my shit go? This is my normal background. Thank you so much for everyone that stopped by today. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It was a very long stream. I know a lot of you guys powered through today. I super fucking appreciate it. It's late. I'm tired. You guys are tired. As always, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to spend it with me. Because you guys don't have to, but you guys do, and it makes me so happy that I'm able to share these experiences for everyone. I hope you guys learned a lot. I learned a lot. And yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow. And next month, for Pride Month, there's gonna be something similar, question mark, raises eyebrows, that we'll get to do. that I will be hosting. Question mark, raises eyebrows. So I hope you guys look forward to next month also. I think next month, with how I'll be setting it up, is that I'm gonna break it over weekends instead of doing it in 2 days. So let's go raid. Let's see, is Tenny Benny still streaming? They're still streaming, right? I can just raid them, right? I can just like raid and run, right? How long they've been streaming? Oh yeah, I'm raiding them. Okay, raid Tenniel Bayard. Oh yeah, because Harmony's over there too, so definitely send them my love. I'm gonna raid and run. I need a pee. This is like the third pee I've done. I need a pee. I didn't brush my teeth, and I'm gonna fucking lie down. I'm ready to just fucking vampire mode. You know, my fucking siblings think I'm crazy because I sleep on my back. They like came into my room to wake me up, and they were like, "Why are you sleeping on your back like a freak?" Man, I don't know. I had like the blanket on top of me, my arms were across my body, just you know what I mean? That's gonna be me tonight. Alright, I love you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye! What? How did I do that with my voice? What the frickle frackle? You know what? I don't know how I did that. That was kind of weird. Okay, bye-bye. Get out of here. Shoo, I love you. This one, if you guys didn't get the ones that Ivy posted. Alright, bye! Bye!